Hi, and welcome to the Candidates Tournament. We are in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia, and today could be a historic day in chess. Just over 19 years ago, in Las Palmas, Vishy Anand, a then 25-year-old Indian, qualified for a World Championship match. And 19 years later, today he has the chance to repeat that feat. Something has never been done before in chess history. But things are not completely clear yet. As you see in the tournament standing, Anand has a dominant lead with 7.5 points, 1 point ahead of Levon Aronian from Armenia, and further half a point ahead of Mamedyarov from Azerbaijan and Karjakin of Russia. And today, Anand, the tournament leader, is indeed facing Sergei Karjakin of Russia. Karjakin is just 24 years old, which means he was just 5 at the first time Anand qualified for a World Championship match. And Karjakin has to do everything he can today to beat the Indian leader in order to make this tournament still undecided. So that's very much going to be the focus of today. Can Karjakin put the, till now, excellent tournament leader Anand into some kind of trouble for the first time in this tournament? Or is Anand just going to cruise to victory and even seal his rematch against the world champion Magnus Carlsen with 1 round to go? That is the big question. We can see Anand is sitting at the board here ready, and there Karjakin is coming. That's very much going to be the central clash of today. If Anand wins today, irregardless of whatever happens in the other remaining games of today, as well as the last round, Anand will be the winner of this tournament. Should this tournament be a draw, should this game today be a draw between Karjakin and Anand, only one scenario can ruin it for Anand, and that would be him losing the last round to Peter Svidler, as well as Levon Aronian winning today, as well as the last round. So also a draw today would be a fantastic result. However, should Karjakin win the game, we can have a very open situation in the last round with both Karjakin, Aronian and Anand having a chance to qualify. So that's what's going to be by far our main focus chess-wise today. And as you probably noticed, in the previous rounds we were a commentator team of 2, but Victoria had to go for Bundesliga duties, so she will not be joining us today. But we have a excellent replacement. The world champion Magnus Carlsen is actually going to join us today and help us giving commentary, as well as come with his views on maybe the new challenger and the tournament in general. And feel very free to tweet comments or questions to Magnus at hashtag candidates 2014. And in the picture we have another very interesting game today. This is Vladimir Kramnik of Russia against Veselin Topalov of Bulgaria. These two met in a very dramatic World Championship match in 2006 in Elista that created a lot of tension and crisis, even known as Toilet Gate, and there has been quite some bad blood between the two players. And in the first half of this tournament, Topalov won that game, the only game he has won so far in the tournament. And it's clear that when Kramnik and Topalov play, there's going to be a lot of attention. But today, by far, the game between Karjakin and Anand is what we're going to follow, because this could be Anand's fantastic comeback to World Championship chess, and if he gets a draw today, he's getting extremely close to that. So it's going to be very interesting to see how will Karjakin approach it. Even I think the first move would be quite interesting. Normally Karjakin plays 1e4, but that could very well be a Berlin then, and there everybody in this tournament has defended well, so I would not be surprised if we see d4 or even c4 just to get a complicated battle. And well, another question will be, how much does Karjakin want it? We have to remember Karjakin is on 50% in this tournament. He's half a point away from last place. He's 1.5 point away from the Indian leader. So let's see. Okay, 1d4. He did not want to allow a Berlin. I think Karjakin is going for it. This should be a very interesting game. d5. So far in this tournament, Anand has mainly played the Slav, and it seems very likely he's going to repeat that. Let's see. No, 2e6. That is quite interesting. This is the line he played against Carlsen in the World Championship match in, I think, game 5. He lost that game, but he got quite a nice position in the opening. So I think he decided not to repeat the Slav against Karjakin, but to disturb him a little bit. Okay. Free knight f3. Carlsen in that game played free knight to c3. And Anand has played free knight f6. And 4e3. This is the exact move that Vladimir Kramnik played against Aronian earlier in this tournament. At that point, that was very much a top game, and Kramnik came extremely close to winning. 4e3 has the advantage that it do not lead into long theoretical lines, but gives quite a complex battle, and I think that's exactly what Karjakin is looking for. And now we might even see Anand starting to think a little bit. In that game, Aronian played the move 4b6, but Kramnik got a better position. And we had a tweet from Sid Gandhi who was saying that Anand is wearing his lucky shirt. Well, I think Anand has done excellent in all 12 games, so far they've all been very lucky, but maybe there is statistics showing this one is more lucky than the others. Let's see. But Anand is already starting to think, which is, well, that is quite interesting in some way. If you remember, actually Anand had this position in his game against Kramnik, but there Kramnik played the move 4g3, but Kramnik had earlier played the move 4e3 in this tournament, so of course Anand had to be prepared against that, and now he's played the move 4 bishop e7, a very solid common sense development move. I think the normal reaction here for Karjakin would be just to play knight to c3. Very likely what Anand wants is he wants to play, let's say, castling and then b6 later. And that should be an improved version of what Aronian did, because in Aronian game we saw, I think, b6, knight c3, bishop b7, and now Kramnik took on d5 and gave this check on b5, and after c6 he had provoked this weakness, which means the bishop on b7 is not playing so well. And I think it could be Anand's point that he doesn't want to allow this structure, so he's gonna castle first. But let's see. Karjakin has played b3 and Anand has castled. Okay. I think both players will be rather happy with these developments. I think Anand is thinking, I have a sound and safe position, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with. And so far in this tournament, I have played excellent chess. So I will just want to have a good position and trust my chess skills. On the other hand, Karjakin will say, okay, this is maybe only an equal position, but it's complicated and I get a long and complicated game. That's exactly what suits me. So I think generally both players will be quite happy, and well, I think they have good reasons to, but of course there is some logic saying that both players cannot have gotten a good deal, so there's going to be a clash obviously. And well, I think ideally Anand would have liked things to clarify a bit more, but still, let's see. Now Anand's choice is either should he try and break quickly something like c5, or should he just play b6, bishop b7 and try to develop. But already I would say after the move b6, let's say knight c3, bishop b7, he has achieved something that he has not had to play the move c6 like Aronian did. And I think that is already a moderate advantage for Anand. But nothing sort of new under the sun has happened so far. But I would say quite a clever opening choice by Karjakin, and an opening choice that shows that Karjakin, he wants to fight for first place. He's not just trying to, well, get a decent result in this tournament. He actually wants to try and win it. Let's see here. Okay, c5. That is a very concrete move for Anand. And well, he wants to get immediate action in the center, and maybe he could even have some kind of specific preparation here. Anand will claim that he's slightly ahead in development, and well, the logical move would be something like bishop d3, and maybe Anand will just develop normally with b6, or maybe he will even consider something like taking on d4, and there could even be moves like bishop b4 check. I doubt bishop b4 check is a good move, but well, Anand has tried something very concrete. And I think the normal way of developing would be, let's say, bishop d3, knight c6, let's say castles, and well, at time now they would maybe take on d4 and play b6 or lines like this, and with a very complicated position. But maybe Anand has something a bit more direct in mind. That's gonna be a bit interesting. It's hard to say, but Anand has spent just above 3 minutes, so it do seem likely that he's not at all out of his preparation, even though that the move 4e3 is rather unusual. But probably Anand has thought about this when preparing for Kramnik 2 rounds back. That is my hunch for sure. But let's see if it's a bit surprising that Karjakin is starting to think already. But this is the kind of openings with 4e3 that is a bit difficult to prepare very concretely, because black is going to have a lot of options, and maybe you play b6 first, maybe you play c5 first. It's sort of not a very concrete position, but more it leads to quite some typical middle games. And I think Karjakin wants one of these typical middle games, but of course has to pay a bit of attention how to get there, so Anand doesn't get to strike immediately. But it's quite an interesting position, especially considering the tournament situation. But maybe we should, while he's thinking, go a bit to one of the other games and see, for instance, how is Kramnik Topalov developing, because despite Kramnik Topalov not being a decisive game at all for the final standings, it is almost would say, well, one with mythical or historical status. So let's have a look at that, and then we will return to the top game in a bit. Anand seems to be thinking quite hard, but it's actually Karjakin's turn. No, Anand has just left. Okay, let's see. Well, Kramnik played the move 1d4, which is by far his favorite move, and Topalov replied with knight f6, c4, e6, and now Kramnik played free knight f3, exactly as in his game against Anand, as well as in his game against, I think, actually against both Mamedyarov and Aronian too. So this position he had quite a number of times already. And d5 was the reply. Against Anand he played here g3, and against Aronian he played e3. But against Topalov he played the move he played against Mamedyarov, and which is by far the main move, 4 knight to c3. Topalov played 4c6, and this is the semi-Slav, which, for instance, when Anand became the world champion in 2007, was by far the most popular opening of the tournament. But if I remember correctly, this is the first time we see this exact position in this tournament. So that is that is quite surprising. But that's how fashion goes, and for some reason, the semi-Slav has lost some of its popularity of recent. Okay, bishop g5 was played by Kramnik, h6, and here, well, the move bishop h4 is the so-called anti-Moscow gambit, which is extremely complicated and interesting, and again was debated heavily in 2007 in Mexico. And Anand's sort of good tournament there started by a very famous win against Levon Aronian exactly in this line. But Kramnik here has played a calmer continuation. He took on f6, queen f6, e3, and now the move g6. Earlier in this position, knight d7 was by far the main move, but as of late, the sort of expert has tried to omit that move and play g6 immediately, which gives black some definite extra options, but as we will see in this game, it also gives white an extra option. So bishop g3, bishop g7, castles, and now Kramnik has played the interesting move knight to e5, and well, by not having played knight d7, Kramnik has been given this extra option, and very likely his idea is to follow up with f4 and keep this very strong knight on e5. And this knight is strong particularly because of the pawn structure on the king's side. Look at these pawns. It means that because the pawn is on h6, you can never play the move. Well, let's say if the queen goes back here, you can never play the move f6 because the g6 pawn will be so weak. So Kramnik's point is he's going to put a knight on e5 and he's going to keep it there more or less forever. But, well, of course, Topalov is going to combat that in some way. And, well, a very logical move would be something like c5. Maybe not immediately, as d5 could be hanging, but something like this to undermine the white center. So Kramnik has played something rather enterprising, and Topalov is thinking right now. I think if you have seen the press conferences here, well, Kramnik was more or less saying that, well, for this tournament he had one goal, that was to win it and to qualify for a match against Carlsen. But at some point it seemed, well, that's simply not possible anymore with the score he has. And, well, he sort of has given up on the tournament. For instance, well, in yesterday's game against Levon Aronian, it was quite clear that Kramnik repeated moves in a position where he was, if not clearly better, then at least had a promising position. But he seems to want to get over with things. But I think when he's playing Topalov, it is simply such a rivalry between the two. And there is, well, as I said, bad blood and history. So they're gonna play a very tough game. And, well, that's just great for us. Yes, and also, well, a lot have been mentioned about the handshake between these two players. And when they played the first time, they did not shake hands. And yet again here, there has been no handshakes between the players. There have been some debate about if that's actually in breach of the regulations. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, there is no direct rules that says anymore that you have to shake hands. It's more a recommendation. And I think also, if neither of the players chooses to shake hand, it's not seen as a huge offense by both players. What is really bad is one of the players is offering to shake hand. If you then refuse, it's basically seen as unsportsmanlike conduct because you're doing that deliberately to show disrespect for your opponent. And, well, it's true that with these players, there definitely is some disrespect, I think, and that they simply chose not to shake hands. So, well, here we're going to see, I think, a massive battle, not for tournament standings, but for personal pride. And, well, tournament standings, actually the loser of this game would be on shared last place, which, of course, two former world champions would not find rather amusing. Let's see. One other player actually is involved in the fight for first place, and that's Aronian. So let's go and have a look at his game. He's playing the black pieces with Andrakin today. And, well, if Aronian wants to have serious sort of chances for winning this tournament, well, I think he's more or less in a must-win situation today. Just to sum up the standings, Aronian is 1 point behind Anand, but he has the worst tiebreak. So he has to make 1.5 points more than Anand in his last 2 games. So let's say even should Anand lose today and Aronian make a draw, then still he needs to make 1 point more than Anand today. So I would say for Aronian, the only scenario when it becomes very interesting is Anand losing today and him winning, because then they're equal and Aronian just needs 0.5 point more tomorrow. But we are talking about rather extreme scenarios, which of course also shows how good a situation Anand is in at the moment. Okay, bishop b4 check played. And, well, I think we have a position that's almost never been seen before. Let's just go through the game. d4, knight f6. And now the move bishop to g5. This is the so-called Trompovsky attack. Not a very common opening, but I think, well, Andrakin had played it a number of times, and maybe its sort of most recent outing on top level was last summer when the world champion Magnus Carlsen used it to beat Vladimir Kramnik in the first round of the Tal Memorial Tournament. There Kramnik played the move d5, but Aronian, I think, aiming to provoke a bit, has played the move g6. And when you play d6, it's normally to put the bishop on g7. But bishop f6, ef6 was played, and now the move c4. And the move c4 apparently made Aronian change his plans. I mean, logical would be, let's say, something like this. But I think it's very likely that Andrakin was aiming for a setup, let's say g3, bishop d2, knight c3, e3, knight e2. And somehow, well, you will overprotect the square d5, and it's gonna be very difficult for black to do something very active. So Aronian has played the interesting move bishop b4, and I can't even say which opening this reminds me of, because I think it's the first time I have seen this structure with g6 and e takes f6 and then the bishop giving a check on b4. So, well, that is very novel ground as far as I see it, and I think quite an interesting situation. But what to say exactly about the evaluation, it's very hard for me to do right off here. I would guess that knight c3 would be the normal way to develop. And of course, well, if you take on c3, at least it will be a funny, almost sort of mirror image of doubled c-pawns and doubled f-pawns. But I would say I doubt he's going to play that in this position. Probably we will see something like castling. And maybe Aronian wants to strike with d5. But I would say it looks rather healthy and solid for white. So I'm going to be a bit curious to see how this game is going to develop. Also, if you look at the clock times here, you can see that Aronian has spent 11 minutes. So I don't think he's particularly prepared for the Trompovsky. He's just, well, more or less freestyling. And I think, well, that's a rather good scenario for him in the sense that it's a complicated position, and that's what he wants. I think, well, as I mentioned before, Kramnik said what mattered for him here was really only first place, and I think for Aronian even more so. Aronian right now is clearly the second highest rated player in the world. And of course, if you're one of the top 2 players, you can sort of naturally feel that you belong in a world championship match. So he very much wanted to win this tournament, but straight off in the first round, he lost to Anand. And somehow that upset his plan to a certain extent. And he's tried to get back, and he's still trying to get back by playing some uncompromising chess. But it seems the time is running out for him, but at least he's giving it a last try here, which is rather interesting. Maybe we should have a look at the last game in the tournament before we return to leader Anand. This is the game between Peter Svidler and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And, well, here we have a rather interesting Sicilian. Svidler has had a very wild tournament. Well, actually, so has Mamedyarov. Svidler, in the beginning, I think, if you remember, he was on +1 early on, and then he had a very, very promising position against Kramnik, but Kramnik found a study-like draw, and the game was only a draw from Svidler's perspective. And then in the next round, Svidler gambled when he had a easy repetition of moves against Aronian. He decided to play on despite playing the black pieces and lost. And since then, things has gone very much back and forth for Svidler. But yesterday, he lost a rather painful and one-sided game to Topalov, and is now in shared last place. So today, with the white pieces against Mamedyarov, is something where I think, well, he has to be rather aggressive. And for Mamedyarov, well, he's 1.5 point behind Anand. It's almost impossible for him imagining to catch up. So I think he's just going to play his usual entertaining chess and not care too much about tournament standings. Let's see. Okay, Svidler played e4 and Mamedyarov c5. And if we go quickly here, we have a knight off. Actually, Mamedyarov has consistently tried to play knight offs in this tournament. So that's been rather brave from his perspective. By now, all the knight offs we've seen in this tournament is with the move 6h3. And, well, we spoke about this. This is an old Fischer speciality that had gotten quite popular recently. But Svidler has played I would say the main line, or at least one of the main lines, 6 bishop e3. Mamedyarov replied knight to g4, which is, again, one of the more common moves. And I think, for instance, Garry Kasparov played it quite a lot in his times. But a lot of players have been playing it, especially of late. Boris Gelfand has been quite successful with this move. So knight g4, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, bishop g7, bishop e2, h5. I think so far it's a quite well-known position. But I would think that in this position, the main move used to be bishop takes g4. At least I think that's what's happened in some of of Kasparov games. I think he won some games, but he also later lost a game to Anand in this exact position. But Svidler has played the move h4, knight c6, knight b3, and now take on h4, bishop h4, bishop to e6, queen d2, queen b6. I mean, just generally in this line, well, black is having a lot of activity. There's a strong bishop on g7, maybe the queen here is sort of in a couple of good directions, as well as the knight on g4 is very active. So compared to normal knight-offs, one could very much argue black has quite promising play. However, his pawn structure is a bit broken. The pawn on h5 especially is it's isolated, and there is a white rook threatening in that direction. So it's actually a bit unusual compared to normal knight-offs. Here, well, it is somehow white who has positional advantages, while it's black who is trying to be active and attack. It's almost like a reverse scenario of a Sicilian. Well, Svidler chose knight d5, which is exchanging off some pieces. So let's see, knight d5, bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight d4. And now Svidler has taken the knight on d4, and Mamedyarov has started to think. And this is quite interesting. I would think that, for instance, if queen takes d4, white would just exchange here and play c3, and he has the pair of bishops, and there is a weak pawn on h5. So this should be, I would think, a pleasant ending for white. Nothing particularly wrong for black, but still, it could be quite pleasant. So I guess Mamedyarov is thinking of this move. I think a slight mention should be given to queen takes b2, but as far as I can see, the strong move rook d1 is just defending the knight on d4. So actually bishop takes d4 seems by far to be the most obvious continuation. If we look at the clock times, Svidler has used just 7 minutes. He could actually very well be in his preparation. And I had a slight peek at my computer who's saying that here white should play the move castling. And well, this is actually, it looks very logical to me. You can't play something like c3 because there is a pawn hanging on f2. But after castling, well, next you would very likely play something like c3, and you're offering this pawn on b2. But taking it could be, well, I would say quite dangerous for Mamedyarov. So I think it seems to me that Svidler is well prepared here, and he's putting Mamedyarov under some pressure in the opening. And that's gonna be, well, I think, yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting, as well as this would be a good chance for Svidler to get back on 50%. I mean, Svidler has played a very enterprising tournament, but hasn't really been paid off too well. But you can argue the same against Mamedyarov. So in some sense, this is, I think, two rather unlucky players playing, and well, one of them might get a bit of luck and get up well in the standings. But as I see it, it seems that Mamedyarov has been, well, to say hit is too strong, but he has been met by some very interesting preparation from Svidler, and that it is Svidler who's in the driver's seat, and Mamedyarov has to, well, find his way sort of out of the opening preparation of Svidler. Still, this is very similar to the scenario we saw yesterday with Mamedyarov white against Karjakin, and Mamedyarov in an earlier round white against Aronian. Actually, Mamedyarov has been excellent of fighting the opponent's preparation over the board, but I think this time he could be pushing his luck a bit. I would say that I do actually quite like Svidler's position right now. Anyway, I think we should maybe return and have a look at what's happening in the, well, very crucial game of the round, the game between Karjakin and Anand. Before we start talking about the actual position, I think looking at the clock times is a bit interesting. Anand has spent just 11 minutes, despite, I would say, being rather surprised in the opening, while Karjakin has, well, he spent less than 15 minutes. So somehow they are playing it rather quickly. I think, this is a bit surprising. We left in the position after bishop b2 c5, and I would say I very much liked the way Karjakin was doing things, that he was playing a sort of, quite slow system that would lead to a long battle. But his last two moves is indicating something else. He's taken on d5 and then took back with a knight. And now he's played the move d takes c5. What I mean is that now we have an exchange of the d and the c pawns, which leads to a rather symmetrical, and it could become a rather dull position. While earlier, for instance, here, had he played something like bishop d3 and tried for short castling, still the position is symmetrical, but there will be this pawn mass in the center complicating it, and that would lead to a much more complex battle. So it seems to me that Karjakin is trying to play a bit in both directions. He wants to be slightly better and play for a win, but without risking too much. So maybe he's not only looking at, if I win this, I'm going to get very close to Anand. Maybe he's also thinking, I'm half a point away from last place. And next round I'm going to be black against Aronian. Maybe also make sure that I get a decent tournament situation. I think that could be in the back of his mind. But maybe it's an interesting move, taking on c5. I think logical would be for Anand to take back, but he's very much taking his time. So I think he's probably, taking back with the bishop, it takes back the pawn, and it looks very logical. But maybe Anand is also thinking, is it possible to play knight d7 and then later take back with the knight? Or maybe could I even put my knight on a6? I think he must be thinking a bit in these directions. After bishop c5, I would guess maybe something like bishop d3, which even could have the threat of taking on h7. And when the king takes back, there is queen c2 check, winning the bishop on c5. Or more likely just something like a3, and saying that we have a quite symmetrical position, but this bishop is sort of putting quite nice pressure, and also the white bishop will go to d3. So despite I said that Karjakin has just aimed for symmetry, I think he is trying to be, after all, slightly better here, and he could be doing that rather successfully. Okay, I think we're going to see a move now. Yes. Knight to d7 has been played by Anand. And I would say I quite like Anand's decision. If we remember back to, for instance, his game with Aronian, where he was black, also there I think a draw would have been an excellent result for Anand. And it was a draw, and it went, the tournament has gone very well for Anand. But he's not trying only to make a draw. I think he's trying to play the best move from a chess perspective. Well, if you see here, bishop takes c5 looks logical, and he could have done that, but he's playing a bit more. Okay, let's see, we have a tweet here from Shiva. I believe Karjakin will push for a win today and create chances for Anand to win the candidates 2014 with a round to spare. Well, that is very likely, but actually even with a draw, Anand could win the tournament with a round to spare. If Anand makes a draw and Aronian doesn't win, well then Anand has actually won the tournament. But I agree with the tweeter. I think it is likely that Karjakin will push very hard, but I actually think Karjakin also has a slight look, we can say, sort of in the rear window mirror, taking a bit of account of there's also players who's trying to catch me in this tournament. I think it's going to depend on the opening phase. Will Karjakin get something he can play rather risk-freely? He's going to do it for a while. If it actually becomes complicated, or even Anand gets better, I think Karjakin is going to be happy with a draw. But of course, right now, it is a chance for him to not catch Anand, but to get into a striking distance. But again, remember, from Karjakin's perspective, if he wins today, he needs half a point extra than Anand tomorrow. And tomorrow Karjakin is black against Aronian, the second highest rated player in the world. So it is quite a dream scenario for Karjakin to do what's necessary. But at least I think today he's going to give it a try. Knight d7. I think the point of the move is that should Anand develop normally, let's say bishop d3, well, knight takes c5, and you're even starting to contest the bishop on d3. So that's very much not what he wants. I think the logical move, well, the logical train of thought is here that if black is allowed to take the knight and play b6, bishop b7, he's going to have an excellent, solid position. So if white wants anything in this position, he has to play c6 and try to break the black pawn structure. And the idea is that after bc6, I would say something rather solid than bishop e2. Now white no longer has any kind of lead in development, but there is isolated pawns like this. It is very likely that Anand, for instance, with bishop f6, will have a very comfortable position. But I think this is how the struggle is gonna continue. Let's see here. Well, Karjakin is definitely taking his time here, and I think rightly so. Well, it is a bit of an unusual position, and also I don't think we have seen this quite clearly in this tournament. You cannot just break down Anand by just playing chess. You actually need to have a better position. I mean, in this tournament, things has gone very well for Anand, but he's also managed to keep very, very sound and good positions. I don't think Anand has been worse in any game. And if anything, well, if one has to criticize Anand for something, it is not capitalizing enough on his good positions. But, well, he's done that to more than enough and has a clear lead in the tournament here. So let's see. Karjakin is gonna have quite a think here. Things are happening a bit in the Kramnik Topalov game, so I think we're gonna switch there and come back to the leaders game in a bit. Let's see. Okay. Well, before we go into details in this tournament, I will like to remind you again that later today, I think in about an hour from now, Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, will join us and give us his comments and ideas about today's games, about the candidates tournament in general, and well, if it's clear who will challenge him for his crown in November, then of course that will also be a subject of this discussion. So really, I would say stay tuned to follow Magnus here in about an hour, but also feel very free to tweet comments or questions at hashtag candidates 2014. And we will try and ask Magnus the questions. Okay, to return to this game, knight e5 was played by Kramnik, and Topalov, he didn't want to sit and wait for something like f4 to happen with, well, as I said, considerable pressure on the king side, especially as the pawn g6 is quite a weakness. So Topalov, very true to his style, played the aggressive move c5. Kramnik took on d5, Topalov took on d4, e takes d4, c takes d5. And now Kramnik did not take the offered pawn at d5 in this position. But maybe after knight d5, I would guess there is moves like queen d6, and somehow black with counterplay in the d line will get the pawn back. So Kramnik has played the move rook to e1. And I think he's going to claim that he simply has a very pleasant position here. Or at least he has a position that in no way will suit Topalov. Well, Kramnik's argument is that he's going to have very nice pieces. Well, the knight on e5, of course, is on a nice central square. And as mentioned before, because of this pawn structure on the king side, black can never push it back with f6. But in particular, the knight on d5, on c3 will attack the weak pawn on d5, and it's actually quite hard for black to do sensible developing here. I think, well, Kramnik will continue with queen to b3, and well, the bishop on d3 is very likely well placed on d3, but it could also be shifted to the f3 square and further increase the pressure on the pawn on d5. So I would say, sort of, to me, it actually looks like Kramnik has gone a very nice position out of the opening, both from an objective point of view, but just as well from a, I would say, more psychological point of view that, well, simply, this is a pleasant position to play, and for Topalov, he has to, well, do this very defensively, and somehow hoping for any kind of counter-attack is difficult. I would say a logical move would be bishop to e6. Well, just to point out that knight c6 would be a blunder, because now knight takes d5 works, and after queen d6, we're gonna have knight takes c6 and knight e7 check next. And well, white will be a pawn up. Actually, black will have some compensation, but I doubt this is what Topalov is gonna do. So most likely in this position, I would think, well, actually he could even consider a pawn sacrifice like this. I think it's a bit dubious, but it could be quite true to his style, because after, let's say, bishop e6, maybe even Kramnik is gonna try the a bit interesting move bishop to b5. He simply wants to play against this knight on b8. And let's say a6, bishop a6, b5. Then something like maybe the bishop to b3, and we start attacking the pawn here, as well as you have created a couple of weaknesses in the c file. So right now I would say a very promising development of events for Kramnik. Nothing fantastic, of course, and most likely by good defense, Topalov should be able to defend this position. But I think that Kramnik has very much gotten what he wanted from the opening, and I think Kramnik's view on Topalov is that if you can contain him and force him to play only rather passively, well, then you have a very good chance of outplaying him. And well, I think it's obvious if you look at the clock times as well as the body language of the players. Kramnik has gotten very much what he wanted out of the opening. Actually, in the game between Karjakin and Anand, well, the move c6 has been played and Anand has taken back with the pawn. So Anand is going to have rather free development and Karjakin is going to have the better structure. And I think Karjakin is going to put pressure for a while. But okay, let's see. We have a tweet here from Suni Malik. Which player has played the most attacking chess in this tournament? Karjakin, Mamedyarov or Aronian? Okay, well, if it's only these three options, or maybe it would be all the players in total, well, I think Mamedyarov has played extremely aggressively, and that is very much his style. But I would say also Aronian has put really a lot of pressure, and I think maybe Aronian is suffering a bit from what happened to him in the last candidates, that maybe he got overly aggressive at some point. But actually that's something we should ask Magnus Carlsen about, because he was one of the players last year. But I think Mamedyarov has played very, very aggressively. I mean, remember his game with Aronian that he won with white, and also yesterday he attacked a lot. And for instance, when he played Anand, he did dare to play the Sicilian. So, I mean, I think, well, Mamedyarov deserves a lot of praise for what he's been doing in this tournament. But actually, I think everybody has been playing quite aggressively. The only one, well, who has played not extremely aggressively, one could argue, is to some extent Anand. But Anand has just played excellent chess and has, well, never had a bad position. And still, he has played open Sicilians with white. So I think actually, well, one of the reasons this tournament has been so exciting is simply that everybody has been taking a lot of chances. But it's going to be interesting to hear Carlsen's take on that when he joins us in about an hour. So let's see. But I think Topalov is going to have, well, a long and boring defense here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for some kind of pawn sacrifice to make things a bit better. He do after all have the pair of bishops, which means that should the position open up, they're gonna come into some kind of effect. But as I see it right now, he only has, well, I said this knight c6, which is probably a rather dubious pawn sacrifice, or bishop e6, which is a rather boring defense. This is the actual choice that Topalov has, and, well, obviously not too good. Okay, I thought we were going to see a move there, but he will keep on thinking. So let's see. Okay, we have a new team here. Tweet here from Badresh what role does second play and who chooses seconds? Well, I think the second question is, the second question about seconds is very easy to answer. Who chooses the seconds? Well, that's very obviously the players. The players will choose somebody they like to work with, and also someone they hope that can actually be helpful from them. Well, the role of the seconds are, I guess, varying on the players' needs, right? I mean, what we normally do is that we help mainly with the opening phase, but of course, again, depending on the age of the player and sometimes you will have to add some kind of experience. For instance, right now I'm working with Magnus Carlsen, and there hopefully I can add some experience. While earlier I was working with Anand, and it's clear that he is one of the most experienced player in the world, and you can't add a lot there. So you have to help with other things like hopefully some specific opening ideas and such. But I think the seconds will normally have to do the kind of work that the players shouldn't be doing. For instance, we will sit up late at night and analyze the openings and come up with some ideas that we will show the players in the morning and such. And the players need their energy. They have to play. So they need some players they can trust to study the opening variations and suggest some good ideas. And at times we also have to try to be good company and play football or tennis or whatever is entertaining for our present owner. So I think that's more or less what the seconds are doing. Anyway, I think let's go to the Svidler Mamedyarov game, because we have it in the picture right now. And we left you after knight takes d4, and Mamedyarov took back with the queen, and I was saying that leads to a pleasant ending for white. So let's see if I'm gonna be right about that. I'm a bit surprised that he went for this decision, to be honest, but probably he evaluated that after bishop takes d4, castling, white's initiative is rather sort of intimidating, and it is true that this bishop on h4 is attacking the pawn on e7, and something like rook e1 would start threatening bishop takes g4. Probably Mamedyarov simply decided that is too scary an initiative and decided to let's try and limit the damage. It does, however, look to me that this should be a pleasant ending for white, and I will even say in a number of ways. Well, I think it would be logical to take on d4, but even a move like, let's say, c3, queen takes d2, king takes d2 could also be quite pleasant. Again, next, I think something like rook e1, and we have this threat of bishop takes g4 and the e7 pawn being weak. Maybe it's gonna be moves like, let's say, bishop to f6 that Mamedyarov will have to sort of have his hopes on. Unfortunately for him, I think in this position, bishop takes g4, h-take, g4, bishop takes f6 is going to win a piece because of this tactic. So, just to show that there is some tactics despite the game going into an ending. But I think Svidler has a rather pleasant choice. But of course, also Mamedyarov will have a quite solid position. But I would say c3, queen d2, king takes d2. At least for me, it looks like, I would say, a very pleasant ending for white. And I think, it's the pair of bishops, it's a bit more space, and especially the h5 pawn is weak. So I think Svidler has every reason to be happy about how things are developing at the moment. And but of course, it is a bit late for him in this tournament. It's clear by Svidler's play that he came here well prepared. Well, you can see physically he's lost weight. He seems to be in great shape. He really wanted to do well in this tournament and fight for first place. And now he's on -1 and is actually just fighting to get out of last place. So I think he's going to be obviously quite disappointed on how things have developed here. But from a spectator point of view, he's done things in a very entertaining manner. And I think a number of good games, and with a bit more of luck, things could have turned out considerably better for him. Let's see. Okay. We have another tweet here from Snehai Shekatka. Why can't second players good chess as their super GMs if they know all their secrets? Yeah, if I just knew the answer to that one. Well, there is a huge difference between, being a very strong player and being a good second. I think, of course, to be able to give, relatively relevant feedback to the best players, you do need to have good, let's say, chess understandings. But chess playing skills is partly understanding, but also a lot of, let's say, you have to be good at calculating. And for instance, nowadays, well, computers are doing most of the calculations for chess seconds. So, these kind of practical skills are not really what seconds necessarily have to do. You more have to be able to, let's say, be systematical and do a lot of analysis. And, maybe you also need to have some patience to be able to analyze, let's say, rather boring positions for quite a while and so on. But you will also see very strong players being seconds. For instance, if you take Anand's team in the last World Championship match, for instance, he had, Peter Leko was there, who's a former World Championship challenger himself, and there was Wojtaszek of Poland, who is more than 2,700. So I think seconds are also extremely strong chess players. But still, there is a reason that it's the best players who's playing this tournament that somehow, normally a second will have not as good chess playing skills as the players, obviously. Well, it sounds like a very trivial explanation, but that's simply the truth, I would say. So, okay, here we have... No, we don't yet. We have the game between Aronian and Karjakin. And, to sum up the tournament situation, Aronian is in second place, unshared second at the moment, but his situation is very similar to Karjakin. Because of his worse tiebreak than Anand, he needs to overtake Anand by 1.5 points in 2 rounds. So basically, he has to win both his games, and Anand has to lose one of his and draw the other one. That's simply the only realistic scenario for Aronian. So he's trying to complicate matters. And Karjakin, a very entertaining player, and who will always give you a good fight, has played the move 2 bishop g5, the Trompovsky attack, and g6, bishop f6, ef6, c4, bishop b4 check has happened. Well, I mentioned the move knight c3 as the logical one here, but I have to say, what Karjakin has played makes perfect sense to me. He just put his knight on d2. Well, actually, if you look at just the bishop on b4 and the knight on d2, you would think this is a knight bd2 Bogo Indian, but something has disappeared and there is double pawn, so obviously it's not. But they do continue a bit like that. Aronian played c5, and after a3, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2. Well, I would say, if anything, this looks to me to be a rather pleasant position for white. Okay, your pair of bishops has disappeared, but the black pawn structure is rather broken. After all, well, it is double pawns, and it's even taken a bit away from the center. So white has more control in the center. And there is weaknesses, not only these double pawns, but also the pawn on c5 means that the d5 square is rather weak. So I will say right now, Aronian needs to do something aggressive. But to be honest, I don't really see it. Of course, you could play a move like d6 if you want to play more solidly and at least say that, well, then after dc5, I will take back and to some extent repair my pawn structure. But even the ending is not too pleasant. Let's say takes, and then something like e3 and knight e2 to c3. To c3, and there will be a square on d5. So I'm not sure that after d6 Karjakin will exchange queens, but he has this option. So, and to be honest, what else? Maybe you can take on d4, but then even something like knight f3 and knight takes d4 is just going to be very solid and moderately pleasant for Karjakin. And Aronian needs to very much win this game if he wants to keep on dreaming about first place. So far, it has not been a success for Aronian, and I think, he has some difficult choices to make. And no, this is, this game is not going ideally for Aronian, but he is in a good tournament situation, but for second place. For first place, which is his clear target, he desperately needs to win this game. So it's going to be interesting to see how is he actually gonna treat that. I think soon we're gonna have a short break, but let's just return very briefly to the leaders game on the main game of today. Well, we see here in the lower board, Karjakin has played the move c6 to break the pawn structure of Anand. And Anand took back, and knight bd2 was played. Well, knight bd2 is aiming for this beautiful square for the knight. The good thing for Karjakin about breaking the pawn structure is that now there's no longer any b pawn or d pawn for black. So he's gonna get this beautiful square for his knight. But it could turn out to be too little, and as soon as a knight jumped there, I think Anand will play knight b6 and exchange it. And Anand has played the very logical move a5. He's aiming to play a4 and to exchange a set of pawns, and then he will be left with less weaknesses. And also, well, I think Anand wants to play a4, put maybe the queen on a5, the bishop on a6, and he will start exchanging down. And I think he has a very sound and solid position. And I think despite that the game has gone a bit in, let's say, complicated sort of waters, I think Anand has reasons to be happy with the outcome of the opening, and he is getting, if anything, a bit closer to his goal of winning the tournament, which, well, we mentioned would be a historic result. It's been just over 19 years ago since he did that the first time. And let's finish this session with a tweet from Jonathan Rausen. Vichy's 10h5 is the kind of move it feels good to play, a mixture of liberation and potential redemption. Well, I think, as always, Jonathan Rausen is very spot on, and well, I simply couldn't agree more. But I think we're gonna have a short break, but we will be back shortly. And remember, in our next session, we're gonna be joined by the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who will help us with the commentary as well as give his views on the tournament. So definitely stay tuned for that. See you in a bit.
India is the birthland of chess, but until Vishwanathan Anand came along, the country couldn't brag about having any extraordinary players. According to Indian tradition, his name can be translated to Anand, the son of Vishwanathan. Confusion with the name started when he first came to Europe. Many thought that Vishwanathan was his first name and that Anand was his surname. Later, Vishwanathan was shortened to Vichy. He learned to play chess when he was 6, and by the time he was 14, Vichy was already champion of India. At 15, he was an international master, and at 17, a world junior champion. From a young age, Anand played with great strength and speed. Incredible intuition is the strongest part of his universal talent. At the beginning of the 90s, Vichy was among the best players in the world, and in 1995, he earned the right to play a world championship match with Garry Kasparov. Anand lost the match, but in 2000 was victorious at the FIDE World Championship held by a knockout system. It was his first championship title. In 2007, Vichy's dream finally came true. Anand won a 2-lap round-robin tournament in Mexico and became the new world champion. He defended his title in 2008 with a confident win over Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand is the only chess player in the world who has won world championships in 3 different formats. Veselin Topalov's attempt to wrest the title from the Indian Grandmaster in 2010 was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, the champion retained his crown in a hard struggle against Boris Gelfand. Anand held the title for 6 years until November 2013, when, in his native Chennai, he finally succumbed to the leader of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen. A player with universal skills and a stunning defender, Vishy Anand remains a serious threat to any opponent in any competition, in any format. Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneer's Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights. Levin Aronian started to play chess when he was 9, and already by the age of 12 he was a world junior champion. He achieved numerous victories in junior tournaments, and the most significant was success at the Goa 2002 tournament when Levon became world under-20 champion. By this time, his family had moved from Armenia to Germany, and to this day, Aronian shares his time between these two countries. The title of Chess Prince gave the Grandmaster confidence in his career and convinced him in the choice of his profession. By the mid-2000s, Aronian had begun harvesting his first big successes in the international arena. The first phase of this part of his career culminated with a win at the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2005. The Armenian Grandmaster then earned the opportunity to take part in the candidate cycle. He was soon among the chess elite. His track record boasts first places in the strongest tournaments of our time: Week Anze, Linares, the Tal Memorial and Bilbao. In 2009, Levin presaged his greatness by winning the FIDE Grand Prix Series. Aronian is a great team player. For many years he has led the Armenian national team and has presided over 3 team victories at chess Olympiads and once at the World Team Championships. Aronian is a past master of the rapid game and has scored repeated victories in Monaco and Mainz. As of the 1st of March 2014, Aronian's rating climbed to a personal record of 2,830. For many years, this Grandmaster has held the number 2 spot in the world rankings, and world champion Magnus Carlsen names Levin his biggest threat.
Hi, and welcome back to the Candidates Tournament here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Today, as mentioned, can become a very historic day. Vishy Anand of India is very close to qualifying for a World Championship match, and he did exactly that a bit more than 19 years ago. So that will be a record sort of break between 2 qualifications for a World Championship match. Today he's facing Sergei Karjakin of Russia, who still has chances to catch up with the Indian by winning his game today. So let's go straight to that game and see how things are developing. We left you in this position, and I said that this move a5 by Anand was very good, and we also got a tweet from Scottish Grandmaster Jonathan Rowsing praising it. But Karjakin has come up with an interesting idea to combat it. He's played the active move e4, forcing Anand's strong knight away from d5. Anand chose to put it on f6, and now the move queen to c2. I still think that it should be a rather decent position for Anand, but it's clear that Karjakin is indeed slightly better here. Simply because there is this weak pawn on c6. So, okay, we actually have a tweet here. Peter, isn't the c6 pawn a serious weakness for Vishy? White's lag in Dolan looks not so serious. How to get rid of the c6 pawn? Well, the bad news is there's no way you're gonna get rid of the c6 pawn. What you can do is you can try and, well, yeah, I would say exchange it, but that's also not possible. But you have to play something like a4 and follow it up by queen a5, bishop to c6, and sorry, to a6, and then the c6 weakness will not become overly important. But it is true, it is simply a weakness, but it's also the only weakness in black's position. And, well, let's imagine a scenario where you play a4 and you take on b3. Let's say white takes back with this pawn and black plays c5. It is true that this will be strategically moderately better for for white, but I would say when you have played a move like, well, we're just gonna put it there now, c5 and bishop b7, I mean, it is gonna be only very moderately more pleasant for white, and black is gonna be extremely solid. It's gonna be some suffering for Anand, and maybe one can say that this is the worst position Anand had so far in the tournament. Even so, I think he's very close to equality, and that this is something he should, well, say without any kind of sort of difficulties. But it's clear that white is slightly better, and I think Karjakin can be rather satisfied with the opening phase. And you can also see, well, you can see some nervousness in Vichy. Well, maybe it's focus, but I think it's also, there is some nervousness in him. But it's true, it is very much about this pawn on c6 that's sort of highlighted in green. Without that weakness, Anand would have an excellent position. Now I think it is clear he is slightly worse. I think he's considering two moves. Either the straightaway a4 move, trying to exchange a weakness as well as to get some activity with the queen on a5. Another move he could be considering, I think, is queen to b6. Okay, the idea of queen b6 would be to play bishop to a6 next. But Anand has chosen a4, and well, I would say I quite like it. And I understand that sort of Anand's Indian fans, well, all Anand's fans, will be slightly worried for him in this position. But I think it should be enough counterplay, and that white is only slightly better. I would think that, let's say, bishop e2 or bishop c4 would be very logical moves now. Maybe putting the bishop on c4, which means that, well, my point would be that after bishop e2, something like bishop a6, then there actually is a threat to take on e2, while bishop c4 is a bit more stable in that sense. But, well, maybe Anand will take here, and we can start seeing some exchanges. And white is going to be slightly better, but Anand is going to be extremely solid, and it's going to be very hard breaking down his position. And I think actually this scenario is going to suit both players, because Karjakin really wants to play for a win, but he also somehow don't want to drop to last place. So somehow a risk-free winning attempt, which is really what he wants. Okay, we have a tweet here from A.G. Chess. When GMs walk around during the game, do they actually visualize the board in their mind? How to develop that? Advice. Well, yes. They have the board in their mind. Well, they might not be thinking about it. They could be thinking about, which movies to see or which dinner to eat later. But they could, for sure, at times they will easily drop back to the board they have in their mind. And that board is going to be very nice and clean. I don't think you can train that especially. Well, certain players has trained it. There is, people who has been doing these so-called blindfold simuls with a huge number of players. But I think generally, this board is something you will get when you become a strong chess player. So it's not something that you should especially aim for. It's just going to come natural, simply because when your chess skills improves, you will also be able to play blindfold chess. Actually, blindfold chess is rather easy for a strong player. I mean, this is something we used to do exhibitions, and these exhibitions works very well. I think, for instance, quite recently I was in Brazil with Magnus Carlsen, and he did a blindfold exhibition there, which was extremely popular. But I think from a chess point of view, it's actually rather easy, because we are simply used to having this board in our head. And, well, I think it's also been mentioned and debated earlier on the broadcast here that actually the board in our head is very nice, in the sense that there's no pieces that has a bit broken off. Everything is nice and symmetrical, and it's actually an idealized board we have in our mind, while any kind of physical board will have some kind of disturbances, while the board in our heads is just pure and fantastic. So, I mean, that is something you get very used to, but it's also only the absolutely best players who can do it. I think, I mentioned an anecdote where I was talking to Peter Svidler about a game we had seen on a piece of paper, and Svidler started laughing, and I thought he laughed about the opening. We said, no, that's because I think it even was Anand who blundered an exchange and moved 34. So, for instance, Svidler, as you see in the picture, will give him a piece of paper with a chess game, so he can just read it like a book. He doesn't need this board. While even when you drop down to, for instance, someone like me who is just in the top 100, it is going to be more difficult. But I think training this board specifically makes very little sense. It's just something that you will gain by becoming a better chess player. And I think the point is, the better a chess player you come, the better the board will be. So it makes no sense sort of training that specifically. Okay, we had another tweet there, but yeah, let's keep that tweet for when Magnus joins us at some point. Well, this is the situation for Anand now. He's played the move a4, and I think, you can see him. He's walking around, I would say, a bit more nervous than usual. And I think, a lot is at stake for Anand today. Well, actually, you can say he's in a very safe situation. Even should he lose today, he is going to go into the last round with a lead. But of course, he would really like to get it over with today. And if he gets a draw today, practically speaking, he is Carlsen's new challenger. And I would say just as important, he has done a historic performance of qualifying for 2 World Championship matches with a 19-year gap. As I think I mentioned before, he won the candidates final against Gatakamsky in Las Palmas in March 1995. Okay, we have a tweet here again from Jonathan Rausen. Karjakin should nonetheless take on c6 because it's a must-win situation and put some psychological pressure on Vichy. That's a good point. Actually, I will admit I didn't see that this pawn was hanging. Simply, I just saw it as a queen putting pressure on the weakness, not that it was an actual threat. Well, Jonathan Rausen is recommending this move, and it is true. It seems to be just a pawn. I would guess Anand's idea would be to play something like the queen to a5, but it is true that then queen takes a4 is possible. And Anand is going to be a pawn down, so it's a bit interesting to see, is Karjakin actually going to play like this? Okay, now I peeked at the computer which says rook a5 in this position is a strong move. And I think I'll just give up explaining that and say the computer seems to think strongly this is a great way. It's very likely right. I think the threat will be, actually I don't know. Well, bishop c3 at least is answered by rook c5, so that was one slight point. But what Jonathan Rausen is saying is Karjakin needs to bring Anand out of his comfort zone, because so far in this tournament, Anand has more or less all the time been in his comfort zone. He had things under control and he has handled it excellently. But if you need somebody to crack, you have to bring them out of their comfort zone, and no one has simply been able to do that. Well, I think everybody understands that that's what they should try and do, but Anand has sort of controlled it brilliantly. And Rausen's idea is to take the pawn on c6, but I somehow doubt Karjakin will do it. I think also because Karjakin is not only thinking of first place. Karjakin is a bit split between wanting to win the tournament, but also not wanting to be last. And again, Karjakin might be Anand's fiercest rival, but the problem is what I'm about to say will sound rather stupid after seeing the move queen c6, so let's just stop it here. What I meant was that he's actually closer to last place than he is to first place, but he's played the move queen takes c6, and that's gonna be very interesting. But to be honest, I don't think it's a great move. And I mentioned the move rook to a5, but even rook a7 also seems to be great. And black has lost a pawn, but after something like knight c5, his pieces is going to jump to life. And I think Karjakin is really playing with fire in this situation. But maybe Karjakin's point is, I am going to play with fire, but for my opponent, the draw is such a good result that I can probably always get it. And remember, last round, round 12, there was a huge debate. Anand was winning against Andreikin, but he decided to go for a repetition because the win was very complicated. And well, this has been debated a lot, and I mean, well, I can see both points of view in this debate. I think, well, if you go to Twitter, for instance, you will see, and Facebook as well, and even some columns, there has been quite some discussions. Should Anand really have played on? But, well, the way I understand Anand is that I think he's doing it from some kind of confidence that everything is under control, and to gamble things at some point when he's tired and he feels it's complicated, it's simply not worth it. He's took his draw, he kept the lead in the tournament, and he feels very confident he can handle it today. But now maybe we're coming to the very last challenge of Anand in this sort of fight for first place. Karjakin has taken a pawn, and now Anand has to show that he has compensation for it. I think we will see rook a7 or rook a5 now. For some reason I like rook a5 more, but maybe it's only... Well, it looks nice to control this sort of the fifth rank, but to come up with a very specific argument for it being good, I actually can't. Well, rook a5 I think has the threat of knight c5 next, and then here, let's say rook a5, and if you get to play knight c5, I think bishop b7 is going to be a horrible threat. So I think Karjakin is very much playing with fire. And if you see the computer evaluation there, it says minus 0.02. So the computer actually think it's not Karjakin putting pressure, but Anand having excellent compensation for his pawn. Let's say rook a5. I would think a logical move is something like queen b7, and then probably just bishop to b7. And it looks to me like black has rather good compensation for a pawn here, and it's a bit hard to... Well, maybe the queen will go to a8 next, and we're going to pressurize the pawn on e5. To me, it looks like a quite excellent position for black. And well, if we go back to the tweet a bit back, I think I've forgotten who it was, but said, "How is Anand going to get rid of the weakness on c6?" Well, there is very much your answer. He just had to gambit it. Simply forget about it and hope your opponent takes it. That's the easiest way to get rid of weaknesses. Well, I understand it's a bit of a joke saying it like that, but that was, well, Anand has just played it. The c6 pawn was simply not relevant, and Karjakin taking it, I have to say, I think that is a mistake. It's giving extremely good compensation for Anand, and simply just rook a5, bishop b7, queen a8, it's going to be sufficient counterplay for a draw, and if anything, I would say Anand is slightly better in this position. So, it's not over yet, but it looks to me like this is going to be a very great day for Anand when he's going to qualify for a World Championship match. Let's see, but it looks extremely promising, is my opinion. Maybe we should just have a brief look at the other games, and then we will return to these games when Carlsen joins us in a bit. But let's go and have a look at Kramnik Topalov, I would say. Okay, we are there already here. Let's see. No, Anand didn't make a move. Well, rook e1 we mentioned in this game, and here Topalov chose to play bishop e6. Well, we debated, should he, for instance, play knight c6 and sacrifice a pawn, but probably he simply couldn't find enough compensation. I think if he thought compensation was decent, he would do it. But he played the move bishop e6, and Kramnik indeed did play bishop b5. Well, this move might look strange to you, but as we talked about earlier, it is very much limiting the knight on b8. And the only way to get rid of this annoying bishop is to play a6 and b5. But by doing this, you do create weaknesses, and especially the c5 square will be weakened. But well, let's make the moves. Let's say here a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop to b3. There is an immediate threat here. The c5 square is weakened, and white will have the pawn push a4. So actually a lot of things will have improved for Kramnik if this happens. So Topalov tried to avoid that by playing rook to d8, but this was immediately followed by rook c1. And well, as far as I can see it, Kramnik just has a very pleasant position here, and Topalov, well, there's no way Topalov can like this position. He's just going to be slightly worse and have very little prospects. But, well, of course, if Topalov draws this game, he is going to have a positive score against Kramnik in their mini-match. And, well, has been mentioned numerous times, this is not a relevant game for top standings at all. It's actually a game for not ending up in last place. But there is a lot of history between Kramnik and Topalov due to the Elista World Championship match in 2006. So there is quite a lot at stake here, even though it's not any more relevant for who will challenge Carlsen. Okay, a6 has been played, and I'm pretty sure Kramnik is going to put the bishop on a4. Let's see. Maybe we should have a look at Aronian, because Aronian is... Okay, we have a tweet here. Let's see that. Has winning in chess become so difficult at the highest level that +3 wins in candidates today? No, I think that would actually be sort of a mistaken assumption. I think if we look at these candidates as well as the last candidates, there will be a huge number of decided games. Actually, I think in last candidates, Magnus Carlsen won 5 games and Kramnik 4, but they also lost games. And if you see in this tournament, we had a lot of decisive games. What I think is the reason is at the top, it seems that, well, Magnus Carlsen stands out from a rating perspective, and also, well, he's the world champion and the clear world number 1 at the moment. But everybody else seems to be able to beat each other. And that means that, yeah, you can see here, I mean, +3 actually is very likely going to be enough. And I think last year it was also the decisive score. While if you go back to, let's say, Mexico or St. Louis, well, I think St. Louis was won by Topalov by +6. And Mexico has been a lot of decisive games, but nobody apart from Anand has been able to be stable in this tournament. On the contrary, we have seen a lot of exciting of his preparation. I think he's evaluated this structure to be pleasant, and I think rightly so. Let's just have a look at Karjakin, Aronian, if things has changed there. But not a lot. Queen d2, takes d2 was played. And we spoke about this structure, and I think we said that this is gonna be moderately pleasant for Karjakin. Aronian took on d4, and, well, he's inviting queen takes d4, let's say, knight c6, and he's gonna get some initiative. But Karjakin just played knight f3, and after knight c6, it's his turn to move now. I think he's just gonna take on d5, d4, and then Aronian is faced with, will he actually allow the knight jump to b5, giving him a very awkward pawn, or would he play d5 himself, maybe trying to, well, get an almost equal position, but still being, I would say, slightly worse. That's, I mean, it is annoying choices for Aronian, and maybe Aronian has to start thinking of, I mean, is it actually realistic to catch up with Vichy, or should I just try and play common sense chess and try and make a draw in this game? But, well, I think even after a move like, let's say, d5, queen e3 check could be an idea. Maybe you can play king f8 then. And it's probably not too bad for Aronian, but somehow I think Aronian has to, yeah, it's hard for him to be very optimistic at this point. And I mean, I think things looks very much to go Anand's way, but it is of course going to depend on the game with Karjakin to a huge extent. Actually, Anand did not play any of the rook moves. He played the move queen to a5. So I think we should actually go there immediately. He played the move queen to a5. Well, we were talking about if, let's say, rook a5 or rook a7, but he's played queen a5. And I mean, I was saying that I thought queen takes a4 was the right move there. And well, it does look logical, but maybe Anand just wants to take and play the move knight c5. This is attacking the pawn on e4, as well as it's attacking the pawn on a4. Well, you could have taken on a4, but I think Anand wants to take on a4 with the knight, ideally, kicking the bishop on b2. And I think he has rather good compensation here, but he could still be slightly worse. It's going to be a bit interesting to see if he can hold on to this pawn or not Karjakin. But I think also Karjakin should be happy about Anand's decision, because with rook a5 or rook a7 in this position, it could actually become quite uncomfortable for Karjakin. While now after queen a5, I think at least in this ending, he will have quite decent chances to sort of not have any risk and be able to put a bit of pressure. And I think that's very much what Karjakin wants. Well, soon we are going to be joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen, who will help us with the commentary and give his opinions on the candidates and various subjects. But let's just have a look at Peter Svidler's game before we get in touch with Carlsen. So let's see here. I think we left in this position that the last time. And well, Svidler, I spoke about the move c3, but Svidler took immediately on d4 and played c3, bishop f6, long castling, and now king to d7. And my general point was that white would always be slightly better in this kind of endings, but to be honest, it doesn't strike me as very much though. I mean, well, let's just have the most principal line. Let's say bishop g4, hg4, bishop f6, gf6. Of course, there is weak double pawns, and it is white who has a more pure majority on the queen side, while black's pawns on the king side, you can say, is rather crippled. But it's not so easy to do something concrete, and well, maybe you should try something like this, rook to d4. If you get it to f4, things could be quite under control, and you are indeed threatening a pawn here. Maybe Svidler would go for something like this, but I would think even, let's say, f5, rook f4, rook h5, and next we might bring the king to f6. And somehow when you get the king to f6, I think the rook will go to h2 at some point and create decent counterplay. It's probably slightly better for Svidler, but if it's enough to play for a win, I'm not completely sure. But maybe Svidler will bring his king to let's say e2, and later has moves like rook b4. It could also be a promising ending for Svidler. And well, we will soon be joined by, I mean, I think if one who knows how to handle slightly better endings. So it will be interesting to hear his point of view on that. But also, well, remember, we will be joined shortly by world champion Magnus Carlsen. So if you have any questions for him, try sending them on Twitter at #candidates2014. I think a bit has happened in the Anand game, if I see correctly. I think queens has been exchanged there. So I think we're going to stay with that game until Carlsen is going to join us. But let's just go there. Let's see here. Yes. Okay, no. I thought that Karjakin had taken on a4, but he hasn't done that yet. Maybe he's considering other moves. I mean, bishop e2 is also possible, for instance. And I would think that, let's say, takes, queen a1, bishop a1, rook a1, bishop to d1. Of course, there is compensation after bishop a6, but if it's sufficient, it's not completely obvious to me. Well, I think this could actually be quite promising for white, which also means that Karjakin cannot just hang on to his pawn sort of trivially in that sense. One can argue it's a bit strange that Karjakin just takes this pawn, and when Anand makes the most obvious reply, he's gonna think. But he has plenty of time, and it's a very sharp position. Maybe he's thinking about moves like bishop to c3. But actually bishop to c3 looks rather interesting. But maybe Anand will have to reply with something like bishop b7. Well, the point is that, let's say, bishop b4, then you can take. And after this recapture, the rook on a8 would be hanging. But I think bishop c3, you just have the strong move bishop b7. And, well, if you take on b7, he will take on c3. And bishop a5, bishop takes c6. Well, there's a threat here as well as the bishop on a5 is hanging. So I think here black should be quite comfortable. So my feeling is Anand has it quite under control. But well, we will see. Well, it's a good sort of close-up we have of Anand right now. And, well, we saw some pictures earlier. And there it was my impression you could see some nervousness. But right now, I mean, he looks focused, and I think he feels that he's quite in control. of course you can see some nervousness, and you can very much understand it. We are talking of, I mean, this game more or less settling, a fantastic record in chess, being, well, a two-time, qualifier for a World Championship match. Well, of course, Anand has played plenty of World Championship matches. What I'm talking about is actually winning the candidates tournaments with, 19 years apart. That is something extraordinary. Well, of course, his 5 World Championship titles, you can argue, is even more. But, I think that's going to be a very unique record Anand is about to set today. So, let's see here. Okay, actually Aronian has done something rather surprising, and I think he's just structurally considerably worse with very little counterplay. But I think we're gonna debate that with Carlsen here in very shortly. Okay. Okay, I think we are live now with Magnus Carlsen welcome. Do you hear us, Magnus? Not speak up. I will try and speak louder and more clearly. But first of all, thanks a lot for joining us. It's really a pleasure to have you here, and we look very much forward to your comments on the situation. Maybe first of all, should we jump directly to the very decisive game for determining your challenger, the game between Karjakin and Anand? What's your take so far?
I don't know. I kind of liked the opening from Karjakin when he got in c6. It seems as though he could be a little bit better. Now, I don't know. Probably a5. a4 was good. I don't really like the grab on c6. I think black is always going to have enough counterplay then against the e-pawn and with his development advantage.
But you are saying that if he didn't take on c6, you would actually think he's still pleasantly better in some sense?
Yeah, slightly better. Since it's kind of symmetrical, but it seems that the white pieces are a little bit better placed, and the e4 pawn kind of restricts both the knight and f6 and also the light-scored bishop.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. What's your sort of evaluation of Karjakin's approach to this game? You think that he really wants to win this at any price, or you think he's also looking at not being last in this tournament?
I think his approach has been fine, just to get a playable position. But now that he's taken on c6, I'm not so sure. So he took on a4, but I seriously doubt that this is gonna be enough by any stretch.
Yeah, no, I would guess so. Yeah, well, it sounds very likely you're right there. You're simply saying that Anand will just take on a4 right now, and you think he's going to take back, or maybe knight c5, or any move?
Yeah, I mean, taking back, then maybe bishop b5 is an issue, though.
Yeah, like unless rook b4 is good, but okay.
Yeah, rook b4, bishop a3,
that's true.
Rook b5, bishop e7, rook e8, maybe even take on f6, knight f6, castles. I mean, that should be pretty drawish, but it doesn't look necessary to give up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's already a pawn down, but to do
even
it like
this
that,
looks very drawish, but you're right. Why allow something like this?
Yeah, but knight c5 looks fine, actually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I'm thinking that white will probably be forced to play e5 on one of the next moves, and then you just have so many squares, and the pawn on a2 looks like it's not going to be there for long. So
okay, so you actually what you're saying is you think things are going to be swapped down here in sort of a decent number of moves. That's more or less how I hear you saying, right? Sure. Well, I noticed you have given, well, quite some interviews or updates on the candidates tournament on your on your YouTube channel, right? It's clear that you have been following this tournament closely. I always started to wondering, this tournament last year gave you very great memories and maybe one of your biggest chess successes ever. Would you almost rather have played here? Is that the impression one gets, that this is a big tournament and you're not part of it and you miss it?
Yeah, in a sense, but I can also feel the tension that they're under, and it's also nice to be at home and not be part of it. But sure, I mean, wherever there's chess played at the very top level, a part of me wants to be part of it. So.
Okay. Well, you couldn't play. So what have you been doing in the meantime, actually?
Well, yesterday I played a cage ball tournament with one of my sponsors, and we won. So that was fun. No, in general, I haven't been doing much. Just following the tournament, doing some little things here and there, and then
okay. But
looking forward to seeing you again.
Okay, that sounds lovely, and likewise. So yeah, well, actually, I was about to say the last game you played was against me because you won a rapid tournament in Brazil by, amongst others, beating me on the way. But you have actually played since then, right? You started playing for a Norwegian team, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, I played a made kind of an impulsive decision to play a game in the Norwegian league. The qualifier for the Premier League there. I thought it would be fun to try and help the club, and after all, the guy I was playing, Georgiev, he's a reasonably strong grandmaster, and it would also be good training for the Olympiad, I thought.
Like this, sure. Like you thought that you're gonna play at home, so you played here in Norway, and you're gonna play some players that you might have to beat with the black pieces, despite them being incredibly strong. That's sort of your what was your concept?
Yeah. Well, I was actually white in that game.
Oh, you were white. Sorry. Okay, sure.
Probably wouldn't have played if I was black, but I thought it would make a little bit of sense at least. And then the game in itself was not very memorable, but at least I won it. So.
Mm-hmm. Now actually we saw that Anand did play the move knight to c5. Actually, we have a tweet for you here. Magnus, what do you focus on in your daily training schedule? Tactics, openings, endgames, blitz games?
Well, nothing in particular. Just whatever I feel like doing. So, if there are some top level games going on, I'm always gonna check that out. But otherwise, depends on the day. Depends on my mood.
Basically, you will say nothing structured. If there's anything that sort of fancies your interest, you're gonna pay attention to that, either concretely or just by noticing and thinking about it while you're playing cage ball or something like that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I switched the game now, so we can see the game Kramnik Topalov. You see that as well?
Yeah, actually, my screen is still. Now you switched it.
Okay. Maybe there's a bit of lag. That's. Yeah, Norway is a bit away from, and you are talking to us from Oslo, right?
Yes.
Yes. Well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook d6 is kind of a strange move, but there's some logic to it. He's preparing knight d7. But I think it's the kind of position where it looks pretty promising for white, and I think Kramnik definitely thinks he's much better here. And he probably is.
I was about to say that you were, well, I think people has noted that Kramnik, commented a bit on your play on one of the press conferences, and in your video you fired a big back there. It still seemed rather friendly, but there still seems to be, well, you both have quite some opinion on the other person's, maybe should we say style, or, well, maybe you will enlarge a bit on that.
Yeah, I think Kramnik is a very, very strong player. He's just not the exact same player that that some perceive him as. But I mean, I think in such positions, you've got to have a fairly concrete approach, because probably long term White doesn't have too much, so he needs to strike while the iron is hot. Well, all his pieces are in pretty good positions. One move I would think of, for instance, here is Rook E3. I don't know if that's any good, but it seems to sort of prevent.
Well, he actually has just played the move Queen B3.
Yeah, I was thinking of Queen B3 as well, but I didn't really see what to do against Queen E7. I mean, I assume his point is B5, then Queen A3, and Bishop takes B5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, after B5, Black's not even threatening to take on A4, because Queen B7 would win the Rook on A8.
Okay, but actually maybe Queen B3 is exactly what you talked about Kramnik should do. This is a very, I mean, he's not just sitting on his advantage, he's actually trying to do something concrete, right?
Yeah, but he's very good at this. So, when he has the initiative, he plays very well.
Okay. Actually, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I'm thinking Queen E7 here, and then. Yeah, I don't really know what his next move is. Maybe something like Queen A3. I mean, I'm assuming that some tactical stroke like Knight takes G6, F takes G6, Knight takes D5 probably doesn't work. Maybe it does.
It's close. So yeah. Okay.
Maybe it does actually work.
Yeah, this could be a threat. So. No, it's going to be interesting. Maybe I think the computer was saying that something like B5 was still possible in this position, but it does look very dangerous. But basically, well, you think that Black is already in grave danger, so maybe he has to gamble with something like B5 simply.
Yeah, I mean, if he manages to complete his development, he's fine. But it's a big if, I think.
Well, let's return a bit to your sort of your small debate with Kramnik. Well, I mean, he mentioned this thing that, well, it's not. I mean, well, it's easier if people, you can just move around and then people start blundering against you. I mean, well, I assume that this is not a very exact description of your style, but well, how do you see it?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit inaccurate. I think the key is to be able to find ideas, to find accurate moves, even in apparently simplified positions. And I think maybe the reason why he feels that people aren't blundering against him is that he doesn't make enough of an effort to do that, to find ideas even in very simplified positions. And then, I mean, if you don't make that effort, I mean, then people are not going to crack under the pressure to make mistakes. But I don't feel that really that's my style either, just to hope that my opponent makes mistakes in simple positions. I'm just trying to play, and sometimes the position is going to be equal, and then it doesn't mean you have to stop trying, to stop playing.
No, definitely. Also, when you became the world champion, there was this debate that, for instance, well, I've forgotten who it was. Maybe it was von Weizsäcker who said something that, well, Kramnik had a much sort of grander style than yours. But your take will be that they put much too much emphasis on the opening phase, that you're actually trying to play interesting chess through the whole game. Or how do you see that?
Yeah, I think, I agree. I don't think the whole emphasis should be on just gaining an opening advantage and then pressing on, and if nothing happens, then
Mm-hmm.
then that's it. You agree to a draw. I don't get that. I mean, I think Weizsäcker or anyone else is entitled to his opinion, but I think he's kind of wrong.
Mm-hmm. How do you see this tournament actually? I mean, it's not like we have seen spectacular novelties, but we have seen a lot of Aronian's Queen B3. There has been, some gambling or some just trying to get to play. I mean, is that what we're going to see in the future? That the big novelties has disappeared? It's going to be, more your style of actually playing good chess all the way.
Yeah, probably. I don't think we're going to see Aronian's Queen B3 much more, though.
No. Okay.
I mean, it's possible to play something sensible and playable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but what would you think of Aronian's Queen B3? I mean, you think that was actually too much, or you could even see yourself playing something like that, at least if it was a surprise, or you think that was actually, let's say, going too far against logic in chess?
Yeah, I think I think that was a bit too much, but I think Vishin should be praised for his principled reaction to the move Queen B3. I mean, he didn't just play Knight B6. Knight of 6, and then I don't know what Aronian's plan was, whether he wanted to go G3 or just transpose into the Slav. But that wouldn't make much sense to me why he would want to do that. But I think I was impressed by his principled reaction there.
Well, I mean, it seems very likely that Anand will be your next challenger. How do you see him in this tournament? Well, I saw that you praised him in your YouTube video. Well, maybe you'll explain it a bit to us.
I think he's played very well. He hasn't made many mistakes. He's been rock solid in the openings, and played consistently. Obviously, I mean, he got kind of a dream start. He's been doing quite well against most of these players, and then there was one really trouble opponent for him, Aronian, and he beat him in the first round. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. And then he also played a wonderful game against Mamedyarov. From then on, I think he's had confidence. I think he could have pushed even harder in some games. But again, as long as the others been failing, then he hasn't needed to win really any more games. Well, he won against Topalov, but it might turn out that he didn't even need that.
No. But let's compare his play, for instance, to the match against you, or maybe more relevant to other tournaments of recently where he hasn't done fantastically well, at least compared to how he used to do. You see something massively changed, or is Anand just like this time it's just working out perfectly?
Yeah, I think he's more motivated for this one than other tournaments. But again, I think for him, the good start just means so much. It kind of reminds me of his play both in Mexico, of course, in 2007, and also a bit of his play in Morelia Linares 2008 and 2007 when he won both of those tournaments. I think both of them he won in 14 rounds with +3. So he might do the same. And in both of those tournaments, he got off to a fairly good start, and then he just cruised to the finish because the others were just beating each other.
But stylistically, you see it as quite the same. I mean, he's just playing chess like he's always been doing, basically.
Yes, I think it's very hard to say whether he's playing better than the World Championship match and so on, because it was a different kind of game then. He didn't get off to the same kind of start, and probably his opponent there didn't make so many mistakes either. So
that's a likely explanation as well. Yeah, you are right. I noticed one thing in your, also your YouTube video. You were saying that, Anand was more pragmatic and took the chances that was there. You're only 23 years old. It sounds like well, aren't you too young to think as a sort of pragmatical or cynical like that? Or you think simply that he's just doing things the way he should do it?
I think he is. Maybe he's been too pragmatic at times even. For instance, against Andreikin, could be argued that he could have pushed, but again, it wasn't so easy. And I think his decision to make a draw there has been consistent with his play so far, his approach, and I don't think there is anything wrong with that.
But what would you have done yourself, for instance?
That's very hard to say.
Yeah. Sure, fair enough.
Because I was watching without computer analysis for once, and then I could on the previous moves I was trying to calculate, and like Andreikin, I was coming up with all of these little chances like b5, knight a4, and suddenly queen d6 is coming after king d2 and so on. So it's not easy at all, and reason to worry.
So you're almost saying that it's also a sign of confidence, that you simply think that, if I get a draw today, things are gonna be very fine, and why allow any kind of complications? Is that what you say, more or less?
Yeah, I think so. I could be putting too much into it. Maybe. Yeah. There's nothing there, but I would think so.
Well, as we mentioned earlier today, Anand could be about to qualify for a World Championship match with 19 years of difference. Well, you yourself is quite a record breaker. You have the highest rating ever for a start, right? Could you see yourself, we're talking in 2032, playing, qualifying for a World Championship match again? Probably you don't think so far ahead, but, you think that will be possible?
Now the connection is a little bit dubious, but okay. I think, now it's fine again. I think we'll see. But chess is not only about the World Championship either. I'll just try to enjoy the game, learn more. In 19, 20 years, if I still have the motivation, whether I'm world champion or not, I think it will be interesting to continue playing, continue fighting. But it's certainly impressive what Anand has done, and again, I think the good start just gave him a lot of motivation, inspiration here to do well and give it one more push.
Okay, sure. Another thing we haven't spoken about, but recently you have become quite active, let's say on YouTube, and especially with your Play Magnus app. Well, maybe you'll tell us a bit about how that's developing. And, well, for instance, have you managed to get a revenge? I think you actually lost to Magnus 17, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I recently got an iPhone and I installed the app there. Yesterday I played against Magnus 10 and I struggled mightily.
To what? To win or to draw?
To win.
Good. Okay.
And yeah, I think the app is doing well. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback both from chess players and non-chess players, and really appreciate that. And it's really reaching far and wide to 196 countries, more than 100,000 downloads. So
Okay.
I think eventually we'll try and get more content, also get the app on more platforms, but yeah, but for now I think it's working well.
And what about your YouTube channel? For instance, well, here you were giving commentary on the tournaments. Will we see you, I mean, even commenting on your own tournaments, or will you sort of give updates for training camps, or was this just a one-off here? What's the plans there?
The intention is to keep being active on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, social media. And well, the candidates is an important event both for the chess world and for me as well, as since it determines the next challenger, and it's something that really interests me. So
it's very logical that you give comments there, so that's quite interesting. Actually, maybe should we have a slight look at the game? I mean, well, I don't know if you've seen it, but knight c5 happened, and then bishop b5, knight a4 to d4.
Yes, position, but it's not easy to make a draw when there's when you feel that it should be a draw, but there is no forced way, and your opponent just keeps clinging to whatever it is, a passed pawn or some slight positional advantage of some sort. But,
so it sounds like something that you will be, I mean, feel confident to draw with black, but also feel quite optimistic with white. Is that what you're saying, or you think objectively it's too little for white?
Yeah, but I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't think he particularly should care if it's objectively drawn or not. You should just try and do your best. It's yeah, you just with white you just try to keep every little chance alive, just making the best moves, and if that's not enough, then you'll have to look for some tricks, and if that's not enough, then it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, that's it's hard to do anything about that. But okay, yeah. Anand actually, well, you have played him and sat next to him. He doesn't look particularly nervous, if I read it correctly, right? So it's
yeah. Well, I just concluded when I was playing the World Championship match that I couldn't really read too much into his. Well, as much into his expressions as I thought before, so I cannot really tell you whether he's nervous or.
No.
But maybe you can for all I know. But
okay. Actually, there is. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think the position gives too much grounds to be nervous. I would guess that he's confident he can hold, but. As long as there's no forced draw, I think Karjakin's gonna look very hard to find some chances.
Okay. Actually, there is a lot of questions on you for Twitter. I hope it's okay we take a few of them before you have to move on. Where would you like to play the World Champion match, actually, if you could choose freely? We have a question here.
Sorry?
Where would you like the next match to happen?
I don't know. I think there are some interested parties, but so far I cannot say too much.
But for instance, last time you played it in India, I think it would be logical for some to think maybe it should almost be like home and away, and now it's your turn. But
Yeah, I can understand that point of view, and there is some interest in Norway, but it's still far away.
Sure. But basically, you're open to everywhere, as far as I can hear, more or less.
Yes. Preferably somewhere where it's easy to access for chess fans, media, and everything, so that
actually
it can be a great event.
I mean, for instance, having a lot of spectators would be nice. I know you have a lot of followers on, online on social medias, like you said, more than 100,000. But you could actually see it also being a spectator sport in a more traditional sense, that even that with thousands of spectators, for the games.
I think it has potential, yes.
No, that would be interesting. Okay, there was a tweet here asking about your favorite chess books. Anything comes to mind?
Sorry?
They were asking about your favorite chess books. Well, I understand it's a change of subject, but even so.
Okay. Well, actually, I've been reading up on Kramnik's My Life and Games again the last few days.
Okay.
And yeah, I have to say I'm impressed. Kramnik, well, he's still a great player, but the player he was when he was young was really, really impressive. It's a bit the same with Kasparov for me. I'm actually probably most impressed with what he did in the years up to he became world champion.
Okay.
In a sense, that's I think he played even more dynamic, principled chess than he did later on.
And are you thinking about that a bit for yourself, in the sense that you actually want to consciously not maybe do like them, and you say that they were more impressive almost before they got the title than when they got it?
Yes, I think I'm thinking about it. So, and that's I think I made a first good step in my tournament in Zurich. I feel that I played well most of the games quite well, and also in a good style.
Okay. Yeah.
But
okay, go on.
I'm probably not going to change anything dramatically. But it's important to keep some kind of looseness in your play, and not to be burdened by the title. Just being too afraid to lose, and so on.
No, this of course has been mentioned by sort of many of your predecessors, that they actually, it almost feels like a burden, but you're not thinking in that direction as far as I can understand, right?
Well, not yet.
Not yet, no.
But everything's easy when things are going well. So as long as I'm playing well, I'm winning tournaments, I'm learning, then everything's easy. If something starts to go a little bit wrong, then we can talk about those things.
Well, there is a couple of new tweets, but I would just want to ask one question. It almost sounds like you were saying that you think Kramnik was a better player, well, for instance, when he won the match against Kasparov than he is now. You think simply he's less impressive, or people have gotten used to him, or, well, how do you see it?
Well, I think, I don't know if he's a better player, but I think he was probably more universal player than. and yeah, and I'm just in general more impressed with his chess back then than I am now.
And are you thinking in a sort of more sense that also at that point you thought he had interesting openings? Are you more saying that nowadays he simply has too many blunders?
Yes, I think he blundered back then as well, but not that often. But also what I've been reading is the best games collection. So
Yeah, that maybe even I could become quite good if you can limit it to that. So that's true. Well, there was a funny tweet here. Which world champion would you prefer to play if he was still alive?
I don't know.
You don't know. That is true. But sort of playing Fischer is nothing that sort of. I mean, they are all not your. I mean, you actually prefer to play your generation, if I get it right.
Yeah, I think that's more than enough for me. So I.
So okay. Well, they asked.
No, I mean I'm very much interested in chess history. Read about all the great champions, trying to learn from them, but I don't really think about those questions too much.
But it's my impression that, for instance, if we compare you to, let's say, Nakamura, that your knowledge of, I mean, previous champions and such are, I mean, are by far greater. But you see them as source of inspirations and something to learn from. I mean, to start, I mean, these ideas of, well, I mean, were you comparatively better than Capablanca at his times makes very little sense.
Yeah, well, mainly it's just about I like chess. I like reading about chess. I find it interesting. So I'm not so concerned about what I'm going to learn from it or gain inspiration. It's just it's interesting to me. It's first and foremost entertainment, and then if I can learn something from it, be inspired by it, that would be.
But that is an interesting
Yeah,
thing, actually. What you're saying is that, I mean, well, maybe have you ever in your life done something just to improve your chess, or you have always been having this context of, well, this is fun, this is interesting, and well, as long as I keep my interest alive, that's exactly what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, that's been my main philosophy. I think whenever you do something connected with chess, I think it's going to help you. But most of all, for me, it's just it interests me. It's fun to me, and.
Mm-hmm. Well, also,
Yeah.
well, thanks a lot for asking all these questions. Maybe before you sort of, well, go on, I mean, maybe should we have a last look at the games, and you will give us a few opinions on that. I don't know if you're following all 4 games.
Yes, I'm. Let's start from the top.
Okay.
Karjakin and Aronian.
Mm-hmm. I have the position here right now. Well, b5, d6 is the last moves I have here.
Yeah. This is just weird. I think there are many ways to equalize against the Trumpovsky. Perhaps there's even a way to gain advantage, but I doubt that. Something turns up. Obviously, with his rock solid pawn structure, Svidler can do everything wrong and still be fine. So.
But let's say if White plays rook b4 next, would you play b5? Well, maybe you have no choice.
I don't think you have a choice. So that's the one little issue he has, and then Svidler might go c4, try eventually to create an outside passed pawn, and there you go.
Yeah.
It's something he can press for, but I think objectively there should be a number of ways to to gain a draw, and also probably without any great discomfort.
Rook d5 check. That is just passing time, I presume, right?
Yeah, but it's not easy.
No. Well, you explained it. So let's Kramnik Topalov, and then we finish off with the leader's game here. I mean, well, you remember we were there, Queen b3, and he played b6.
b6, knight e2. Yeah. b5, queen a3, bishop f8. So now he certainly cannot take the pawn because of rook b6.
I will just show that, so even I understand it.
Bishop somewhere, yeah?
He's gone to c2.
He went to c2.
I think, yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think he's... I don't know what to think. His knight is going to f4. I'm not sure if that is some chances to fight for the initiative still. So I don't think he's messed up too much. But on the other hand, it doesn't feel like he can aim for a big advantage anymore either.
Okay. Anyway, let's take the game that could very well determine who you're going to play in, well, most likely in November. I think, well, we have this position now. Well, we saw bishop d7, takes, king e2, knight ac5, rook hc1, and rook to a4. And, well, it's a pawn up.
Yeah, I think he's a long way from full equality now. One move I would think of with white is rook c4. Here. But probably it's too naive to think that he will take on c4 and then e4 and then will push the pawn.
And you think that this would be a very nice trade for white, simply giving up the pawn but getting a serious passed pawn?
Yes. But I'm pretty sure he'll play rook f to a8 instead. But then perhaps we can try to... I was thinking rook c1, but that just blunders a pawn since he can take on c4 first. Maybe we'll have to go rook takes a4, rook takes a4. And it's not easy to make progress. But then again, maybe e5, intending to go something like knight b3 on the next move, or knight b1 to c3. It's not easy for Anand now. I don't think he's played it the best way. For instance, bishop d7, I didn't really like that move. I think he should have tried something like bishop b7, or maybe rook d8 first and then bishop b7, something like that, to play against the e4 pawn and force e5.
Okay. So you think he sort of underplayed the position a bit, where he had aggressive alternatives. He has been trying to swap down to something he thinks is a draw.
Yeah. No, but now I don't think he's very comfortable here. I actually really like rook c4. I think white should exchange one pair of rooks and then try to see what he can do.
Okay. No, rook c4 does indeed look like a move, and I think, well, I very much agree with you. I think Anand should.
Pretty easy. Then again, our knight on d2 is knight b1, knight.
Well, do you?
Probably the second. In a sense, it would be interesting to play someone I haven't played in a match before. But I think whoever wins this tournament, and it's probably going to be Anand, is going to be worth the challenger, and it's going to be an interesting challenge.
Okay. But I think we will say thanks a lot for coming on here. It's been very interesting to hear from you, and we hope that we will see you, well, both as a player and even as a commentator, and also to be active on the social media. So really, thanks a lot for coming here.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Okay, this was world champion Magnus Carlsen giving his insights on, well, particularly the games and the tournament, but also a lot of other things in the chess world. And I think, well, that's going to be a very good moment for us to have a short break here, because trying to add on something for what Carlsen said is not going to be easy for any commentator. So I think I will not do that. So I think we're going to have a short break, but soon we will be back and follow if Anand is going to be able to create history today, or we're going to have a very exciting round deciding who will challenge Carlsen tomorrow. See you in a bit.
India is the birthland of chess, but until Vishwanathan Anand came along, the country couldn't brag about having any extraordinary players. According to Indian tradition, his name can be translated to Anand, the son of Vishwanathan. Confusion with the name started when he first came to Europe. Many thought that Vishwanathan was his first name and that Anand was his surname. Later, Vishwanathan was shortened to Vishy. He learned to play chess when he was 6, and by the time he was 14, Vishy was already champion of India. At 15, he was an international master, and at 17, a world junior champion. From a young age, Anand played with great strength and speed. Incredible intuition is the strongest part of his universal talent. At the beginning of the 90s, Vishy was among the best players in the world, and in 1995, he earned the right to play a world championship match with Garry Kasparov. Anand lost the match, but in 2000 was victorious at the FIDE World Championship held by a knockout system. It was his first championship title. In 2007, Vishy's dream finally came true. Anand won a 2-lap round-robin tournament in Mexico and became the new world champion. He defended his title in 2008 with a confident win over Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand is the only chess player in the world who has won world championships in 3 different formats. Veselin Topalov's attempt to wrest the title from the Indian Grandmaster in 2010 was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, the champion retained his crown in a hard struggle against Boris Gelfand. Anand held the title for 6 years until November 2013, when, in his native Chennai, he finally succumbed to the leader of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen. A player with universal skills and a stunning defender, Vishy Anand remains a serious threat to any opponent in any competition, in any format. Dmitry Andreikin was born in 1990, a vintage year for chess talent. His contemporaries were very strong. Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Karjakin, Ian Nepomniachtchi, Ildar Khairulin, Ivan Popov. Nevertheless, Dmitry excelled in this company of stars. More than that, he became one of the leaders of his generation. His junior career peaked when he became world under-20 champion in 2010. In 2012, Dmitry was virtually unbeatable. He was victorious in the higher league of the Russian Championship and later in the superfinal, where on a tiebreak he was ahead of Sergei Karjakin and Peter Svidler. In the same year, he won the match of the champions against Ian Nepomniachtchi and took several first places in rapid events. Throughout the summer of 2013, Andreikin tested himself in super tournaments. He progressed through the Tal Memorial with flying colours, was the best among the Russians, and shared third place. However, in Dortmund he could not avoid zeros. Nevertheless, Andreikin was gearing up for the most significant success of his career, qualification for the World Cup final. In Tromsø, in Norway, Dmitry knocked out Dreyev Karjakin, Svidler, and Tomaszewski, although Kramnik got the upper hand on him in the ultimate match. Quick, precise calculation of complicated plays, sober evaluation, competent tournament strategy, and psychological stability are qualities that will help Andreikin aspire to the highest achievements. Peter Svidler was born on the 17th of June 1976 in St. Petersburg, where he still lives. He started playing chess in 1983, and it wasn't long before he had some significant successes. In 1991, he shared a win at the USSR Junior Championships. In 1994, he became under-18 world champion and gained his Grandmaster title. In the same year, he became Russian champion for the first time. He has claimed this title on a further 6 occasions, an absolute record. Peter quickly entered the peloton of Russian players and subsequently the world elite. For many years, this Grandmaster from St. Petersburg played for the Russian national team, and usually very successfully. He has 5 gold and 2 silver Olympic medals and wins at the World and European Team Championships. Despite the impressive results, many specialists think that Peter is yet to fulfill his fantastic chess potential. Svidler is a superb tactician with many beautiful games and victories against the world's best players to his credit.
Hi, and welcome back to the Candidates Tournament here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. We are following especially the game Karjakin Anand, which could determine the winner of this tournament. Anand has the chance today to be, for the second time in his career, to qualify for a World Championship match by winning the Candidates Tournament. And this is, in 1995 he beat Karjakin in Las Palmas, and now 11 years has passed and still he's able to compete at this level. A fantastic result, but things are not so clear yet. He is under considerable pressure against Sergei Karjakin, who has won a pawn. But Anand do have some compensation, but as we heard before, on our on-air guest Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, thought Karjakin has quite decent chances here. So we're going to follow that game very, very closely. And actually this is by far the deciding game. If Anand do not lose this game, he is practically speaking the winner of this tournament. So he's taking his time. He has like almost an hour left here. Actually, one move, and one important move, has happened. After rook a4, Karjakin did not play the moves Carlsen suggested, rook c4. Well, Carlsen's idea was, let's sacrifice the pawn on e4, because now we can play a4 and this pawn is going to be very active. Instead he's played rook c2, a much more cautious move, I would say. Well, the rook is protecting this pawn, and maybe he's hoping to be able to play rook ac1 next. But I would really suspect that Anand's next move is rook to a8, and he's going to keep pressure on this pawn. So right now I would say it does look, rather solid for Anand. But let's see, it's quite interesting here. Actually, also in this position, Anand could be considering a move like e5, and the idea should be that, well, there is some tactical complications and there's going to be pressure against the pawn against e4. Well, for instance, knight takes e5 would be a blunder, I think, because of rook takes d4. So even e5 is quite interesting. And, well, I think it's very close to Anand making a draw here, but still, it is just an extra pawn for Karjakin. So I think for the first time in this tournament, we see Anand in some, at least moderate trouble. So, well, that's gonna be very interesting to follow. And well, of course, there is also other games in this tournament, and we're gonna have a look at them. But this is, well, as mentioned before, as long as Anand do not lose this game, basically nothing can hurt him anymore. If Anand makes a draw today, Aronian needs to win his next 2 games, and Anand needs to lose tomorrow to not become the winner here. And if Anand wins this game, everything is decided. He is our new challenger for Magnus Carlsen. But he's under quite some trouble actually right now. And he seems to be thinking quite hard. let's see what happens after the move rook to a8. That would, I think, be the very logical move. But maybe his idea is to play the rook to c1 like this, simply saying that he's going to threaten on c5. And, well, one could, of course, argue that you could start playing positions like this, but I would think that something like rook c5, knight c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, rook c5. It is two knights against a rook, and I think Anand is not going to go for this. There is serious winning chances, despite all pawns being only on the king side. So I think Karjakin's point is that after rook a8, you do have to move rook a to c1, putting pressure here. And no, to be honest, I think Anand is just slightly worse in this position, and he's not going to be very pleased with the development. But let's see. Okay, he's played the move rook a8. That is quite interesting, because I really think Karjakin should play rook a c1 now. Let's see. Well, the point of rook a c1 is, of course, as I mentioned, well, you want to put pressure there immediately, but also, well, you don't want black to be able to stabilize the position, because if Anand gets e5 immediately, and, well, I'm sure a lot of spectators are following it with the computer, and the computer massively disapproves of the move queen takes e5. I think it wants to play maybe e3 or g3 immediately, but he's taken on e5 and played g3. Well, it's very ambitious. If you are in time to, let's say, next play bishop g2, I mean, you're gonna attack this pawn, and if you could get your own pawn to c5, you can have a almost decisive positional advantage. But it seems to me, for instance, in this position, that maybe a move like bishop e6 is possible, and you will start considering rook c8 next. Or maybe even a more shrewd move, like, let's say, bishop d7. It has the threat of putting the rook on c8, and also, well, it means that you can't play c5 because this pawn will be hanging. So actually, I'm not completely sure what Andreikin is doing here, if he has things under control. I would still think it's a rather drawish position, but I think from being quite difficult and risky for Aronian, if anything now, he could just as well be putting pressure as Andreikin. So I think things has improved for Aronian. And let's try and think a bit ahead. I mean, should Aronian win this game, and if Anand is losing his game, well, then he has caught up with the Indian. He's still going to lose any tiebreak. But then we get the situation that Anand and Aronian will be on +2 and Karjakin on +1. But Karjakin having the better tiebreak than Anand. So that would mean that, for, let's say, if Anand would make a draw, then he would only tomorrow, having lost today, then only the two players making a draw would be sufficient for Anand, while any of them winning would overtake him. So, I mean, well, this is still far from happening, but, well, Aronian winning and Karjakin winning would make tomorrow a very, very tense and close situation. But, well, let's see. But that's I'm just trying to explain the different scenarios that could unfold tomorrow. So, anyway, Aronian is thinking quite hard here. And I'm a bit curious if he'll find the move bishop d7. But let's see. Actually, I think we got a move in the game Karjakin against Anand. So let's briefly go there before we continue our tour. Yes, he has played the move rook a to c1. And I'm going to be very curious how Anand is going to react in this situation. Well, the most obvious move is definitely taking the rook here. And you can't just win a piece on c5, because here you can interpolate this move and take back on c5. So Karjakin definitely has to take with the rook here to have any kind of chances of playing for an advantage. And then knight takes, bishop takes, rook c8 is a quite obvious idea, exploiting there is a pin here. But Karjakin has the move bishop to a3. And now, due to the threat in this of rook takes c8, Anand doesn't have time to take the bishop on a3. So he will have to swap rooks, and most likely here he would consider something like bishop to b4. Or maybe he would even consider the move bishop to a3, and then claim that rook against two knights and 4 pawns on the same side is going to be a draw. And, well, there might be endgames experts having opinions on this, but I have never seen anything like this before, so I will just say that I think White has quite decent practical chances here, and this is not going to be very pleasant for Anand. So he actually has a very tough choice to make, but he doesn't have that many alternatives. This knight is hanging, and maybe something like knight a6 is possible, but then you start having to consider a check on c8, takes, maybe bishop f8, and maybe the threat of rook a2 saves you, but there is a pin on the back rank. It's not going to be very pleasant. So my hunch is Anand is going to take the pawn on a2, and that he's going to suffer for quite a while. And I think we're going to see a long and very interesting struggle unfolding in this game that will have huge implications in the fight for first place. He has taken on a2 at least, and it could be a good decision. Maybe he feels extremely confident that he's able to draw this kind of position. And actually, I think Anand could be thinking back to, once I was his second in Weigensee, and I think there, the very strong Dutch player Luc van Wely, he exactly managed to draw a game with knight and bishop against rook and 4 pawns on the same side. And I think van Wely said this was just a draw. So maybe Anand is remembering that he has thought about rook against knight and bishop before, and he knows it's a draw, and he's going to go for it. It could be, but it could also be that I misremember things. So let's say rook a2, rook takes c5 played. Okay, Anand really has to take this with the bishop. Sorry, with the knight. I cannot imagine him doing anything else. Well, if we look at the clock times, 50 minutes for Anand, 30 for Karjakin, and 17 moves left. So time is actually not really a factor here. It's going to be very much about position. Okay, Anand is going to think a bit, but it seems to me that, you have to take back on c5, and by taking with the knight, you do get, as far as I can see, a bit of extra option. Well, maybe Anand is even considering takes, and now rook c8, bishop a3, takes, and he's wondering, is it better to have a bishop on e7 or a knight on d7? But I would very much think that it's better to have a bishop, so I feel quite strongly that this is going to happen. Takes, rook c8, again we mentioned this pin, so bishop a3, and we're gonna get this scenario. Actually a quite interesting ending, and it will be interesting to see how he's gonna do it. Well, Karjakin just stood up. He has less time, but not that much less. Anand has taken with the bishop. That's very interesting, and I would say quite surprising. So let's say, okay, Karjakin is here. He's taking back with the bishop. What is Anand's point now? What is Anand's point? I really think he's going to play rook c8 and take off a set of rooks. That somehow it would be best to get rid of a pair of rooks. So maybe his idea is, let's say this here. Let's see. But it's clear Anand has gone for a defense that's going to take quite some time. He will never get an easy draw. He will have to sit and defend patiently for quite a while. Okay, this is our position. Okay. I would think his concept is to play e5 and f6. But it could also be that he just thinks that putting the knight on c5 is going to be quite strong counterplay. Well, there will be a direct threat of knight takes e4, for instance, in this position. But I would think Karjakin can play something like king e3. And, it's never going to be easy for Karjakin to break out. But I guess there is plans like knight d4, f3, or, something. I think it's going to be very close here. And if you remember, the last move we saw here was the move rook d5 check, and if I was not mistaken, Svidler has just moved passed us in the, well, I think wasn't it him in the collared shirt. So rook d4, and well, as expected, well, Magnus was talking about that this exchange of rooks should, well, leads to a pawn ending that could very well be winning for white. It's hard to say, but I think no player would sort of go for that pawn ending. So Mamedyarov went with his rook to f5, and the idea is that it's putting pressure on the pawn on f2. A check was given, king to d7, and king e3 played. Well, you can see the move like f4 he doesn't want to play, because, well, that's going to weaken the pawn here, and I think Mamedyarov would immediately transfer his rook to h2, and maybe later to g2, and there's going to be a lot of counterplay like that. So Svidler went king e3, Mamedyarov king rook to e5, and there we see Svidler, and I think, well, is it turquoise green, his shirt? Well, again, well, fashion is not exactly my speciality. So rook e5 played, and now king to d4. I mean, one would even consider how is the pawn ending after rook takes e5, but Svidler and Mamedyarov obviously has evaluated this to be a draw. So Svidler has played the move king to d4. And, well, I guess it would be logical to try something like rook f5 in this position. And after rook f5 we could even start wondering, is this pawn ending a draw? I would think it's a draw after king e6, but there is a backward d pawn, so who knows? At least it's quite complicated. And, well, despite the position being, I would say, rather simple, it is quite difficult. And actually, maybe now Svidler's idea is if he was to move, he would take on e5 and then go forward with his king. And an obvious way of stopping that would be king e6. But after king e6, you have to evaluate the move f4, because then we get a pawn ending, which could be completely lost for black, or it could be a fortress draw. So Mamedyarov do indeed have some work to do in this position. And, well, I think he will have to suffer here a bit, but to evaluate it exactly is, I would say, rather hard. Let's go to Kramnik against Topalov, because there, I mean, Kramnik is actually seems to have quite a go at Topalov's position. Well, I think we've mentioned it before. I mean, any game with Kramnik against Topalov is going to be a very principled battle. And actually, well, in this tournament is the first time they face off against each other in what we call classical chess, I think for even 6 years. And, well, despite 6 years having passed, they still seem to hold some kind of grudge over each other since the, well, very famous match in Elista. For instance, in this game, there was still no handshake between the players. So there is, well, what the fight for last plays, and for former world champions is around the black king. So at first glance, I would say this looks rather promising for Kramnik indeed, and he might be able to, well, get back to 50% and get his personal revenge against Topalov in this game. But still very early to say. If you look at the clock times, I would say maybe also an indication that things are going rather better for Kramnik. But, well, Topalov has half for 17 moves. That's not criminal at all. Actually, something a bit concrete has happened in the game between Karjakin and Aronian. So I think let's go there before we go back to today's main game. Well, we left here in the position after g3. And, well, I think I was saying, especially based on computer evaluations, that the move bishop d7 here was rather interesting. But Aronian has played the more obvious and direct move bishop e6, straight away attacking this pawn. And Karjakin played bishop g2, and we saw this exchange. Bishop takes c4, bishop takes b7, and now the move rook to b8. And I don't know how to evaluate this exactly. Well, Aronian is very good at provoking, and actually maybe he's winning a pawn. Let's see, yes, a check has been given, and the king has gone to f8. Well, Aronian's point is rather simple. He's attacking the pawn on b5, as well as the pawn on e2. So, if I'm not mistaken, it seems to be winning a pawn for Aronian. But I would think that something like a4 could be huge compensation for Karjakin. I think the direct point would be, let's say you take this. I mean, I'm just going to put my rook on d6. And it is true that Aronian is having 5 pawns on the king side versus these 3. But there is not so much potential there straight away. While on the other side, well, this is a strong pawn mass, and it's going to be a protected pass pawn on b5 that could, under circumstances, even go to b6 quickly. And this, I think, is a more important factor than the black pawns on the king side. Actually, I would say bishop takes e2. Maybe it's not a very good move. Maybe you have to move bishop to b3, attacking the pawn on a4 as well as the rook on d1. And well, there, maybe something like rook to d7, bishop a4, and I'm not completely sure, but I would say maybe king to d2, and the tactical point should be that bishop takes b5, rook b1 is exploiting this pin. This has to work for white tactically. If you can't play like this, maybe, well, black could even be doing better, but I think, yeah, I just had a brief look at the computer which says this is, well, it's a rather equal position. So this is going to be quite interesting. Well, at least he has played the move a4, which seems by far the most interesting choice. And well, again, if we remember back in the tournament, Karjakin is a very imaginative player, and so is Aronian. So I think we're going to see quite some action here. Actually, Topalov has played the defensive move queen to g7. Let's see, yeah, Anand played the move bishop to b3. Maybe we should just stay here a minute or two and see. No, but actually Anand has played an interesting defensive move. So let's jump to Anand's game. That's, after all, Karjakin against Vishy Anand. This is going to be the game that very much defines how his things gonna sort of be in the last round. We left you here, the position after bishop takes c1, and Anand thought for a while, and he played the move knight to c5. Well, this has a very, very straightforward threat. You want to take the pawn on e4, so I would say either he has to play e5 himself, or he has to go forward with his king. Going forward might look dangerous, but it's important to see that, well, the bishop is protecting this square, so there is no check on the third. So actually, the king would be rather safe on e3. So I think Karjakin could easily put his pawn there if he wants to. But well, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be close, and I mean, it makes no sense predicting how this should be. It's gonna be, well, an ending with, well, yeah, bishop and knight against rook, or well, maybe bishop and 2 knights against rook and a knight now, and more likely a draw than a win, but it's very, very close. And well, for Anand, this has to be very nervous minutes or even hours, because he is under serious pressure for the first time in the tournament, and exactly at the time when he, well, with a draw could clinch maybe the most impressive in chess comeback in chess history ever. But let's wait and see how that's gonna go. Also, I should remind you that feel free to tweet us at any point with questions and comments, and this is #candidates2014. Okay, Karjakin is having a serious think here. Actually, we have a question already from, I think it's Timur Radjabov. If it's the Timur Radjabov, I'm not completely sure, but it could be. Okay, now it will be a draw. Anand will qualify unless he blunders a piece, which will not happen, I think. I don't think he's going to blunder a piece here right now, but maybe this tweet is from a bit early on. That's it would almost be nice to see the post stamp, but well, this is I think I sort of remember his tweeting account. So this is from Timur Radjabov, one of the strongest players in the world. He was playing numerous candidate matches. He's even, I think, he's played the last 2, but not this one. He was playing, he went to a playoff against Vladimir Kramnik in Kazan, and last year he was playing in London. And in London he had quite a hard time. And this year the series are represented by Mamedyarov instead of him, but Radjabov, of course, has had many huge victories in his career, and for instance, done very well for the Azeri team, which I think at least twice has won the European team championship, if not even 3 times. So it's interesting, and maybe Radjabov simply thinks that this position we see right now, that there is too limited material, and well, having two pieces against the rook, that's going to be efficient in some scenarios, but here you simply have nothing to attack. Well, let's make a few moves. Now I'm just going to move a bit randomly. But what I wanted to say is that maybe Anand wants this structure, and it's going to be incredibly hard for Karjakin to do anything to break this structure, but it has to be something like g3 and b4. And maybe Anand is a bit afraid of moving his pawns forward in order to create weaknesses. I'm a bit curious if Anand thinks that this structure is best, or he actually wants to have this structure. It's hard to say which one he finds most solid, and I think that's the kind of considerations he's gonna have. Okay, we have a new cheat here as well. And from Anand Kumar, having coached both Vishy and Magnus, can Peter tell us one quality he admired in them? Well, I think their passion for chess is very, very huge. I mean, well, you saw, for instance, what Magnus was saying, that, how does he train? I mean, it's not like he's training very specifically. He's just extremely curious about chess, and he really likes chess. And, well, that's the same with Anand. Of course, Anand is 21 years older, which of course makes a huge difference. But it's clear that Anand still really enjoys playing chess and thinks chess is a very interesting game. And I think their passion for chess and sort of the ability not to be tired at all of chess despite spending so much time on it is quite remarkable. So, I mean, of course, they are both grown-ups very much and extremely good sportsmen. But I will say that I really appreciate their sort of, almost boys' attitude to chess, that they think it's a fantastically interesting game and they love playing it and competing it, and even against each other, but just in general. So I think that is a very clear trademark of the present champion as well as the previous champion and maybe his upcoming challenger. Anand did play the move f6, so it seems rather clear that he wants to he wants to get this structure with the pawn on e5. A good question would be, can Karjakin spoil that and play e5 himself? That would be rather logical, but of course exchanges could also help Anand. So I would guess that after e5, Anand is just going to take it, and he says he will be happy. Now I've exchanged a bit more. So I would somehow doubt that the move e5 is his plan. But we will see that. Okay, we are going to switch to Karjakin Aronian because, of course, I will promise you, we're going to follow Karjakin Anand a lot and to the very end. But something very exciting has happened in Karjakin against Aronian. So let's jump there. A4 happened, and bishop b3 was played. And I was talking about moves like rook d7, but this is a good example of you shouldn't always look at the computer, because the computer said rook d7 was nice, but Karjakin has played a much more creative and interesting move. He's played the move king to b2, basically putting Aronian under a lot of pressure, I think, because, he's simply willing to give away a full exchange. And remember, he hasn't already sacrificed a pawn, so he's just going to give a full exchange. I think his tactical point is that if bishop a4, then this bishop is very likely trapped. Maybe even you can just play rook d5, and there's simply nothing stopping this move, trapping the bishop. So it's very likely Aronian will have to take the exchange. But, look at this position. It's a full exchange down, but there's a very strong b pawn. And there is the plan of going here with the king and pushing the pawn. And secondly, rook d7, rook a7, rook takes a5. And you're going to have these two straightforward passed pawns. To me, it looks extremely unpleasant for Aronian, to be honest. But, I could be wrong, but it looks like a very, very tough situation for Aronian right now. And I don't know, is that I'm not sure this is the Armenian fans, maybe just the spectators in general here. It is Saturday, so there is probably be quite a lot of local spectators even. But, I mean, the computers are saying this position is just equal, but I mean, if I have to add any kind of human touch, I would say this looks very, very dangerous for Aronian. And, well, even should Karjakin do something that will be very helpful for Aronian, he might simply fall himself, and it could be that it's actually going to be Karjakin who is by far the main threat to Anand right now, and not the Armenian rating favorite. Still very early to call this game, and especially to call it even as losing for Aronian, but I think it's going to be a very, very difficult position. Simply, this exchange sacrifice looks extremely strong to me. Maybe Aronian can hold a draw, but I would be quite skeptical in his shoes. So let's see that. Okay, let's go and have a look at Kramnik against Topalov. This was the last position we had here. Kramnik had played f4. And Topalov, I think, thought for a while. Yes, Topalov at that point had like half an hour left. But he thought for quite a while, and he played the move queen to g7. Maybe he wants to play even f6, trying to get rid of this knight on e5. Actually, it's a bit interesting. If you remember back to the game Kramnik against Aronian, his concept was also having a strong knight on e5. So it seems that Kramnik is quite attracted to that approach. And then he did play now rook f1. I think it's likely that there's even a direct threat of f5, but maybe also at times he just want to take on d5 and open the f line. And I would really think that in this position Kramnik has a rather serious initiative. There is, though, a few factors in Topalov's favor. Well, for instance, it is quite useful that there is some kind of pin in the C line, which means that, well, there will always be exchange sacrifices here, or that the position will be a bit clumsy because of this pin. And, well, I would say that's more or less the minus I can find in Kramnik's position right now. I think we are talking about quite some edge for Kramnik, but it's still too early to call. And Topalov at least plays it in a very entertaining manner. He just played the move f6. Wow. That is complicated indeed. And maybe Topalov is simply thinking that complication against Kramnik is exactly what I want. So let's say knight to jump to g6. It could also be tempting to keep the knight there, but I'm a bit skeptical. But knight g6, I really think Topalov's point is this. Further trying to put pressure in the C line, and maybe actually this is a very complicated position that could be quite decent for Topalov. And well, Kramnik has more time, but if we think back in this tournament, I mean, Kramnik has made rather big mistakes in complicated positions. So I think right now all three results are very much in play. And well, one could argue, why do we follow this game so much? Because actually both players are on -1, and there's no way they're going to win this tournament. But well, we do remember back to the World Champion match in Elista in 2006, and this is one of the more interesting and fiercest rivalries in chess is to be on between Kramnik and Topalov. And well, there is all the non-handshake debates and such. So a lot is at stake here, and I think, well, especially for Kramnik ending up in last place would he's even playing on home ground. That would not be a very pleasant result. Well, not a pleasant result for anybody. Of course, Kramnik was said that for him in this tournament there was only two results. There is first place or not first place, but still, should he actually end up sort of last, it would be quite something unusual for him, I would say. Again, if we go back to last year's candidates tournament, Kramnik was not even seen as maybe the main challenger to Carlsen. That was most likely Aronian, but Kramnik ended up, I think, on +4 before losing the last round. And well, Carlsen managed to edge him out on tiebreak on both players on +3, but Kramnik did indeed play excellent chess there, and somehow that he's suddenly on -1 is quite a surprise here. Let's see. Okay, we do have a game on our top board, so I think we will go there briefly and then come back to probably this game again. So let's see here. Karjakin against Anand. Well, we left you here after the move f6 being played. And then Karjakin has put the knight on d4. So Karjakin is actually going to allow Anand this pawn structure with e5. And I really think e5 would be the next move played by Anand. So maybe something like knight to e2. And then, well, it's going to be a battle like this. And, well, Anand will have to patiently await Karjakin trying to push forward. You cannot break down the black position only with minor pieces. So it's going to be some kind of pawn break. And the only logical pawn break, I would say, is playing for g3 and f4 here. So Karjakin is going to try something like this, and we will see if that's actually going to be enough to put serious pressure, or maybe even win the game for Karjakin, or if Anand has made a good evaluation, simply thinking this is a draw. So that's going to be, well, I think it's going to be a long day at the office for Anand, and I still think he's the favorite to manage and save this position. But of course, it is rather difficult. And we can see that Karjakin is seriously prepared for a long game. I think, well, you can see the small box on the right side of the picture. It looks like a lot of nuts and chocolate. So I think Karjakin running out of energy soon is quite unlikely. He seems, well, food-wise equipped for a very long game. So now we lost it, but still. I think talking about Anand's options and plans here doesn't make a lot of sense. I think basically Anand will have to stand still and simply hope for the best. It's gonna, well, they're gonna play on for a long time, and he simply has to be ready for, I think, as mentioned, Karjakin's only reasonable plan is g3 and f4, and he will have to, maybe Anand will put his knight on e6. But g3 and f4 will put some awkward pressure on Anand's pawn structure, and no, there is something to be considered in that respect. Well, I've mentioned it before. I think the most likely result here is the draw, but I don't think the game has gone exactly like Anand would have wanted. I think he wanted more solidity than this, and I think you can see some nervous tension on him. So I think it's too early to say if this day will end in a huge Indian triumph, or we're gonna have a very close race tomorrow. So let's see. Maybe we should go quickly to Svidler Mamedyarov. It's not that too much has changed there, but well, let's give it a look. I think we left you here, and the last move was the move king to d4, threatening to take on e5, and we thought that now there was no way Mamedyarov could get a pleasant pawn ending anymore. So indeed he put the rook here, and well, he's aiming at the h2 square. He's not going to go there immediately, because I think then rook f4 would be a good option. But, well, it's nice to have the rook in an open file. Svidler then played the move a4. And, yeah, I think it's, well, you can say it's taking a bit of space. Or at some point he might have to play the move idea rook b4. And then it's useful there's no reply of b5. So I think that it's just quite a decent move, and Mamedyarov has replied with the move b6. Well, I think what the world champion Magnus Carlsen was saying about this position is that it is, of course, better for white, but it's going to be extremely hard breaking down the black position. And I think, well, these two pawns, of course, are not very great looking, but they do also have quite some defensive potential, and it's going to be hard for Svidler to do anything aggressive in this situation. And, well, I think Svidler would very much like to put some pressure, because he's on -1, and tomorrow he will have the black pieces against tournament leader Vishy Anand. So, I mean, today could be sort of a good chance to advance to 50% and somehow be in the middle of the tournament instead of actually he could be ending up last. And, well, that would be a pity for Svidler, because he's been very sort of imaginative and taken a lot of risk in a number of games. Maybe at times too much risk, but still. Actually, I think something dramatic has happened in the game Karjakin Aronian, so I think we should jump there immediately. Okay, Svidler played b3, which doesn't change much. So let's really have a look at Karjakin Aronian. And well, we were talking here, and I said taking the exchange from a human perspective looks wrong, but the computers actually said it was rather equal. But Aronian, well, he thinks like a human. He didn't want to do that. He played the move bishop a4. But now came rook d5, fortifying the pawn on b5, sorry, and defending this pawn. And next there could be rook a1, just simply winning. So king e7 has happened. And I think, well, Aronian do have a very slight trick here. His idea is after rook a1, he has this move. And the point is that, well, if rook takes a4, you can take on c6 and exploit this pin, so you get the piece back. And this is also verified by the computer. But the computer says that there is a very, very strong move in this position. Here, after king e7. There is this move, king to a3. Should Andreikin find this move, Aronian is in serious trouble. Well, the first idea is of course simple. You want to take this bishop. So it has to go to c2. Then you're going to give a check on d7. And if you go to e6, I think the decisive move is going to be, just a second, rook to c1 here. And now, well, this bishop is basically dead, right? The only square would be f5, but most likely then something like e4, or even just simply this move, maybe actually very simply this move, and there's going to be mate on d6. So if he finds the move king to a3, we could actually be in for a major upset here. And well, Andreikin will get up to 50%. Aronian could be pushed down to 50% before the last game. So this is quite, or I would say very, very serious for Aronian. But it's really up to Andreikin to find this excellent move, king a3 in this position. But Andreikin has, surprised at sometimes finding some, brilliant moves. So I wouldn't be surprised if he finds it. But Aronian has really taken a huge gamble here. He's played 4 line. You can see also Anand is having a look there. And but I think actually Anand understands the tournament situation rather well. And Aronian's results are not very important for him. What's very important for Anand is if he gets a half a point himself today, that's going to be sufficient. While, Aronian simply is not able to catch Anand unless Anand starts seriously dropping points in the tournament. So this is going to be a huge moment. But okay, Anand has stood up, which means he's made a move. So let's go and update ourselves on that before we return to Andreikin and Aronian. Well, probably you remember that knight e2 was our last move but I would say I'm a bit surprised about it though. So, well, no, I think it's still gonna be a very interesting and fascinating struggle from here. And you can also see Karjakin, he's thinking very hard. Okay, he's played h3. Well, it's a very safe and very logical move, I would say. But one thing do come to mind now, and I was almost about to ask Victoria, should black play g5 now? But she, as mentioned, Victoria has left to play the German Bundesliga. So I will have to ask myself, is Anand's plan actually maybe the move g5 here? And it could be, I think maybe simply he wants this structure with the pawn there and a knight on e6. That if Karjakin has to do something, there's going to be numerous exchanges. Actually the move g5, I do have quite some sympathy for it. So it could be that Anand, he's not at all trying to defend passively. He's going to go forward with g5. But it's a very committal decision, and no, it's going to be a very interesting moment. Is Anand going to play g5 now, or will he just sit and wait? And maybe while we await that, okay. Now, so it's actually all looks like it will be decided on the game we see in the video right now. So let's update our board there. Anand didn't go for the move g5. He actually went king to f7, and now he has played the move Knight to c3. And if I'm not mistaken, this is just an offer of repetition of moves, because after rook c2, the only move is knight to e2. But before you start celebrating in India, I will say that this is just Karjakin repeating moves to get more time on the clock. Karjakin is not going for a draw, so you saw it there. Knight came back to e2, and now Anand will put his rook back on a2. But I don't think that this means that Karjakin is gonna repeat moves. He just wants to get a bit more time and get closer to move 40. So I think this tournament is in no way still decided, but it's just a typical professional ploy from Karjakin, and quite nicely done, I would say. Actually, Kramnik did not play knight g6. He played the move knight g4, which is, I think, much more complicated and interesting. So also there we are seeing some very considerate action. But let's keep the camera here, because should Karjakin to play the move knight c3, well, then actually we have a very likely tournament winner. But I don't think Karjakin will go for a draw. He has to keep putting pressure. That would be, well, everything else would make very little sense tournament-wise for Karjakin. So he's probably going to play some kind of quiet move and keep putting pressure. Let's see. I think Karjakin must be wondering about moves like, well, for instance, h4 would be logical, because that keeps the weakness on h5, and also it stops, for instance, Anand's plan of playing g5. And you really want to keep weaknesses in the black position here. This is more or less your only chance. If Anand manages to exchange too many pawns, or maybe, let's say, Anand manages to put his knight from e6 to f4, d4, with the exchanges happening, well, then he has things very much under control. So it's not so simple for Karjakin here, and he's taking his time. But because of his repetition, he is down to having just to make 8 moves in 15 minutes, and that's after all no big problem, I would say. So this he's very much expected to manage, I would say. Let's see. To say that Karjakin has been disappointing in this tournament, I think is way too strong. But, well, one should remember that he was actually at some point on -2, and to come from -2 back to being very likely the only one left who has some chances to challenge Anand is actually very, very impressive. So I think there was a lot of hope for Karjakin before this tournament, and a terrible start meant that he was basically out of it. But now he do have some small chances, and he has played exactly the move h4. And, well, as I mentioned, the idea is to somehow claim that h5 is a weakness, and well, he just want to keep some kind of tension left in the position. He doesn't want to allow Anand to exchange too many pieces, too many pawns. Of course, Anand could play g5 now. That would be, I think, rather criminal, because this exchange indeed do exchange a set of pawns, but there will be weaknesses on g5 and e5, and I'm not sure it could even be playable, but I would be quite surprised if Anand chooses to go in this direction. I think he's going to play some kind of waiting move and just say that I have put up my fortress. Now it's, well, this is my best fortress. Come on, try and break it. And it's going to be very difficult for Karjakin, no doubt. So I still think the most... Wow, is he reaching for his g-pawn? But he just chose one step forward. Okay, this means that, well, Anand has simply decided that this structure is how he's going to stay, and simply he's going to do like this and sit and wait. And I think the only reasonable way for Karjakin in this position is to somehow try to push g3 and f4 to create some kind of, well, tension. No, okay, I'm on a run. Had one move in a row now, so that's good. g3. I think Karjakin is just gonna now move a bit around and wait till move 40. Because, well, I think he would like to think over things, but It is true though that it's hard to come up with any other reasonable plan than f4 simply. So it's going to be a bit interesting. Will Anand maybe shift his knight back to e6? Or is he just going to claim this is a perfect fortress? That's more or less what it's all about right now. And Karjakin could very likely be winning against Aronian. But it is, though, a rather complicated position. So maybe sort of saying that it's all over for Aronian is a bit too strong. But it does look like Karjakin has very, very, very entertaining possibilities right now. And, well, that could actually mean that if Karjakin doesn't win this game, we will only have one player on a positive score in this tournament, very likely. So that would be quite extraordinary, I would say. But it's, again, still too early to say that Anand has saved this game. I think it's borderline, but more likely a draw for Anand than a win for Karjakin. But you can definitely see some nervous tension in the Indian player, and very rightly so. I mean, he had an excellent stretch as world champion, but then he had a couple of tough years, and this would be a majestic comeback to sort of qualify for a world championship match via the candidates tournament, and he was not, by as far as I know, anyone seen as the favorite to win this event. So being so close, it is very understandable that Anand do have some nerves. Of course, Anand has won everything worth winning in the chess world, and he's won it numerous times, but still this comeback at this age would be fantastic result, and I would say almost unparalleled in chess history. So I can understand if he feels a bit nervous right now, but I think he's going to make it, but it's going to be interesting to follow. Okay, we're going to see a move, king to e6. Okay, well, a very common sense move, just bringing up the king and still posing this question to Karjakin: what are you going to do next? If we should say something positive about the move, is that it brings the king a bit closer to the center. If you say something negative, it would be that after f4, e takes f4, knight takes f4 is going to be check, and it's going to attack this pawn. But I think Anand can just go back to f7, and maybe soon he will hope knight d7 to e5 will be a good defensive resource. So I think king e6 is a rather sensible move. One thing maybe that's worth noting is that this bishop on c1, it's extremely hard to get it into play. Well, you could argue why not move the knight, but let's say any kind of knight move I think is answered by knight takes e4, exploiting that when the king takes here, the knight will be hanging on e2. We're gonna see, I was about to say some action, but not really. Karjakin is still keeping his options open. He's very much waiting. I mean, now, well, we actually see identical pawn formations, which is, well, you can see that they are both positioning their pawns ready for the opponent's sort of attack. And I think, well, Karjakin is maybe indicating I could also consider something like g4, but well, g4 has some logic. But let's see, king f7. I think if g4 happens, then Anand will take it, and he's gonna switch his knight to e6. And of course there could be a passed pawn here, but again Anand is gonna take it off, and I think exchanges are simply going to help the Indian. So I think things are moderately going in Anand's direction. But, well, the real battle is going to come when Karjakin tries to make a pawn break and complicate matters. Then Anand is going to be put to the test. But not yet. I think now we're going to see yet another repetition. So knight c3. I think rook c2 will happen. And I think we're going to have this repetition once again. But also remember, this is not a draw, because we saw this repetition, but with pawns in different places. So Anand cannot claim a draw by threefold repetition. He will have to play it out on the board. So rook c2, knight e2 played. And, well, Anand will think a bit, but there is the threat of putting the bishop up to a3. So I think Anand doesn't want to let that bishop out, so he's just going to put his rook back on a2. In the meantime, Well, things are getting very complicated on the other boards, so maybe we should actually have a slight look even at Kramnik Topalov, because, well, they have a very fascinating position. So I think we will go there for a bit, but we're gonna return to this game, and I feel very certain that that Karjakin against Anand will continue after move 40. So I think we're gonna be here for a while together following that game. So let's go here and see some of the immediate action. After the move f6 here, well, Kramnik didn't go to g6, and I think Kramnik's concept is that, well, exchanges should actually favor the defender. So he tried to keep pressure, but Topalov also kept pressure. He played the move rook to c6, and well, he's trying to exploit this pin in the c line. Kramnik put his knight back to e3, and Topalov has answered with f5, and this is becoming very, very complicated. And I think Topalov probably has a positional threat of next playing the move g4, because with the king side completely closed, then very much this pin in the c file comes into play. So I would think Kramnik has to take on d5, but it is a very hours of play. This is, I think, definitely the first time that no games has been finished by this point. So while I think the previous round there was a bit of disappointment with not that much fighting, I think today we cannot complain the slightest. I mean, well, we had 4 very complicated games still going on. Maybe it's true that Svidler Mamedyarov is heading towards a draw, but still, it is quite interesting. Okay, well, it seems like Kramnik wants to have a serious thought here, so let's update us on Karjakin Aronian. We left you here after the interesting move King b2 being played. And Aronian took on a4, he didn't want to go for the exchange. Rook d5, King e7, King a3, Bishop c2, Rook d7, King f8. And now I think the computer was indicating a complicated win with Bishop d5, or not even a win, but at least a very complicated line. But Karjakin has played a much more human move. He's played e4, simply trying to blunt. So, I mean, it is rather, I would say, alarming for Aronian. But I think, well, if you remember back to last year's candidates tournament in London, he had an excellent start, and he, well, was more or less him and Carlsen in a race for first place. But then at some point he fell a bit back, and then he started gambling, and that turned out wrong. And a similar scenario could happen this tournament. And I don't think you can blame Aronian for it, because, well, he has to keep gambling. I mean, you're number 2 in the world, and this is the candidates tournament. There is no such thing as second place. Of course, he will get more money and maybe keep some rating points. But, well, you really should respect that this is a tournament for qualification for a World Championship match, and that you should go for it as long as you have a realistic chance. And I think Aronian is doing exactly just that. And, well, that's why he's suffering. But that's how things should be done. And there's nothing to be done about that right now, except for trying to hold the draw. Karjakin is actually thinking quite hard. I somehow don't see him going for the repetition now. That would be very, very strange. Okay, we have a tweet here from Edvinas Volkovas. Is it true? At the highest level, GMs only study openings and nothing else. What should players between 1500 and 1900 concentrate on? Well, I think for a start, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, answered that he's studying lots of different things, and is basically keeping very interested in chess. And so it's not true that they only study openings. They do that a lot, but I think they simply love chess, and they will keep, well, for instance, Carlsen is following the games here, and definitely not only the openings. I think also it's, well, even situations like this, you can get a close-up of your rivals, see how they react under pressure. So chess is very much a sport, and you will pay attention to how players react, of course. How players from 1500 to 1900 should sort of do things, I can't say I have a very strong opinion on, but I think that, generally one should try and sort of follow Carlsen, and I would say also maybe Anand's example of, well, you should be interested in chess. I mean, well, look at things you find is interesting is a good way to do it. And saying you have to, study opening, you have to do exercises, well, that might work for some, but I think, well, the best way of learning the game and even excelling in it is having passion for the game. So it's important to keep the appetite for chess. And I think hard work is excellent, but it has to be hard work that you enjoy, because I think learning chess just by sort of a lot of effort and not really enjoying the game, that's going to be very hard. So I think it's always individual solutions. And well, I think you hear a lot of beginners, or maybe not even beginners, who thinks that, well, they're suffering because they haven't put in the right kind of work. But I think there's nothing that can be defined as just this is the excellent way of studying chess. I think it's individual, and it's important to sort of stay passionate towards the game. And there is simply, well, nothing particularly wrong with doing any kind of chess activity that you like. It can be blitz games, or it can be, well, studying endings or openings, very much what you like. But of course, if you lose all your games in the opening, maybe you should get the pattern and have a look a bit at that. So I think it's rather individual, I would say, both for top players as well as for more novice players. Actually, I would like to jump now to Kramnik against Topalov, because things are getting quite out of hand there. We left you here in this position, and we said that G4 was probably a positional threat by Topalov, and Kramnik apparently thought so. So he took on G5. Topalov was taken back with the queen, and then we got some kind of ending. And now, well, quite something has happened here. This is the position we had. Kramnik took on f5 with the bishop, and that means that, well, Topalov can't take on c1, because bishop takes e6 is check. So he had to take back. Rook c6, which is threatening on e6. So Topalov has to take back. Rook c6, knight f5, rook c2. And this, I think, is a very interesting position. Kramnik is a pure pawn up, and he has an extra h-pawn, which is, of course, a factor. On the other hand, Topalov do have a pair of bishops, as well as his rook is active and threatening on e2. So Kramnik played knight g3. Topalov took the pawn on b2, and rook e1 has happened. Well, this is threatening here. I mean, both players are probably playing this position like they are almost better. Kramnik thinks that, well, he has a direct attack and he has a passed pawn, which could be close to winning. And Topalov is probably thinking, well, I'm cleaning up on the queen side. Maybe I even win this pawn, and then I will have two passed pawns. So, I mean, despite things have gotten to the endgame phase and looks considerably less complicated than before, this is a very difficult position for both. And I think to predict the outcome here is going to be very, very hard. Actually, I think we should jump back quite quickly to Karjakin against Anand, because something seems to have happened there. You remember that there was this repetition at this point with, well, Karjakin went back and forth, and now he tried to move knight b1, and Anand has reacted with knight to b3. Let's see. Maybe it's not so dramatic after all. I thought that, well, simply there is a threat of knight takes c1 in this position, obviously. And, well, for instance, something like bishop a3, there is moves like rook to a1 when you're gonna attack this knight. And this knight has to keep defending there. Well, maybe he can put the knight back to d1 even. So maybe there's nothing very concrete going on. But interesting would be what happens after knight bc3, because it could be that Anand could take on c1, but maybe this is... I don't know if two knights against the rook should be sufficient to win. I would quite doubt it, and also, especially Anand could play something like this, and after knight e2, maybe g5, which has the threat of taking on h4 and playing rook h1. And let's say something like this, well, suddenly Anand's h-pawns comes into play. So things has gotten very concrete, and look at the clock. Less than 3 minutes for Karjakin, and he has to make 2 moves, which is not a lot, but still, this is a very crucial moment. And the move I talked about, bishop a3, well then maybe there is this strong reply, knight d4, and you can't take it like this because of the very strong forking these pieces. So this is a very crucial moment. Okay, the computer still says 0 plus 42, but I think that Anand is getting closer to a draw, and Karjakin has a very difficult decision and less than 2 minutes. This could it's still very likely to become a historic day where Anand, with a difference of more than 19 years, qualifies again for a World Championship match by winning the candidates, something that has never been done before. So, let's see. 1.5 minutes for Karjakin for 2 moves. And I think he must be calculating bishop a3, knight d4. But I think bishop a3, knight d4 is just a plain draw. I think the only way of seriously playing on in this position is putting the knight back to c3. And probably, yeah, I think knight b to c3 has to be the move for Karjakin. This is, as far as I can see, the only way of keeping pressure. Now he is down to his last minute. He has to make 2 moves. And he has to keep putting pressure, else Anand is gonna be the tournament winner, and that means the challenger against Magnus Carlsen this year in November for the world title. 50 seconds. Okay. He doesn't seem to know what to do. It's really 30 seconds now. No. I can't imagine Karjakin losing on time, but he has to speed up. Oh, no. Okay, knight c3 played with 12 seconds left on the clock. Well, that seems to be the best move, and that could mean that this game is gonna go on for quite a while. I think Anand is gonna take on c1, but it is, of course, dangerous to change the structure of the game. He could also, but not exchanging would actually mean that Karjakin is getting out. So it's a very difficult moment for Anand. And I think it's extremely important for Anand now not to be excited about the opponent being so low on time. He has to make a very strong chess decision. So I would think he should think for quite a while and not do a quick emotional decision here. What I was saying before is that I think knight takes c1. Well, this takes the bishop and it protects the rook there, so he has to take back. And now rook g2, threatening this pawn on g3. And let's say knight e2. Or maybe he should take the other knight actually, something like this. Takes. g5 is a good way of creating counterplay. And let's say takes. Knight d3 attacking this pawn. Then you can just play king f6. And to me it seems that because of this threat of h4, white more or less has to play f4 himself. But well, remember that 2 knights against the king is not enough to give mate. Okay, we have here from Venkat Saravanan. Actually, he's one of Anand's good friends and has even worked as a second now and then. What's happening? Karjakin seems to have voluntarily given up the bishop, heading for 2 knights. Very, very uncertain, I would say. But I think the players having reached move 40, maybe we should have a look at, let's go Karjakin against Aronian and see how things are developing there. Okay, you can see Anand is up and walking. He's made the time control and he doesn't look overly nervous. I think earlier they spoke about Anand following his opponent's games, sort of not opponents in over the board, but in the tournament standings. And it's true, he's standing next to Aronian and Karjakin here, but I think he understands perfectly well that this game is not extremely relevant for him. What matters is if he makes a draw today, it's certainly going to be enough. And here we have a tweet from Pratek Kumar, and Karjakin on fire, helping Vishy the King. And I think that's supposed to be a smiley. Yeah, it's. I mean, of course, Aronian not winning today is definitely not going to hurt Anand. But still, well, if we remember the tournament situation, should Anand lose today and Aronian not win, well, then Aronian is basically, his pawns keeps the black king safe. It's very hard to do anything positive. So I would really think that Aronian is just going to, Karjakin is going to take the pawn back. Maybe he will even play the a bit more daring move, king b4, and soon he will start rook c6, trying to exchange his way in, and basically he will try to queen the c pawn. It is a mixture between a draw and a win, but it's very, very difficult for Aronian, no doubt, and winning chances I think is extremely unlikely. Well, you see the computer evaluation there. It says 0.95 for Karjakin, despite being a pawn down. So of course this is quite bad news for Aronian and for the Armenian fans. So well, let's see. Let's go to Kramnik Topalov, because also, okay, we have a game that has finished, so let's just briefly go there. This is Svidler against Mamedyarov, and well, we had a look at this ending, and no, I think Mamedyarov defended it quite well, and nothing can be really said to sort of disturb that. And I don't know, but it could be that we quite soon will go to a press conference, but we do have some time pressure coming in Kramnik Topalov, so maybe at some point we're gonna go back, but I think right now we are most likely gonna switch to the press conference. Let's see. I think so, yeah. I think it's gonna be a press conference now, but should we end up with Kramnik Topalov being a very tense time pressure, we're gonna switch back to that, else, yeah, we will come back when they finish. See you then.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our press center. 13th round of FIDE candidates in Khanty-Mansiysk, and we have the first draw between Peter Svidler and Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в наш пресс-центр. Первая партия 13-го тура турнира претендентов в Ханты-Мансийске завершилась в ничью, и у нас в гостях Петр Свидлер и Шахрияр Мамедяров.
It was interesting opening, so I just would like to know where your theoretical ideas.
Well, up to 1964,
У вас был интересный дебют, где
I was
закончились
still
теоретически.
reasonably comfortable, and I mean the
После коми d4 у меня была
bishop takes d4,
разумно приятная
castles.
позиция.
We looked at this position, and it's a tricky position for black to play.
Здесь хитрая позиция для черных.
Because it looks like white king is not very safe, but in fact it's very difficult to create any kind of serious threats.
Кажется, что король белых стоит ненадежно, но однако какие-то конкретные угрозы сложно создать.
I believe white can play this way. I'm not sure white is much better, but I believe that this is very playable for white.
Мне кажется, очень приятная позиция для белых. Не думаю, что у них сильно лучше, но однако она игровая.
And after queen takes d4, I couldn't quite figure out what I'm supposed to do, because it seems like I'm slightly better everywhere, but I need to be precise, and I need to take some decisions, and maybe I immediately made the wrong one.
После ферзя d4 я не понимал, как мне конкретно играть. Я считал, что у меня лучше, но конкретных вариантов не видел здесь. Критический момент, если белые пошли длинную рокировку. Если черные не берут на f2, то я выигрываю темпы по сравнению с тем, что было в партии.
rook d1. And in this position, I believe the only good move black has is bishop d2.
Мне кажется, что в этой позиции единственный хороший ход за черных это слон d2.
But after that move, I wasn't at all sure what was going on. Rook e7.
После этого хода я не понимал, что
King
происходит.
f8. And if the bishop is anywhere else, I think rook e4 is very, very strong in this
Если бы
position.
слон стоял где-либо в другом месте, то ладья e4 было бы очень
Creating a threat of
сильно.
bishop e7 check, and also if f5, then rook f4. The difference is with the
Создавая
bishop on
угрозу
d2.
хода слон e7 шах.
With the bishop on d2, I have no rook f4 in this position. So I'm more
А
or
здесь
less
нет хода ладья f4 из-за
I'm more or
слон
less forced
слона
to
d2.
take on b7, and then it becomes a mess. Something like, I don't know, king g7 maybe.
Может быть, здесь король
Bishop
g7.
g5, g3, yeah, or king
Слон
g7
g5,
first. And,
g3.
it's a strange position because I'm completely tied up. I do have an extra
Странная
pawn, but
позиция, потому что у меня все фигуры
I'm
связаны.
completely tied up, and at some point the king side will start running for black, and
И
I can
черные
very
смогут
easily
начать
imagine
игру
this
на
being,
королевском фланге.
I can very easily imagine this being even worse for black.
И даже
But
могу
this is
легко
very, very
представить, что
critical,
у белых
and,
станет хуже.
I'll be curious to see what my notes say, because I couldn't quite remember what we looked at in this
Интересно,
position.
что у меня в записях, поскольку мы смотрели эту позицию.
And in the game, I went for this forced continuation after c3 bishop f6. I can
В
play.
партии я пошел на это форсированное
I can play
продолжение.
in some kind of a calmer fashion here,
Я мог сыграть поспокойнее.
but I think basically if I just allow black to exchange bishops, it should be holdable for black. So
Но если я позволяю черным разменять слонов, то черные смогут держаться.
this is very, very critical, but unfortunately black has rook h5. I think if not for rook h5, white is much better.
Критическая позиция, но у черных есть ход ладья h5. Если бы этого хода не было, то у белых было бы очень
I
сильно
think
лучше.
I am more or less forced to go into this endgame.
Форсировано получается это
I don't think I have any
окончание.
other choice. And this is not
Не
a
было
complete
выбора.
draw, but on the other hand, I would be very surprised, if white would, win more than, I don't know, 1 game out of 10 in this position. And,
Конечно, это не
I
совсем
think the
ничего, но
final
я бы сильно
mistake,
удивился, если
the final
бы
mistake I
белые
made,
могли бы выиграть здесь больше одной партии из 10.
in this position, I should not have gone b3, because this creates actually a very important third weakness, and then
Кажется, не нужно здесь
I
было
will never
ходить
be able
b3,
to.
если
I think I
черные
might
играют
be
ладья
winning in this
f5,
pawn endgame after rook f4.
и пешка
So after a4
Выигранная для меня.
b6, I need to find some kind of a use rook
4.
e5, and once again
Ладья
he's
e5.
threatening some ways to improve my situation. He gets to attack both b3, c3, and f2.
Я здесь не видел, как мне продолжать бороться за
So
победу.
I'm not sure, but maybe by this point it's already gone.
Может быть, здесь уже шансы упущены.
But as I said, generally speaking, yes, white is slightly better somewhere here.
Ну,
but,
вообще где-то здесь у белых лучше.
The advantage is too small to really count for.
Но перевес
for much.
слишком мал, чтобы рассчитывать на большее.
Shahriar, how did you estimate position after this opening, and did you feel in any moment danger?
Шахрияр, как вы оценивали позицию после этого дебюта? Чувствовали ли где-то опасность?
I forgot my analysis after knight take
Я
d4.
забыл свои анализы после конь бьет d4.
Absolutely, I don't know. Maybe bishop take d4, queen take d4.
Может быть,
Really, I forgot. But after maybe queen d4 is not correct because
может быть, ферзь d4
it's
не очень
really,
верный ход.
Of course, it's white is better, but
Конечно, у белых лучше.
but it's it's after rook h5. I understand is if I will play accurately, if I will play without mistake, it will be draw.
После
But,
ладья h5 я
I
понимал,
also
что если
understood
буду
it's not
играть
easy, of course, with my
аккуратно и
pawns,
без ошибок, то будет ничья.
but it's just 5 pawns. Is,
Yeah, it's too little.
yeah,
It's
it's
too little.
5 points is not too much, and it's, I think it's, if black play accurately, is draw. But of course, it's white is still better. Of course, but I think it's draw. If I will play good, I don't like.
Конечно, здесь у белых лучше, но если играть черным правильно, то будет ничья.
Peter, would it make any difference after b6 to try to play rook b4 somewhere after knight king d3, rook d4,
Yeah, but
something?
Может быть, после
I can play king
b6
d3,
следовало
but
как-то
then,
иначе играть.
well,
Король d3,
for
например.
instance, Shah can give a check,
Допустим, Шахрияр мог дать шах.
and I need to go somewhere.
Rook d4,
Нужно куда-то отходить. Ладья
Rook d4, let's say
d4,
rook f5.
ладья f5,
rook e4, rook d5. Yeah.
Yeah, rook f4, rook d5, and
ладья
and
f4,
also
ладья d5.
I mean, there is no way actually to thread this b6.
I couldn't see how. And also, the point is, I
Я не
think
видела, как здесь
basically
ходить.
this pawn ending is only winning if black cannot play d5. I think this actually might be a draw.
Это пешечное окончание может быть выиграно
Basically,
только в
if
том
I
случае,
control the
если
d5 square, I
черные
think
не
this is
ходят
winning. But
d5.
if black plays d6, d5, then I think this might very well be a draw.
Но
At least
если
that was my
черный
impression.
успевает
Because
пойти d5, то, скорее всего, будет
after king
ничья.
d4, king d6, black just wants to play b5, and I have no squares.
Черные здесь хотят пойти b5, а у меня
I have
нет
no empty
полей.
squares.
Нет полей
I
вторжения.
need to have a bit more space for this position to be winning.
Мне нужно немного больше пространства, чтобы эта позиция была выиграна.
Rook f5 becomes legal once again. That was my problem.
Здесь уже появляется ход
I
d4
can only play
снова.
rook f4, I think, with the king on d4, which is I mean, it's a small thing, but it's a very, very important, detail in this position.
Небольшая, но важная деталь, что ладья f4 могу ходить только при короле на d4.
Once I play king d3, rook f5 becomes an option, and with the rook on f5, it's very hard to make progress because he keeps on hitting my pieces.
Сыграв король d3, у
As I
черных
said,
появляется возможность
it looks
ладья
promising.
f5.
At this point, I felt that maybe, I've achieved the maximum. If I can find something in this position, I might be actually better. But there's just, I don't think there's enough.
Я не думаю, что этого перевеса достаточно.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about the last round, this 14th round. Peter, again, you are going to play with the leader of the tournament. Have you thought about this already?
Вопрос о последнем туре. Петр опять будет играть с лидером. Ситуация будет несколько иная. Я не знаю, что там происходит, но мне кажется, что Виши это окончание удержит. А у Ливона, скорее всего, проблемы серьезные.
If Vishy makes a draw and Levon doesn't win, which seems likely at the moment, the situation will be quite different to what happened in London because Vishy doesn't really need anything, if I understand the rules correctly. He doesn't even need to make a draw, to be honest.
То есть, если завтра, сегодня Виши делает ничью, а Левон проигрывает, то ситуация уже другая, чем в Лондоне. Ситуация будет иная, чем в Лондоне, потому что, согласно правилам, Виши даже может не потребоваться даже ничью сделать. Поэтому нет такой прямого сравнения с Лондоном, где и Карлсен и Крамник, у них было одинаковое количество очков.
Okay, now we are back here and we see a very interesting time pressure between Levon Aronian and Karjakin. And Karjakin is very close to queening his b-pawn, and Aronian is trying partly to stop it as well as partly to pick up as many pawns in the meantime. But let's try again a close-up of the players. But this is the position we have right now. And, well, you can see Aronian's rook on f2 is definitely taking some material, but the b-pawn is very close to queening. And, well, 3 moves for Aronian to make 2 for Karjakin. 1 minute against 2 minutes. This is tense, but I think it's the neighborhood of Karjakin winning or Aronian making a draw, but it could easily end up in a rook against quite some pawns, which would be very complicated. Let's see here. Aronian less than 2 minutes. Well, there we got the computer evaluation. Okay. Rook e7 check played. Maybe he will put his king back to c6 and just try to repeat and get to move 40. But it could be that king c8 is a better move in a pure chess sense. There's 40 seconds left. He has to make 2 moves still. Seconds. King c8 played. I think the b pawn is queening, so maybe Aronian has to start picking up pawns to have some hope. Because a check on c2, the rook will just interpolate on c5. And Karjakin has 25 seconds for one move. That's not a big problem in this position. So we're down to less than a minute for Aronian for 2 moves, but his main problem is actually the position, not only the clock. I think he's gonna try and take on h2, but it seems like not quite enough counterplay for the rook. Okay, half a minute left. It starts becoming desperate for Aronian. Okay. And now if rook b8, king c7 is winning a tempo. So wow, king f8 played. Okay, they have managed the time control, but it seems very much to me that after Karjakin just pushing his pawn with b7, he could very likely be completely winning in this position, just pushing the pawn with this terrible threat of rook a8, and let's say b7, if you go rook here, there is this strong move and the pawn is gonna go through. So I really think that Aronian is in huge trouble here. Maybe after b7 his best chance is check, king away, takes, rook h2. And I'm not 100% certain here, but it could be just winning for Karjakin. So I think that Aronian is in very huge trouble at the moment. Maybe we should go to Kramnik Topalov. They have also reached move 40, but have a, well, quite complicated position as well. Their time pressure phase was, well, I think we left you in this position. Rook takes b2, rook e1, bishop d7. Well, this is just very messy, but it seems to me that, okay, did something happen? No, I think, no, Aronian just decided to stand up, or maybe more likely Karjakin actually stood up. Yeah, I think we still have the game position at the top board. Well, Kramnik gave a check and he took a pawn on d5, and after bishop c6, another check with the rook, king e6, knight to e3. And it is a very complicated position, and well, it is true that the black bishops are starting to play and there is threats with potential queenside pawns, but somehow Kramnik do have quite some counterplay in the center, and I think he's coming up rather on top in these complications. So knight e3 happened, bishop to g7, knight f5, bishop to h8, h6, bishop e4. Now Kramnik has played the move d5 check. And well, I think, for instance, you can't really take it, because then a move like knight g7 check could be very decisive. Because, well, after takes, well, the g pawn is simply gonna queen. And you can't, if you move the king, I'm just gonna take the bishop. So it seems that after d5 check, maybe there is a move king d7. And actually this position, I think it is very hard to evaluate, because there is, of course, strong passed pawns, but they are quite well defended by a bishop and the king. So even here, I think it's going to be very complicated. Maybe Kramnik will play this move, intending to put the rook on f8, starting attacking this bishop. I believe in Kramnik's position here, but I think it's going to be a very complicated battle. And, well, it's going to take quite a while. I would actually suggest that we go and have a look at the, well, I was about to say the leaderboard, but the board where the two leaders are playing. So let's have a look at Karjakin Anand. I think we left you around here, with Anand having played the move rook f1 and eyeing this pawn. Then knight d5, knight a5 happened. And now there's this huge threat of knight to c4 with check. So actually, Karjakin's hand here is completely forced. He has to play knight b6. Rook b1 happened. This has this threat here. But for Karjakin's sake, of course he's planned it, but he's lucky. There is the move bishop c3 attacking the knight here. So Anand took the knight, take back, and now rook b3, bishop c3. And here Anand has decided not to just sit patiently and wait. He has played the move g5. He is simply, now he want to break the structure, and he's saying that, well, after this exchange, this pawn of e5 is going to be weak, but he will put his king on e6, and he's going to push his h-pawn, and the rook will go to b1 at times, and he thinks this is sufficient counterplay to make a draw. Actually, now there's a tweet from the strong female player, Natalia Pogonina. I still believe that trading knights was a concession by Anand. Still draws, but at least I can see plans for Karjakin now. I think generally I would agree with Natalia, but in this position exactly, maybe because of the move g5, it could be that Anand is actually spot on and knows what he's doing. But I understand what she is saying, and somehow, of course, the exchange in a way is benefiting Anand, but also Karjakin has broken free. And well, I think it's hard evaluating if it's a good decision or not, but I think at least following it up with g5 is very interesting for Anand. And I think, well, as mentioned, he simply believes that the king will come to e6, and there is not really going to be any way for Karjakin to break down these defenses. So I still think we have a lot of action ahead of us today, but my tip is that this is going to end up well for Anand. And I think my tip is very influenced also. If you listen to the press conference, they asked Peter Svidler about tomorrow's game. And well, Svidler said that tomorrow is going to be quite different from the last round of last year's candidate. And he said, well, most likely because he thinks Anand is going to make a draw in this position. So we actually managed to get Peter Svidler's opinion of this, and he thought that this should be enough for Anand to make a draw. But it's still too early to call. But no, I think Anand has found a very interesting way of defending, and generally I agree with Pogonina's tweet, but I think because of the move g5 it is quite interesting. Okay, here we have Anish Giri, I think the Dutch 2-7 plus player. Karjakin maneuvered brilliantly, managed to untangle, but still draw is the most likely. Okay, that's very reassuring to agree with Giri. So I think, well, thanks a lot for tweeting your expert commentary. And well, what Giri is saying that this was some nice maneuvers by Karjakin, and he somehow managed to get to play. But even so, it seems that it's not sufficient, and that Anand quite has things under control still here. But I think it's still too early to say, but it looks to me like Anand do feel rather calm at the moment, and I think he has objective reasons for that. Well, the computer says plus 0.62, but that is not extremely relevant in this position because, I mean, there's going to be numerous exchanges, and somehow very likely lack of material is how Anand is going to make a draw in this game. But it's still too early, but it looks to me like actually we're going to see this tournament being decided today already. But it's all going to depend on the result of exactly this game. So we will have to follow this quite closely for a while. And if I'm also not mistaken, this is by the first day that we have even 3 games going on with a lot of play left after move 40. So yesterday maybe was, yesterday definitely was a slow day as it was a free day. But the day before that, not too much happened. But today, very, very much so. Probably players following, let's say, no, not players, but spectators following tweets and, well, the commentary on a lot of interesting sites has followed this debate on was it a huge blunder by Anand not playing on against Andreikin, or was it a clever, sort of mature, practical decision? And, well, I think opinion has very much varied. I mean, well, I think Anand's point was that things has gotten out of control, and he thought that I'm going to handle it today. And, well, one argument has been that it was easier to win against Andreikin than it was making a draw against Karjakin. But I think also Anand might have thought that, well, this half point is going to be very handy. And one should remember that even should he not manage today against Karjakin, things are by no means over for him, and this half point he got, at least from Andrakin, will be very helpful. Also, one thing one should understand is that it's not just enough to evaluate that his winning chances are better than his chances of losing the game. What really matters is how is this result going to affect the tournament standings. And while it's clear that a win for Anand against Andrakin would of course basically have clinched it, still a draw gave him an extremely comfortable situation. And well, for instance, I think Garry Kasparov wrote in a tweet that well, Anand has sort of secured qualification. That's maybe a bit strong, or maybe he said that he was sure to qualify, but it does give away that, for instance, Kasparov thinks that Anand is basically sure to win this tournament, which is quite indicating that maybe making a draw was a good result. But well, there is a lot of debate going on there, and well, it's possible to join that debate on various social media. But as far as I know, Anand has kept very quiet about it. He's just kept, as he should, completely focused on trying to finish the job in this tournament, and he might be able to finish it off today. Really depends if he can draw this position against Karjakin. Okay, Karjakin took the pawn actually. That, I thought that's a bit surprising, because now, having taken back here, Anand do get very direct counterplay with having the pawn h4, but apparently Karjakin thinks this is his best way of making progress. So he's taken, and he's gone back to f2 with his king. Well, now for the first time in a while, Karjakin do have a direct threat. There is a pawn hanging on e5. And actually it's gonna be quite interesting here, because how is Vishy gonna do this? Well, let's debate this move, king to e6. That looks extremely logical, but maybe Karjakin then can play the move f4. That is not completely clear to me. And the tactical point is here that after this takes, you cannot take here because of this check attacking the rook. Could it really be that Anand has overlooked this? Actually, king e6 looks like I would say a blunder. I think Anand has to play this strong move, rook to b5. And with this, I think he is very likely still holding, but I'm sure he did not want to put his rook in that direction. Now, maybe at times there will be plans like this attacking this pawn. So I think it's a major development that has happened right now. And Anand really needs to come up with the move rook b5, else I think he's in serious trouble. But he has plenty of time, and I think he's gonna find it. But things are getting a bit out of hand for Anand, I would say. And Karjakin is very good at putting pressure here. But at least Anand has not replied immediately. I mean, king e6 is really the move you would like to play. But I think it's not clear that it's completely lost, but it's very close. Well, after something like king e6, f4, well, you can start considering moves like h4 and somehow hope that this will be enough to, well, let's say something like this. Takes, knight takes, bishop takes. I mean, if this is a win or a draw, well, actually that can be checked by table basis. But I would suggest somebody do it and send us a tweet. But I don't think Anand is going to go for this. That would be, well, it would be a very interesting and courageous decision. But somehow I doubt it. I think he's going to play the move rook b5 now. But even if he doesn't play it and play king e6, it's not that his position is lost. But I think we're going to see rook b5 simply fortifying this pawn. But it's going to be a long game for Anand, and of course it's going to be very nervous because you are so close to a huge triumph and still you're not quite there. But he has handled this kind of tension before. I think if we remember back to Mexico 2007, where Anand won the World Championship tournament and well, started his very nice streak of winning 4 World Championships in a row. The situation was quite similar. He was playing Alexander Grishuk in the second but last round, and also there a draw would basically clinch the title. But he was in huge trouble against Grishuk, but managed to pull out a spectacular save and just managed to draw in the end. And I think today is very, very similar, and we could well see a similar result with Anand actually managing it, but it's gonna be very close, like it was in 2007. So there is a lot in that history is repeating itself in that sense, but too early to say. And well, you can see some nervous tension in Anand, but not having played immediately, I think indicates that he has spotted that if he goes king e6, there is this tactic with f4. In the meantime, well, Topalov has put his king on d7 as expected. And Karjakin has played this move b7, which more or less is forcing Aronian to give up his rook. Well, there we have a computer evaluation, and that's not too sort of discouraging for Anand. So I think if he finds the move rook b5, he should still be doing quite well. But this is no way over. And well, you get the impression from Anand's body language, extremely pleased maybe that he has allowed this. But I think actually this is no harm at all, and he should be quite content with how things are going. And he has 55 minutes left, so time is not really going to be an issue. Let's see. No, he still seems to be waiting here. And also again remember, send comments or questions at it's 2014. We will, well, not we, I will try and do my best questions, but let's see here. Well, Anand had 4 hours now, and if you remember back to the last round where he played Karjakin, he was saying at this point his head was, well, he said his head was spinning at the press conference. Of course, tactical situation, why now it's a very solid situation. But still, it has been a long tournament, and well, that Anand is would be feeling a bit tired by now. There is really only 2 moves to consider.
For positional play and exceptional professionalism. Shahriar Mamedyarov was born on the 12th of April 1985 in Samgayit. He was taught to play chess by his father in 1993. In the same year, he started to attend lessons in a chess school. The young player enjoyed repeated successes in youth tournaments and became the only player in the world to become under-20 world champion twice. This is not the only record that distinguishes the Mamedyarov family. Shahriar's elder sister Zainab and his younger sister Turkan also hold grandmaster titles. During the last few years, Shahriar has seriously worked on his chess style and become a more universal and skillful player. Attack is still his strong point, but he has improved his opening play and become more technical. Shahriar managed to scale a whole new level of play, and 2013 was an especially successful year for him. In June, he won the Rapid World Championship and shortly after consolidated his success by winning the prestigious Rapid event in Geneva. Being one of the winners of the tournament in London and victorious at the stage in Beijing, Mamedyarov took overall second place in the FIDE Grand Prix 2012 to 2013. Shahriar has definitely proved to his opponents and fans that he is ready to conquer the highest peaks in the game.
Hi, and welcome back to the Candidates Tournament in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. We are following the 13th round, and we are getting into the very decisive moments of this tournament. Vishy Anand, the Indian 5-time world champion, is about to make a spectacular comeback to World Championship chess and qualify for a World Championship match at the age of 44. But he needs to make a draw in this position in order for it to happen already today. So he's fighting very hard against the only 24-year-old Karjakin from Russia. The last move of Anand was the move rook b5, and that's sort of what we expected in order to try and defend the pawn on e5. And, well, what this position is about is how can Karjakin make any kind of positive progress here? I mean, Anand has no obvious plan, and even, well, he do have a passed pawn, but starting to go forward could create some weakness. And, well, it's very hard for Karjakin to do anything here. Well, he could play something like f4, but these numerous exchanges is just going to be helpful for Anand. So, very likely what Karjakin is hoping for is something like putting the king up, and then maybe the knight to d3 and e5 will drop. But it doesn't seem realistic, and I think that Anand is coming closer to the desired result today, which is a draw, which actually, well, let's have a look at Aronian and Karjakin very quickly. And I'll explain the implications of that. We left you here at some point. Let's just a sec, we will get the camera upstates there. Okay, Anand has stood up. Actually, Aronian has resigned, I think. So this is quite dramatic, yes. Okay, we saw this, b7, rook e7, check, king c6. And Aronian gave a couple of checks, but now, well, he has no choice but to give up his rook on the b7 pawn. And, well, after rook b7, king b7, rook takes h2. Well, simply white has an extra rook, and he will probably attack on the 7 rank against the f7 pawn. So Aronian has dropped back to 50%, and he's 1.5 points behind Anand with only 1 game left to play. So Aronian is theoretically out of this. It's gonna be Vishy Anand or Sergei Karjakin. And this also means now we go back to this game. Things has clarified here. If this game is gonna be a draw, then Anand has won the candidates tournament and has qualified for a rematch against Magnus Carlsen next November. So things has very much clarified. And now we even have a very interesting move by Karjakin. He's played the move g4. That is, I would say, quite interesting in the sense that it leaves Anand with a very direct choice. Either he has to pass his pawn, hoping that this is going to be an important pass pawn, or he will have to take on g4. But after taking on g4, well, then it looks to me like some kind of setup. Let's say, I would say putting the bishop on e3 via d2, then the king to f3 and the knight to g1 and h3. This pawn on g5 is just going to drop. So very likely Anand cannot defend passively. He has to do something aggressive, and this aggressive move have to be h4. And after h4, well, the situation is quite similar. Again, maybe even, well, let's have a line like bishop d2 attacking this pawn, king to f6 defending it, and what about a move like knight g1 now, coming to h3 attacking this pawn? It's gonna be extremely close if this position is winning or a draw. So that's gonna be... But actually, yeah, this is gonna be very crucial. We're gonna go to the press conference in a few minutes, but let me just explain that this position, I think, could still be a draw, because let's say something like bishop e3, there is rook b2, and if you go knight g1, even a move like rook b2 now, and let's say king e1, king e2, let's say something like this, knights to h3, it could be that even after king f6 knight here, but I'm not completely sure. This is actually a bit complicated, and yeah, we will see if Anand holds it. But now, I think any minute we're gonna go to the press conference, and we're gonna come back for this thriller of an endgame that could finalize Anand's comeback or make it for a very interesting round tomorrow. But Anand definitely has some difficult decisions, but the computer is saying by correct play he is gonna make a draw. Well, stay tuned. We will be back soon.
Gentlemen, welcome for the second press conference. We have the first decisive game. And, Dmitry Andrei.
Дмитрий Андрейкин выиграл у Левона Ароняна.
Where did you try to surprise your opponent?
Вы пытались удивить своего соперника сегодня?
Я? Да. Трамповский мой любимый дебют.
Yes, Trampovsky is my favorite opening.
Дело в том, что я посмотрел, у Левона здесь не так много опыта, поэтому я решил пойти сюда на борьбу.
I checked that Levon doesn't have enough experience in this opening, so decided to go here for play.
В принципе, меня второй ход черных тоже удивил.
And the second move of black also surprised me.
Началась творческая игра.
Some creative play started.
Мне кажется, я какие-то партии видел после d5.
I think I saw some games after d5.
Белых небольшой перевес. А c5 я как-то недооценил, потому что я думал, что у меня просто пешечная структура гораздо лучше.
c5 I underestimated a little bit because I thought that I would have much better pawn structure.
Но как-то так получилось, что здесь я, наверное, обязан пойти конь f3, потому что если я бью ферзем, то черные выводят коня с темпом, и непонятно, чего добились белые, всегда есть тот же мотив с переводом ферзя.
If I take with a queen, then black is developing knight with a tempo, and black would always have this maneuver with queen a5, queen e5, so it's not clear what white achieved with this. So probably knight f3 is almost forced here for me.
Идея в том, что черные не могут сразу разменять центр, потому что на d5 я, естественно, хожу c5.
The idea is that black cannot exchange the center immediately, because after d5 I would play c5.
Ну, конечно, когда мой конь станет на d4, у белых будет значительно лучше
And
позиция.
of course, when my knight would go to d4, I would have a much better position.
Ну, вот поэтому получилась такая позиция. Я сначала оценивал, что все-таки у белых должен быть перевес какой-то. Потом, когда стал вдумываться, понял, что, наверное, особо-то и нет ничего, потому что, несмотря на испорченную структуру черных, они расположат все свои пешки по черным полям, и тогда разница в белопольных слонах будет сказываться.
When I first evaluated this position, I thought that I would have some edge, but in fact I don't think there is something special for white here, because black, despite their bad pawn structure, would just place all the pawns on the black squares, and then the difference in the light squared bishops would come into account.
3-0 ход наверняка спорный, но мне нравится эта идея, потому что после всех разменов, когда игра пойдет, скорее всего, на ферзевом фланге, как и получилось в партии, белый король становится ближе к своим пешкам.
I like this idea with long castle, because after the exchanges and when the black pawns would come into play on the queen side, my king would be closer to the pawns.
Ну вот здесь я, наверное, допустил ошибку, я недооценил ход d6. Если бы я знал это, то я бы сначала поменял ферзей.
Here I probably made a mistake because I underestimated d6 move. If I would have known, I would play just first exchange on e5 and then play b5.
Дело в том, что черные не успевают сразу разгрузиться по центру. На король e7 я играю c5. Но мне казалось, что вот эта позиция может быть все-таки получше у белых.
Then black has not enough time to clear the center, because on queen e7 I would take b6, and then I think that this position is a little bit better for white.
Вот, а после d6 я как-то думал сначала, что если черные побьют d, то это мне, естественно, на руку, потому что пешка сдвоена, а у меня здесь большинство на ферзевом фланге.
And after d6, I thought that, of course, if black would take on e5 with d pawn, that it's better for me, because then I would have majority on the queen side.
Но дело в том, что если я играю просто, как-то начинаю развиваться, тогда черные блокируют мои пешки.
But the point, if I just play somehow normally, start to develop, then black just block my pawns.
Ну и такая позиция скорее в пользу черных, нежели чем
And such a position is probably in black's favor.
Поэтому нашелся ход g3.
Well, g3 was found.
Идея, как можно быстрее активизировать белопольного слона, используя здесь свои надвинутые пешки. Но, наверное, здесь у черных несколько способов было для уравнения.
The idea is to bring the bishop into play as quickly as possible, and then use the advanced pawns on the queen side. But I think here black has several ways to equality.
Вот, например, можно было пойти f5, пока
For
закрыть
instance,
слона.
f5,
Я обязан пойти f3.
closing the bishop, and I'm forced to play f3.
Взяли. Ну, тут какая-то позиция, у меня, может, где-то даже будет одна лишняя пешка, но, наверное, это примерно равная позиция.
And in such a position, even if I would have somewhere pawn up, still it would be equal.
Все-таки у белых слишком слабый король.
White has too weak king.
Вот, а после слон e6 нашлась.
Кажется, f5 плохой ход.
I think that f5
Мне
is a bad
кажется,
move.
Мне казалось так.
I thought that maybe knight,
Слон e6.
Король
rook
b2.
d4,
Молодец.
bishop e6.
Кnight c1.
О, молодец, опять.
f3.
Взяли. А, b6 не успел пойти, да? А, ну окей, тогда
And
вместо ладья
black didn't have
c5,
enough
король
time to play
e7.
b6.
Да, f3.
И взяли. b6. Солнце 6, нет? А, ну может быть, нет.
Okay, maybe.
Ну, этот, я тут, в принципе, когда ходил, так собрался.
When I played, I
король
wanted to go
B2.
for this one.
Да, разницы нет. Так.
Ладья C1.
Так. Тут, наверное, примерное равенство, мне казалось.
And probably here is more or less equal position, as I
4
thought.
пойти, можно король d6 пойти.
Play a4 or king d6.
Тут я зевнул король b2.
And I just blundered king b2.
Could you take exchange here, bishop d1?
Yeah, take h5, h4. It's too slow. I don't believe in it. And
Можно ли было взять качество, но я думаю, что h5, h4 потом будет слишком медленное, так что я в это не верю.
here, I think I'm not in time.
А здесь я думаю, что также я не успеваю.
Because this exchanges, don't think I managed to stop the pawn.
Наверное, D6.
Я не смогу остановить пешку.
Вот это шесть, да. And if I try and bring the king here,
Если я попробую привести короля сюда,
then I thought
Я думаю, с король C3 начал.
I think
Снова
white
ладья
should start
C1,
from
на
king
C6
c3.
лучше дать две ладьи.
ну там вот где-то 8, например, смотри.
But then rook
Ну, с
d8.
ладья C. Так это снова ладья C.
Да.
And then rook
Yes,
a7.
you should play this.
Да, так нужно играть.
And it's not easy to figure out how I'm going to stop the pawns.
Не так просто понять, как я здесь смогу остановить пешки.
And here, of course, I have this move.
Здесь, конечно, у меня был такой ход.
But I felt this looks like a draw, but might
Я
be
чувствовал, что это
slightly better for white.
выглядит как
Да,
ничья,
ну,
но,
я
возможно,
один
чуть лучше у белых.
Также могу пойти там втроем на A3.
But I can also play the same, like king
Слон
a3,
C2, ладья D2.
bishop c2, and rook d2.
Yes. So,
Леон согласился с этим вариантом.
so this was a sort of a blunder.
Так что здесь я допустил зевок.
I mean, taking is very risky.
Конечно, брать на
Possible
e2
first.
очень рискованно.
I think that this should be bad for black. So this is generally okay. And
Думаю, что это будет плохо для черных, поэтому пока что
and
в целом
I probably should
нормальные
take,
ходы.
but it's kind of unpleasant.
Вероятно, нужно было брать, но все-таки это неприятно.
For some reason, I was only considering this.
По какой-то причине я рассматривал только это.
King g7 or e7,
Король g7 или e7.
rook e1, and it's an unclear position.
И это неясная позиция.
King e7 is the correct move, I think.
Король e7 правильный ход, я думаю.
And then I'll go rook d8.
Потом я пойду ладья d8.
Yeah, so probably I should have taken on d1 and tried to do something there, but
Вероятно, нужно было мне взять на d1 и что-то попробовать
something
сделать в
like
этой
this,
позиции.
but I don't know.
Что-то
During
типа
the game,
h5.
I felt that this is not going anywhere.
Но во время партии я чувствовал, что это ни к чему не приведет.
And later on, of course, there were mutual inaccuracies, I think.
Ну и позже, конечно, были обоюдные неточности, я
Maybe I
думаю.
shouldn't take this pawn. I've got tempted.
Вероятно, не нужно было брать эту пешку,
Знаешь,
но
думаю, вот я бы
в
восемь
цветноте
даже
она меня
хотел.
соблазнила.
Тут, да?
Чтобы я с темпом не зашел. Нет, до всяких.
А,
Maybe
так.
rook b8 before taking, so that
Probably
I
I
would
should have
have
done
a
something
tempo.
like this. Okay, I
Вероятно, так и нужно было как-то играть.
can't really guarantee that it's a draw, but maybe rook b8 is a good move, yes.
Не могу гарантировать, конечно, что это ничья, но, может быть, да, ладья b8 хороший ход.
Here, check. Here, probably I need to give another check.
Вероятно, нужно
Same.
дать еще один шаг.
Первый шаг можно не давать, можно пешки есть.
Maybe the first check you shouldn't give. You can just eat the pawns, take the pawns.
B7.
Then B7. One more.
Пока без угроз,
Да.
да? Может, какой-то контр-игру создавать.
Maybe here is possible to make some counterplay with h5.
Probably yes. White is winning in here.
But но в любом случае, вероятно, белый выигрывает.
So here, if I don't have anything sort of like rook e8.
Здесь, если у меня нет чего-то вроде ладья e8.
Probably this one, yeah?
Вероятно, этот ход.
Checking the 7. But of course, this white's task would have been significantly harder.
Ну, конечно, в этом случае задача белых была бы гораздо сложнее.
Somehow I forgot that after rook a5, I mean, don't really have a good move. And
после ладья опять у меня нету хорошего хода.
And here, okay, I mean, I had 10 seconds here.
Здесь у меня было 10 секунд, так что не просто разобраться, что делать.
Дмитрий, я еще хотела уточнить там момент, когда вот вы пожертвовали качество, как вот оценивал у вас позиция в этот момент?
To make sure, how did you assess the position in case of your opponent taking an exchange?
У меня близко к выигранной позиции, но она и так была очень близко к выигранной. Тут, конечно, я где-то очень много ошибок сделал.
Well, of course, I thought that
E4
my position is close to winning.
Потому что я хотел как-то побыстрее.
I made a lot of mistakes.
Вот немного
E4 is probably a mistake.
Ну да, как-то ладья выскакивает, да?
А мне казалось,
вот я, может, как-то, вот если так вернулся, но тогда
If I play this, then A4,
A4, ладья D2.
and rook D2.
А вот, может, так, да. Потому что я ладья D1 видел. О, вот, она А4, ладья D2. Я вот ладья D2 не видел.
Rook D2 I didn't see. Rook D1 I saw.
Это был самый простой способ, наверняка, потому что сам по себе слон на C6 белых, он, конечно, гораздо сильнее черного.
Probably this was the easiest way, because bishop on C6 is much stronger than black's bishop.
Yeah, anyway, this was just, I think, just the one bad move.
Да, в любом случае, я думаю, что это был всего лишь один плохой ход.
Do we have questions to players?
Есть ли вопросы?
Ливан, мне хочется, как бы, может, берегись где-то рано, но нет у вас ощущения, что как-то второй круг в Лондоне и второй круг в Ханты-Мансийске совершенно не похожи для вас, как бы, первый круг в Лондоне и первый круг в Ханты-Мансийске? Вы чувствуете, что сильно устаете или какие-то, может, другие причины, которые вот настолько различные, как бы, круги получаются?
Well, Levon, I wouldn't like to touch your wounds, but the first lap in Khanty-Mansiysk here and the first lap in London differ very much with the second lap in Khanty-Mansiysk and second lap in London, previous candidates tournament. So why does it happen? Do you feel so much tiredness, or what is the reason?
No, I don't really feel tired. It's hard to say, you know, because this time I feel much better than in London, sorry. But for some reason the level of my play is more or less equal to the same.
Я не чувствую себя уставшим, сложно сказать. На самом деле здесь я себя чувствую гораздо лучше, чем в Лондоне, но, к сожалению, уровень моей игры не столь хорош.
Дмитрий, а как вы себя чувствуете к концу уже турнира? Тоже усталость? Есть ли усталость или нет?
Я готов играть сколько угодно, но другое дело, что я домой просто очень хочу, я соскучился по всем.
Well, the same
так,
question
скажем,
was...
там, через месяц я готов еще один такой турнир сыграть с удовольствием.
The question to Dmitry was if he also feels some tiredness already. Dmitry said that no, he's ready to play, and the only thing that he of course wants to go home very much and see the baby. But if there would be the same tournament in 1 month, he would play with great pleasure.
Еще есть вопросы? Нет. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Спасибо.
I'm ready. Sorry. Okay, we are actually already back here, and we are following the decisive game of this tournament. It's Karjakin against Anand, and well, if Anand makes a draw, he's gonna win this tournament because right now he's on +3, and we saw Aronian lost his game, so he's on 50%. So if this game is gonna be a draw, Anand is officially the tournament winner, and thus he is qualified for challenging Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. And I think this game is just gonna be a draw. Simply Anand has managed to create a fortress that's simply unbreakable. Well, let's have a look in this position. There is two very principled options for Karjakin. Well, all Karjakin has to do is attack one of these weak pawns. And right now you can see the knight on h3 is attacking the pawn, the bishop is attacking the pawn, and you cannot get any further. But the lines are quite uncomplicated. Bishop takes g5 simply doesn't work because rook h2 is threatening the knight on h3. And, well, the knight has to go to g1 and then you can take the bishop. So bishop takes doesn't work. And what about knight takes? Well, that looks good because, well, the king is protecting this bishop and the knight has just taken the pawn. But there's a very principled move here. Rook takes d2, king takes d2, king takes g5. And now there's a passed h-pawn. And this resulting pawn ending is just a draw. And I think it's a draw by not going forward, but you can simply go back and forth as far as I'm not completely sure. But this pawn ending is just supposed to be a draw. And I think, well, if you are looking on Twitter, for instance, that this pawn ending is a draw, for instance, has been said by Anis Giri and quite some others. So Karjakin chose not to go for this. He had the chance to take on g5. He went up with his king to e3, and Anand has just given a check. And basically, king e2, Anand is going to go back to b2 and make this pin along the second rank. And as far as I can see, there is simply no way at all for Karjakin to make any progress in this situation. And that basically means this tournament is going to be decided by Anand making a draw today, and then he will be 1.5 ahead of everybody with only one round to go. And irregardless of what's going to happen tomorrow, Anand is going to be, I will say, very well-deserved tournament winner and qualifying for a rematch against Magnus Carlsen later this year in November. But let's follow this completely to the end, and maybe one shouldn't celebrate too early, but it seems like Anand has managed to basically seal this position, and it's just going to be a draw. And well, you can see he's even finding time to go and have a look at the other game. So let's see. Karjakin is thinking here down. Well, he has 27 moves, so that should be more than enough. And again, as mentioned before, always feel very welcome to tweet us any comments or questions at #candidates2014. We saw before that Aronian actually lost his game, but I think Aronian can't really be angry at himself because he simply had to gamble. The gap to Anand was severe and he had to keep maximum pressure on the Indian to have any hope. And he gave it his best and it didn't work out. So for Aronian, I would say pre-tournament favorite, things were very much like last year's candidate tournament. He gave it a good shot, but on a couple of crucial moments, things didn't went his way, and he has to wait at least 2 more years before he will be able to play a World Championship match. But right now, it's going to be either Karjakin or Anand who is going to win this tournament. And just to repeat things, if Karjakin wins this game, he has no way won this tournament. He still needs to make 0.5 point more than Anand tomorrow. And Karjakin is black against Levan Aronian, while Anand has the white pieces against Peter Svidler. So even a win here still means huge advantage to the Indian player. But very likely it's gonna be a draw, and Anand, with more than 19 years gap, has twice qualified for a World Championship match, which is, I think, the first time in history anyone has managed that. So it can be a very historic day, especially for Indian chess and for Anand. But let's wait and see. But I simply don't see any way for Karjakin to make progress here. So it seems very much to be just a draw. And Let's see. Well, Karjakin is thinking here. While Karjakin is thinking, I think we can allow ourselves to go and have a look at the game Kramnik against Topalov. Of course, the really crucial game here is Karjakin Anand, but let's keep an eye on it and then quickly try and explain what's happening in the other game. There we have I would say, very complicated situation. It's equal material, but it's very unbalanced position. Well, White has a passed pawn here and even another passed pawn there, but also now Topalov has gotten his passed pawns. And, well, the rook is threatening on d3. It's actually a sharp tactical position, despite being quite an ending. The computer is saying it's almost equal, but maybe slightly better for Kramnik. So, well, things could still happen here, but still, despite that this being a Kramnik-Topalov game, today the attention is elsewhere. So I think let's just drop back, because Karjakin has just made a move. And we should really follow this game to the end. Karjakin's last move was king to d1. So now he's again, well, putting up a threat, but it's actually, as we have mentioned before, it's not a real threat. Because, well, let's say Anand plays something like rook a2 now. Then bishop takes g5, again is running into the move rook a2, h2, threatening this knight. And if knight takes g5, well, rook takes d2, king g5, and this is just going to be a drawn pawn ending. So there is very, very little Karjakin can do, but he's testing Anand's patience just a bit. But it's not like, I mean, I think Anand can even play the move rook b3, attacking the f3 pawn, but I think he's just going to stay put on the second rank. That would be very, very logical. Maybe he can also play a move like rook b1 check, but I think his concept is going to be just keeping the rook on the second rank, and that should be sufficient to make a draw. He has like 42 minutes left, which is, of course, plenty of time. Let's see. I mean, we have seen Anand earlier in this game, I think, where he was considerably more nervous. I think he understands that this one he has nailed, and he even has times to maybe have a short look at his opponent. But I think he's just trying to be extremely careful because, well, making a terrible blunder now would be very, very criminal. But I don't think there's any blunder in the position, and as long as he just stays solid, triumph will be there shortly. But let's see. In the meantime, we have seen a move in Kramnik-Topalov, and if the computer is to believe, actually Topalov has just blundered, which means Kramnik could be very close to winning by tactical means. And well, this game has been jumping quite up and down. Okay, Anand actually played rook b3. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Let's try and understand it. Rook b3. Again, if bishop takes g5, rook takes f3 is obviously possible. But the critical move should be knight takes g5. But most likely Anand's idea is then he has to move h3, threatening to go forward with the pawn. And if knight takes h3, then this move should basically make the draw, because knight g5, there is this move and you take this pawn and it's gonna be a draw. So he went up with the king, and Anand immediately has gone back, and if I'm not mistaken, this position we have seen once before in this game. So we are closing in on a repetition. So this game could be over any minute, and then, well, with a draw, Anand has won the tournament, and we're gonna see a rematch between world champion Magnus Carlsen and ex-world champion, 5-time world champion Anand. And well, that's gonna be very interesting. There has actually been quite a lot of rematches in recent, not in recent, but in chess history. For instance, Karpov and Kasparov played a lot of times, and also Karpov and Korchnoi played quite some times. And I think if we have to go back to the last time somebody, well, qualified twice is probably going to be Kortsnoy actually. And the last time we have seen a ex-world champion qualifying by a candidate tournament, actually I'm simply not able to remember. So this is, I think it's very close to being a chess historic moment we're going to see, but let's see. Well, Karjakin has 23 minutes, but simply he's run out of options. And I think to blame Karjakin for today's attempt makes absolutely no sense. He put quite some pressure on Anand, and he kept putting pressure sort of through the whole game. But Anand has defended impeccably, and he's just going to be rewarded with the tournament clinching draw. And well, nothing to say. Karjakin did his best, and I think maybe he didn't take that many risks, but he managed to put serious pressure. And the other board, Kramnik, has actually played the very strong move, and it's still a very complicated position, but it seems that things has gotten quite out of hand for Topalov, and we could see Kramnik moving back to 50%, while Topalov, on the contrary, will be on -2 and be in last place. But still, things are not decided there. Let's see. Karjakin is thinking, but he has 20 minutes left, but also 20 minutes left for 3 moves. Then he's going to get 15 minutes later. So actually time do not have the slightest importance here. What matters is that this seems to be a completely unbreakable fortress, and that Vichy, well, if we go back to, well, I would say something like this, if you remember this position, Vichy allowing this trade actually seemed to be a very, very good decision. He evaluated correctly that 2 pieces against a rook with pawns on the same side, it's not going to be enough. And, well, he has simply proved it along the way. And also, well, for instance, I thought that he should have defended more passively, but he went forward with his pawns, and this has turned out to be very right. On the other board, well, Kramnik did play the move. I think Karjakin is going to think a bit, so let's just gamble and go there quickly. And no, I was wrong. Let's stay here then, because we don't want to miss it if actually they're going to repeat moves. Karjakin went with the king to d3, and I would think Vichy is going to go give a check on b3 now. If I'm not mistaken, they have almost had this position before. No, he's played rook a2. That doesn't change anything. And, well, to be honest, I don't see anything positive Karjakin can do apart from taking on g5, but that's a completely drawn pawn ending. Just to make absolutely sure, let's show the concept here. I think the concept is that, well, king f4 here, and now, well, the mutual zugzwang position is the king on h3. You have to be able to play king g5. So after, let's say, a move like king h2, you will never play this because king h3 is zugzwang and this pawn will drop. But you're just patiently gonna go back and forth between these 2 squares, and whenever white is gonna go king h3, you have king g5, and it's gonna be a draw. So this is Anand's fortress. He's gonna be a pawn down in a pawn ending. Well, remember, exactly like against Topalov, but he is completely sure it's a draw, and he's very right once again. So I think it's just gonna be a matter of time before this game is gonna be a draw, and we have a new challenger for Carlsen's World Championship title. And quite surprisingly, it's gonna be 44-year-old 5-time world champion Vichy Anand. Let's see. Okay, now let's have a quick look at the other games still going on. We left you in this position here in Kramnik against Topalov. Topalov played the move rook to d2. Okay, we actually have a tweet here from Ferdinand. My question to the commentator: will we see the Berlin defense in the championship match so many times again? Well, that is a hard question to see. Maybe it will almost be like in this tournament, like with the player in the picture, Vladimir Kramnik. Just the threat of him playing the Berlin is enough to nobody is playing e4 against him. So it could be that simply the Berlin is too strong to ever see it again. But, well, that's hard to speculate in. But, well, I think at least the tweet is coming close to one of the very interesting opening questions for the probably upcoming match. And here we have, but returning to this game, Topalov is shaking his head. And, well, we will explain why. We left you here, and now Topalov played rook d2, which turned out to be a blunder. Because knight g6 check happened, king e7. And here we have from Fyodor, Topalov blundered, and now Kramnik has to find the only path to victory. But I think he's managed. Check. And now this important move, d6. King takes d6 and rook f8. And, well, quite simply, it's trapping the bishop on h8. And you can't really go bishop g7, because hg7 is going to be even worse. So the pawn is going to queen. So as far as I can see, Topalov has just dropped a piece. And, well, he has nothing to do than start pushing his pawns. But, well, Kramnik will take this, the bishop. Maybe it's going to be something like a5, rook h8, a4, h7, and also this will go. And, well, you push your pawns. But I think they're not going to be in time, and this should be winning for Kramnik. But still a bit of action is left. But that's the situation there. And here we have from Dr. Pavan Pandey. Great tournament. Kept all chess enthusiasts tied to the screens. Also great games being played. Well, very much so. I think last year's candidate was praised a lot for good games and a lot of, excitement towards the end. And I think this tournament you can say the same. A lot of good chess. The only thing that could be missing is that we are not going to see a round 14 drama. But I think Anand and all his fans are going to be quite happy for that. And winning the tournament with one round to go is a very impressive performance. But let's see, it's not still yet completely there, but it very much looks like it. So let's return to that game. Okay, we saw the move king d3 played and rook a2. Yeah. Well, Karjakin has plenty of time, but and he's knight f2. So okay, Karjakin actually is gonna make an attempt. He's given up on, well, before, remember, his knight was on h3, where it was putting pressure on this g5 pawn. But Karjakin has realized this plan is not going to work for me. So he's going back to, I would say, now he's going to have a shot at the pawn on e5. It's not going to work either, but at least it's, I think it's a good attempt. And instead of just giving Anand the draw, well, this is your chance to still fight for first place in the candidates tournament. You got to try it, even how small it is. And that's exactly what Karjakin is doing. But Vichy quickly gave a check. And, well, let's see, what is his point? If something like bishop c3, I think he's going to play rook a2. And, well, it would be logical to do something like knight d1 to e3 to c4, which is going to win this pawn on e5. But in the meantime, this pawn is going to queen. And, well, that's basically Anand's, what's going to save him here. He has this passed pawn. And when Karjakin is going to turn all his energy into winning the pawn on e5, the h-pawn going to provide sufficient counterplay. So I don't see any way Karjakin can make this work for him. But he's going to try. And, well, one should credit him for that. Well, Anand has 40 minutes left for one move for the time control. It's not a bad time to stand up. Okay. Bishop to c3. It's not like Anand's position is hanging on just playing one exact move, but I think he's going to go rook a2 quite quickly and simply disturb the knight on f2. That's well, that's going to be the logical move, and I think after that, again, it's going to be very hard. Maybe he's thinking of king e3, but then the rook is going to go back to a3 and attack this bishop. it is extremely hard doing anything positive from for Karjakin here, and Anand's defense is more or less keeping this fortress. Well, it almost looked like Anand was shaking his head, but I think he's just trying to keep patient. Also, well, one should understand Anand in this situation. More than 5 hours has been played today, and 13 rounds already, and you're so close. It's very, very tempting to lash out with a couple of moves. And if we, well, remember Anand back from his youth, he was very known for being, extremely quick. But he's showing tremendous patience here. He spent more than 2 hours on this game, and even here, where I think Rook A2, he would happily play this in a flash. He's really trying to be careful, and very understandable. He has plenty of time, and no need at all to be emotional and a bit unprofessional. But I think it's gonna be Rook A2, and I don't see how Karjakin can put any further pressure. Let's see. There it comes. And also, this do not mean the game has finished. This means that we have reached move 60, and the players are getting new score sheets. So, still, the tournament is still very much in progress. It's just that they have reached move 60. Karjakin has put his king on e3. It might look that maybe the king could go in this direction, but because of the knight on f2 being attacked, and also the potential of the black h pawn, simply the king cannot manage to reach d5 in time. So Karjakin has just put his king back in this position. And I think now we're going to see Anand play the move Rook a3, and now there is actually a direct threat in this position. There is bishop takes e5, so he's going to put his rook on a3. Yes, he's just done that. And to be honest, I don't really see how Karjakin can make any kind of progress in this position. It seems to be a complete draw. Actually, should this game be drawn, we have a very strange tournament situation in the sense that the fight for first place has been completely decided, but no players will be on even a plus score. So I think we will have as many as 5 players on 50%, and then 1 player, Peter Svidler, on -1, and Nielsen and Topalov on -2. So at least 6 players will be in contention for second place. So that would be, second place of course is not that important, but there is still quite some money at stake and the rating points and such. So I still think we're going to see a rather interesting round tomorrow. But of course, first place is all that really matters in this tournament. So, we saw a few moves. Anand gave this check, the pin, and King D2, and I think he's going to continue with the move Rook A2 check now. And still, we are not quite having a repetition, but it's at some point it's going to get rather close. But if you remember earlier, his knight was on h3, while now he's on f2. So, I think also Karjakin is being careful not to repeat the position. But actually, his main problem is that there's simply no way forward here. And while I'm having a short look at the other game, Kramnik against Topalov, at least my computer says that now Kramnik made a blunder and suddenly the position is again equal. So let's see. Okay, we have a treat here for Patrick. If Anand draws this game, do you think in the 14th round players will not feel motivated to produce quality games? No, I don't think so. Anand, having had such a triumph, should not feel obliged to produce anything. I think he should be celebrating one of his biggest triumphs. But I think all other players will try and do their best. And as we said, that second place is very much up for grabs for anyone except Topalov. So I think we're going to see quite some chess with actually a lot of money at stake tomorrow. But if Anand wins these games, I think draws these games, he he should really start celebrating, because there's something to celebrate. But I think the remaining players has every reason to create something interesting tomorrow. Even Peter Svidler playing Anand has a chance to advance in the standings. But I think right now, tomorrow's round will not be very relevant from a, so to say, chess historical point of view. What's happening right now is what matters, and I think we are going to see Anand qualify for a World Championship match. If we remember back to 2010, there in Kazan, Boris Gelfand was a very surprising winner, at least to many, simply because they thought he was too old. But now Anand is very likely winning the tournament, and he was even older than Gelfand at the time. I think Gelfand is 1 year older than Anand, but Anand is winning it, I think, 3 years later. So he's actually breaking Gelfand's record. But let's see. It's not completely over yet. Okay, Rook A2 check played. Okay, we have a new chess tweet. What do you think about traditional chess systems? Defending world champ doesn't have to play candidates, unlike football. And that's from the fake cafe. Well, that is a choice. For instance, I very much enjoyed when we had the knockout world championship tournaments. I think that was spectacular. And well, when we have the player almost in the picture here, Anand, I mean, he has done a lot of very tremendous things in his chess career, but actually, I think the results in his knockouts tournament, winning, I think, the Delhi Tehran bid, and winning in Groningen, but then later losing to Karpov, who was seeded into the final quite absurdly. I mean, twice winning 6 or 7 rounds of a knockout tournament, and then in the next cycle getting to the semi-finals. I think Anand won 19 knockout matches in a row. I mean, that is fantastic, and well, more or less unparalleled. But I would say that, well, it very much depends. Do we want to have a system where it's most likely the strongest player will win, or do we want to have it more sort of when it's becoming more of a sport? For instance, in cycling, they don't have a system where it's very likely that the strongest cyclist will win. But, well, everybody has a chance, and it gets a more interesting thing. And the same you can say with the World Championship in football, that, well, the champion will have to qualify, and this makes it for a very interesting sporting event, but at the price of it's being less likely that the strongest player is going to win. So I think that's more or less a political and, maybe a choice for the players in that sense. And I can see advantages with both things. And, I think we have a very strong tradition for these World Championship matches, and they create a lot of media attention. So I think it's likely we're going to stay with that. But I see some very interesting perspectives in both kind of systems. And I think also at some point Carlsen was talking quite warmly about the knockout systems. But we can see that recently what's really have driven a lot of media interest is World Championship matches with, for instance, just take Carlsen, Anand the last time, and the buzz it created both in India and in Europe, and I would say, basically all the world. So it is, I see advantages with both systems, but I think it's very likely that we will stay with the system of World Championship matches simply because we have such a long and very nice tradition of having them. Let's see. Okay, Anand is taking his time. Well, while I was answering this question, something has changed a bit. Karjakin has put the king to e1, and this means that Anand actually has to change his concept a bit, because now there is a direct threat of this pawn on e5. And it means that something like king f6, at least the move knight d3 has to be considered. So even there, probably running with the h-pawn should be enough. But Anand has a bit of work to do, and he's taking his time patiently. Let's see. And meanwhile, I think Topalov did not take the chance Kramnik offered to him. He actually has played... Yeah, he's... Okay, let's stay with Anand here. I think he's just about to make a move. Let's see. As I was about to explain, meanwhile, it seems that in Kramnik Topalov, well, actually, let's quickly jump there and just debate the position. We had this position. Knight f5 check was played. Knight f5 check was played. And here, I mean, I picked at the computer which is saying king c7 would be an excellent move. And the point is that after h7, b2, rook c8 check, king takes, check, and some kind of king move, most likely to c7. There's simply nothing stopping the pawn queening next. And like this, Topalov could, well, quite likely has made a draw. But instead he has taken on f5. And, well, now it seems that Kramnik can even win by playing, well, this strong move, rook to d2 check. And something like, I think the point is after this move you have knight e4 check. Here, takes, and queens. And, well, let's say some kind of king move. Rook takes d2, bishop c2. Well, then you have this maneuver and the knight comes to c3 and stops the pawn. And this should just be lost for Topalov. So it seems really like that. Okay, we have a tweet here. Well, Topalov played bishop takes f5 questions, Mike. We call it trusting the opponent. White is winning again now. Well, exactly. Topalov chose to trust Kramnik, and well, as we have seen in this tournament, Kramnik do make quite some blunders at times. So, well, here he very much gave Topalov a chance for a late escape and avoiding last place. But it seems like that's not going to happen, and Kramnik will just convert this game into a win. But there is still some complications. But okay, let's just follow this. h7 has been played. There is still some complication. Now h7, b2. And let's just try and figure out the difference. Probably, well, Kramnik is going to give a check on c8 most likely. And then probably in these complications, well, somehow his queen is going to be in time. He's given a check on c8 at least. Okay. Well, the computer is giving a massive edge for Kramnik in this position, so apparently there seems to be a way where he can actually check his way with the queen. And there is still a bit of time pressure left, so it's not completely over, but I would really expect Kramnik to make this. Let's say queen check on h7. Well, that looks like a very good move, because I think now, let's say the king goes somewhere, he's just going to play the move knight to e3, and the queen defends backward. And exactly this is what has happened. I think that simply Topalov has resigned. Yes, Topalov has resigned. And, well, Kramnik is back to 50%, and Topalov is in last place. And Kramnik managed to get back to 1-1 in their individual encounter. But even so, I think that this individual rivalry between Kramnik and Topalov, it's very likely taking too much attention for the players. And I mean, you can see that they were, especially Kramnik, but both players was in quite decent situation at the time. But I think somehow not shaking hands and keeping focus on rivalry is simply a bad idea. You should only care about your opponent as a chess player, not get into these kind of things. But these things can be quite hard to avoid, and I think Kramnik would actually rather avoid it, but that seems to have been quite difficult. But at least for him, he got revenge today and is back to 50%. Maybe soon we will go to the press conference, but as soon as we think something is going to happen in the game between that's going to decide the tournament, we will be back. But maybe briefly we will have a look at the press conference. That's my impression. But we will keep a close eye on this game, and should suddenly Karjakin try a dramatic break, or will they repeat, we're going to be back immediately. But Now we will turn to the press conference, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Была очень интересная партия. Расскажите, пожалуйста, о ней.
Ну, так, мне кажется, в дебюте я применил такую интересную идею, которую я готовил к этому турниру.
Quite interesting idea in the opening, which I
Мне удалось
prepared for this event.
получить давление, хотя мне кажется, что соперник довольно неплохо защищался.
The opponent defended quite
Так,
good.
позиция очень неприятная внешне, потому что трудно развить коня.
Very unpleasant. Because it's quite difficult to develop the knight.
Конечно, если черные разобьют коня, у них будет все в порядке, но это очень сложно сделать.
If black develops the knight, it will be good for them, but it's quite hard to do so.
Ладья d6. Ну, здесь начались тактически. Я решил как-то играть амбициозно, хотя можно было сделать какой-то ход типа ладья e3. Мне кажется, белые сохраняют очень приятное давление.
Just move rook e3 with
я сыграл ферзь b3, тут какие-то много было интересных вариантов. Конечно, b5 принципиальный ход. Было трудно досчитать до конца b5, тем более уже в конце турнира ставшие люди. Ферзь a3, ферзь d8. И здесь надо считать слон бьет b5, ab.
You need to
ферзь бьет a8, ладья a6,
calculate all this,
ферзь b7, ладья b6, и теперь на ферзь a7, ну на ладья a6, ферзь c5, но, по-моему, находится слон бьет e5, я не мог найти ничего после этого, то есть d6, ферзь a3, b4. Ну, я не знаю, вот эта позиция ферзь a4, bc, там ладья bc3, конь e7, лучше ли она у белых или нет, я не уверен.
I don't know whether this position is better for white, I'm not sure.
Но я, может быть, все-таки сохраняю перевес таким ходом.
Maybe I maintain advantage by playing knight f7.
И мне все-таки казалось, что у белых здесь лучше в эндшпиле, потому что после
white's
размена
position is better in the end game.
На слон бьет d4 у меня есть ход конь бьет d5.
After bishop d4 I have knight d5. There is mate here. Unexpectedly.
Да, но на конь c6 мне казалось, что можно просто сыграть ладья d7. И на конь d4, кажется, я могу сыграть конь d5.
Knight d4, I think I could play
король f1.
knight d5.
Ну, правда, здесь может быть, потому что слон b5 я имею промежуточный шаг, но, правда, здесь может быть вот это вот, наверное, ничья, да.
Maybe this is a draw.
У меня еще были возможности на конь d4 просто уйти ладью здесь.
Ну,
в общем, тут надо было много считать, очень такие сложные варианты, но Веселин сыграл b6 просто.
Веселин played b6.
И как-то вроде очень активно у белых, но я не видел продолжения. Вот решил, мне кажется, я неплохой план придумал, неожиданно все фигуры перебросить на королевский фланг и начать такую атаку.
I think I made up a very interesting idea
Мне кажется, что
by
черные играли
regrouping my
логично
pieces.
после этого, но, в общем-то, позиция у них стала
Black
крайне
played quite
неприятная.
logically, but their position became very
Ферзь g3 очень важный нюанс, потому что идея в том, что на ферзь g5 у меня есть слон бьет g6. Это очень
Here I have bishop
g6
after queen g5.
d5 de, это очень важно. Ну, а на взятие беру на c6, остаюсь.
This is very important, and I take on d6, and I have an extra
Поэтому
pawn.
на ладья c8, по-моему, очень важный ход h4, потому что это он такой многоплановый, это и форточка, и защита от ферзь g5, и h5 хочу пойти.
I want to play h5 here. There is a defense against queen g5, and also a place for king.
Ну, трудно, в общем-то, спрашивать больше от одного хода, чем три идеи.
It's quite hard to ask more than
после h4
from one move.
Я, честно говоря, все ходы Топалова угадал, потому что мне тоже казалось, что конь e7 надо, я не видел, честно говоря, других ходов.
I didn't see any
Теперь
other
как-то на
moves
коне
for black.
f4, конь f5, мне казалось, что как-то держатся все-таки черные.
I think here black is
Конечно, у
holding.
белых и здесь инициатива, но
There is
все не
initiative
так просто.
for white,
Мне
but it's
кажется,
not
h5
very easy.
правильно.
I think h5
G5,
is a
f4,
right
ну,
move.
конечно, вот здесь сложно сказать. Я думаю, что,
Here
конечно,
it's quite hard to
позиция
say.
черных на грани проигрыша, но
I think black's
я
position is on
очень
the
много
edge of
вариантов
losing.
считал, но не
calculated
мог
many
как-то
variants.
вот найти какого-то такого четкого
And I
хода.
couldn't
Может быть,
see a
ладья
precise
f1 не
move.
самый лучший, выглядит очень логично.
Rook
Здесь
f1
были
looks
какие-то ходы,
very
типа ферзь
logical.
f2, там, не знаю, но ладья f1 логично, потому что на fg как-то ферзь bg5 находится. И как-то еще черная держится.
Here
Хотя,
black is
может
holding.
быть, стоило просто как-то так сыграть
Maybe
и коня
I should have
подключать
played
на
like
f4.
this.
Конечно,
And then
возможностей у белых
knight f4.
много перспективных, но
There are many
мне
chances
кажется,
for
ладья
white.
f1, честно говоря, я на f6 вообще-то хотел
Frankly
fg
speaking, I wanted
бить издалека. f5 выглядит сильно, но на f5 тут
play
ладья b2
FG.
находится, по-моему, ход. Такой
F5
неожиданный
there
ресурс.
is
Потому что
unexpected
после
resource.
FE, по-моему, черных просто плохо.
Rook c2.
А вот ладья c2, конь f5, и все не
Knight
так
f5
просто.
and it's
мне
all very
казалось.
unclear.
Я не видел, как тут продолжать. Поэтому
I didn't
вообще-то
see how
я
to
FG
continue
собирался играть
I
издалека.
wanted to play
Здесь много красивых
FG
вариантов, но, к
originally.
сожалению, каким-то чудом черная держится, по-моему.
By
Потому
some
что
miracle,
взятие, DE,
black is holding.
ладья c6, единственный ход.
Rook c6
Мне
is the
казалось.
only move.
Теперь у меня две возможности. Неожиданно
I
такой
have two
интересный очень ход.
opportunities.
G6 мне пришел в голову. Ладья b2,
G6
ты
came
жертва
up to
второй
my
фигуры.
mind.
Взял конь d4. И мне даже казалось, что это
d4.
сильно поначалу, потому что на ладья
I thought
c6,
it's
по-моему,
quite
просто
strong.
ладья f6. Очень красивая позиция,
Rook
мне так
c6,
хотелось так
rook
сыграть. И просто ферзь
f6.
f4, и, по-моему,
It's
несмотря
very
на две
beautiful
лишние
position. I
фигуры,
wanted to play like this.
возможно, белый выигрывает. Но проблема
Maybe
в том,
white is
что на конь
winning.
d4 конь f5 находится.
But
ход,
there
мне
is
казалось.
knight f5.
Конь f5 это как-то неприятно.
And it's unpleasant.
Поэтому такие жертвы красивые не
Such
проходили. Но,
sacrifices
конечно, конь
did not
d4
work.
кажется, что вот должно вот-вот выигрывать, но ферзь бьет g5.
Knight d4 must
И
win,
теперь
but
каким-то
queen
чудом мне пока не
g5.
казалось, что черный делает, потому что на ферзь d3 находится слон f5, безумный ход совершенно.
There is a crazy move, bishop f5.
Единственный мне казалось.
The only move, as
Потому
it seemed
что
to
на...
me.
Да, то есть потому что на ферзь g7, по-моему, просто ладья f6 подхожу
just
и
queen
совсем плохо. Просто,
g7, so rook
просто
f6
матую, не торопясь,
and I'm
даже,
mating
на ладья f1.
without
Но
hurry.
находится какой-то слон f5 безумный,
is
и как ни
crazy
знаю,
move
конь
bishop
f5, конь f5.
f5.
Какая-то ерунда, нет, не вижу выигрыша. Более того,
And I
может
don't
проигрывать
see
даже здесь уже. Потому
a
что как-то
victory,
все висит
maybe I'm
шахами.
losing.
Я сначала что-то у
Everything
меня
is
была какая-то
hanging with
галлюцинация,
checks.
что я могу так сыграть, но потом я понял, что на g8
I
это не
have
мат.
hallucination, I could play like this, but
Ну, в общем, какие-то
G8
такие
square
какие-то
is
чудеса. Потом
protected.
мне показалось, что ферзь f3 выигрывает. Действительно,
I
грозит
thought
конь
maybe
e6, и кажется,
queen
что это
f3
конец, но какой-то
should have
такой ход
won, but there
находится
is
ферзь
also
g4.
queen
Неожиданно,
g4.
я не смог тоже найти. На ферзь d3, ферзь e4 как-то там, то есть какая-то...
Queen d3,
в общем,
queen a4.
А?
Держатся.
Каким-то чудом, просто
And
каким-то чудом.
black
Но я
is
могу...
holding.
Да, и здесь тоже держится. Я думал, что может быть так я
Even
могу
here.
сыграть. Так и слон f5, такая тактика.
And bishop f5.
Есть.
Maybe there is
Все было бы
tactics.
хорошо, на конь f5, ладья
It
c8
would be
и g4,
good
но такой
if
какой-то
not
ход находится. Слон
Rook
e6, ладья e6.
c6.
И как-то опять все нормально. То есть
And
я
everything
вот
is good for
считал, и казалось, что ну, буквально на грани выигрыш после
I
FG,
was
но я нигде не смог найти,
calculating
поэтому
the
пришлось
moves,
пойти
but
конь g4. Конечно, тоже очень
That's why I
приятно
had
все.
to play
Конь
knight
g6, да,
g4.
конь g6 тоже, конечно, приятно, но мне не
Knight
хотелось менять
g6 is
фигуру
also very
все-таки,
pleasant, but
потому
I
что
didn't want to
мне
exchange the
казалось, что у меня
pieces.
какой-то атакующий потенциал. Конечно, у меня здесь
I
тоже
thought that had
хорошая
the
позиция, но
attacking
все-таки не
potential.
так просто, потому что
It's
как-то
not very
пробить...
easy.
У меня просто позиционный перевес, но как-то
have a
я не видел
positional advantage.
что-то. Мне казалось, конь g4 интересно.
I thought that knight
Что, опять же,
g4
на
is
ладья
interesting.
c6, честно говоря, мне кажется, ладья c6 правильный ход.
Rook
потому
c6
что,
is
ну,
a
там
right
какие-то
move.
есть варианты, например, на f5 плохо из-за конь бьет h6. По-моему,
f5,
ферзь
knight
h6,
is
fg, и
h6.
неожиданно висит на d6 ладья.
And the rook is
По-моему,
hanging,
белый выигрывает здесь.
and white is winning here.
Поэтому ладья dc6 вроде надо ходить. И, честно говоря, я тут fg хотел ходить
I wanted to
издалека.
play fg5,
Но тоже не смог найти прямого выигрыша,
But
потому что
I
ладья
did
c2,
not
мне
see
кажется,
the
все-таки проигрывает. Там
direct
конь f6, король
win.
h8 поменялся, и, по-моему, самое точное, мне кажется, ферзь
take,
e5
and
здесь.
the most precise move is
И тут
queen
как-то
a5
жаж
here.
грозит, ну все грозит, конь f4, я думаю, что здесь совсем плохо. Но после fg как-то совершенно неожиданно слон бьет g4.
But there is an unexpected result,
И
bishop g4.
теперь как-то на взятие находится как-то ладья f6, ладья f6, слон e2, не нашел я здесь прямого выигрыша.
I didn't see the direct win here.
Потом на ферзь g4 я думал.
If queen takes.
Тут как-то неожиданно оказывается, что, кажется, ладья bc2 можно. Сейчас я вспомню, да, ладья bc2, ладья bc2, ладья bc2. И на ладья бьет f6.
And if I
на
play
ферзь f6 шах, ферзь f7
rook f6.
А на ладья бьет f6 какой-то здесь был ход неприятный.
There was a move very unpleasant.
Но я его забыл уже какой, но какой-то был, по-моему, это не выигрывало как бы. В общем, очень много вариантов надо считать тут, но в итоге, конечно, конь e3 немножко такой ход жалкий, как бы ощущение, что я чуть подвыпустил, но я не знаю, где, наверное, что-то я тут не досчитал, скорее всего. Потому что конь e3 хороший ход f5 он сделал, да, и тут как-то все получается у черных. Я считал, что у меня вот здесь, ну, лишняя пешка, это длинный вариант. Мне, кстати, показалось, что он слон f5 вообще зевнул ход, потому что он с таким удивлением посмотрел. Минуту не записывал ход. Но я-то не зевнул, но, к сожалению, проблема в том, что после ладья c2 все не так ясно. Конь g3, ладья бьет b2. Мне кажется, что у белых должно быть лучше, но позиция очень острая.
The position is very acute.
Тот факт, что два слона здесь не так влияет.
Ну тут очень король плохой. Нет, конечно, два слона это не понятно, но, во-первых, один из них поменяется наверняка, во-вторых, очень плохой король. Но здесь я не знаю, тут надо считать, конечно, может быть, ладья c1 надо было ходить. Я не мог досчитать, ну, ладью туда, потому что, честно, на ладье e1 слон бьет f5, мне кажется, конечно, слон d7, по-моему, грубая ошибка. Мне кажется, что слон бьет f5 надо играть, и здесь начинаются сложнейшие варианты, которые я считал. Дело в том, что если я хожу h6, то неприятно ладья c2, как-то мне казалось. И на ладье 8 ладья c7, и черные закрепились. Мне кажется, я не знаю, ну, как бы, наверное, я не проиграю тоже, потому что я ладья b8, g4 тоже закрепился, но я не видел здесь выигрыша, по крайней мере, поэтому думал, может быть, ладья b2, ладья e8, но здесь уже начинается такая игра очень острая, потому что b4, кажется, проигрывает все-таки, h6, b3, ладья bf8, король f8, h7, это я как бы ловушку эту я видел. Но на король, но здесь как-то надо считать ходы, скажем, ладья c2, например.
I need to think about such moves as rook c2.
И я думал, может быть, я теперь могу за этой пешкой зайти.
Maybe I can just
play. В общем, тут надо считать варианты, я не знаю, тут какая-то позиция a6, ладья c7 есть ход. Если я зайду за пешкой, то так как-то, мне кажется, на взятие, если ладью поставить на b6, пешку на g4, все было бы неплохо, но, может быть, черный успеет ладья b7 пойти. Там какие-то шаги, я не знаю, надо считать. Ну, в общем, мне казалось, что здесь все очень неясно после слон бьет f5. А слон d7 такой ход, конечно, опять хочется двух слонов сохранить, но они не сохраняются, и кони начинают, кони на самом деле намного сильнее. Во-первых, здесь, наверное, ладья c1 уже сильно тоже, мне казалось.
Rook c1 is quite strong,
тоже,
as it seemed to me.
Теперь уже очень важно, что я ладья c7 с темпом захожу.
It's very important that I have a tempo
и там a6 грозит. Может быть, это тоже выигрывает, не знаю. Но мне кажется, конь e7 шах хорошо. Тут еще король f7, по-моему, плохой ход. Мне кажется, надо было на g7 ходить.
Maybe he should have played king g7.
Но тоже тут уже, конечно, у белых перевес по-разному, я думаю, потому что очень много угроз у белых. Там, скажем, конь бьет d5. Например, и там на ладья бета2, например, ладья c1 очень опасно, ладья c7 захожу, на слон d6, какие-то кони 4, тут кони неожиданно доминируют над слонами. Такая Морозевичу понравилось эта позиция. Потому что, да, тут какие-то страшные совершенно кони, там слон d6, какие-то даже тактики какие-то есть такого типа, тут что-то кони неожиданно. Ну, в общем, короче говоря, король f7 здесь, кажется, совсем уже плохо после конь бьет d5.
King f7
потому что опять же грозят шахи, пешка h бежит, слон c6, но тут уже, конечно, какая-то усталость за турнир, потому что ощущение, что здесь наверняка должен быть прямой выигрыш. Но я что-то посчитать не мог. Ну, в смысле, мог, но и вроде так выиграно, и так, наверное, конь 7 шах выигрывал, скорее всего.
Knight c7
ну, как-то надо было считать, а уже тяжело считать. И вначале это тяжело было, а сейчас уж совсем так.
It was very hard in the beginning, but here it's
скажем так, вот, наверное, пешка h должна пройти, но все-таки вдруг там слон на диагональ как-то перейдет. Мне кажется, конь e3 достаточно хорошо, слон g7, конь f5, слон h8, h6, но мне кажется, что это конец уже, мне кажется, он поднял единственный ход слон e4, потому что грозит d5 шах, грозит d5 шах, слон d5, конь g7 шах, мне кажется, выигрышем. Но после слон e4 тут я зевнул, конечно, я просто зевнул.
after bishop e4.
Потому что, ну, какой-то ход, ну, я просто совершенно забыл, что ладья b1.
I forgot about rook b1.
Ну, наверное,
this
конь
threat.
g7 шах выигрывает, я думаю,
I
без
think
больших проблем.
knight g7 is winning.
Король e7, там конь f5, там что-то. Ну,
And then
выигранная,
knight
белая, конечно,
f5.
выигранная позиция. Легко, причем, я думаю.
White's position is
Даже можно король
winning.
h2 в этих позициях там где-то
Maybe
ходить.
even
Ну, в общем, надо
king
посчитать немножко, но выиграть.
h2.
Я просто считал, что единственный ход король e5, честно
I
говоря.
thought the only move here
И здесь
is
там, ну,
king e5.
разные есть возможности, но есть
there are
такой
different
красивый вариант, я, не знаю,
opportunities.
пошел бы я на него или нет.
I saw a beautiful
Как-то
line,
d6,
d6.
и как-то там на взятие, скажем,
If
можно
black
ладья
takes,
d1 пойти даже.
I can play even rook
На
d1.
слон f5, конь f5, король f5, d7, h7, там пешки пробежали.
And the
Но,
pawn is
ну, в общем, там
promoted.
оно по-разному выиграет после король e5, но король d7 вдруг я в ужасе, ну, я-то думал, что конь g7 и сдались
And I
просто
saw
черные.
this.
И вдруг увидел ладья b1, и
And here I saw
я не
rook
знаю,
b1,
наверное,
and I
ничья
was
здесь просто после размена ладьи.
Very surprised. I think after exchange there is a draw.
Ну и тут мне, конечно, пришлось, значит, потому что ладья b1
And
угроза. И
had
надо
to
высчитывать, я уже совсем расслабился, уже как
calculate
считал, что все, и тут
the
неожиданно
variance
пришлось
because I
начать
felt
считать
very
варианты,
relaxed.
потому что как-то я не знаю эти позиции, когда, допустим, я могу там какой-то ход сделать, скажем, а3, не знаю.
I don't know such positions because maybe I can
Скажем, после
play
ладья b1,
a3,
вот, не знаю, выиграно, не выиграно.
but I'm not sure if it's winning after rook b1.
Честно говоря, ощущение, что вряд ли.
I have a feeling that
Ну, то есть так,
it's
пешка
very
бежит,
doubtful.
меня, ну, тут как-то она бежит, с другой стороны, она вроде так совсем уж не пробегает, то есть я могу где-то коня на g7 поставить.
I can just
Но
put my knight
мне
on
кажется, тут
g7.
ничья, скорее всего,
I
поэтому
think the draw is most
неожиданно от ладья b1
possible
трудно защититься, я
result.
нашел какой-то, по-моему, хороший ход конь g3,
I think I found a
не
very
знаю,
good move knight g3,
не
but
знаю,
I'm not sure.
насколько, конечно, тут позиция очень сложная, такая
The position
компьютерная.
is very
Но меня удивил
computer-like
слон
and
d3,
very
ход, честно,
hard.
я только слон g6
I
рассчитывал.
was surprised by
И хотел
bishop
тут
d3.
ходить, тут очень много вариантов считал я.
There are very many variants which I
Например,
was
как-то поначалу мне казалось,
calculating.
что король h2 хорошо.
It seemed to me that king h2 is good.
И как-то на ладья a2, тут какие-то были варианты ладья f8, и как-то вроде пешка, ну, не буду пока, много разных вариантов, но проблема в том, что какой-то такой неожиданный ход меня смутил.
But this
Ладья
move
вдруг
bishop
обратно
b4.
идет, на конь f5, ладья f4, вдруг как-то приходится ходить g4, и
Now I have to
даже
play
хуже
g4.
редакция получается. То есть я
In
ладья
an
b4,
worse
не, ну поэтому на слон g6 кажется, мне
position.
кажется, так все-таки сильно. Мне кажется, все-таки выиграет. Именно очень важно, я забил
I
слона,
think
чтобы
knight
ладьи не поменялись.
e5 is very strong.
И, по-моему, все-таки у белых выиграно. Ладья
And I
бета2,
think that
опять,
white's
и
position is winning.
опять не дал поменять.
And then I
И,
don't let him
и
change
мне
my
кажется,
knights.
что я успеваю здесь по темпам.
And I have a time,
По-моему, b4, что-то я тут
as
такое
far as
считал.
I see.
А может быть, я и
Before,
просчитался, да, ладья
maybe I'm
f8,
mistaken.
b3, взял,
Take
b2, так.
b2.
Потому что b1 я считал,
Rook
что я беру и
b8.
конь f5, кажется, выигрываю. Но сейчас я уже не уверен, что ладья 1 шах есть ход, да, король
I'm not
h2,
sure if-
b1. Да, наверное, нет, да, то есть может быть конь f5, ладья a2 все-таки не конь g7, тут у меня еще есть ход король h2, мне казалось, тоже не просто
Here I have
убрать,
a
убрать
move,
из-под размена.
king
Нет, сейчас
h2.
опять забываю. Какой-то здесь был ресурс, по-моему, сильный.
There was a very strong resource.
Но я снова уже какой-то был ресурс. То ли конь g7, ладья f6, то ли...
Maybe knight g7, rook.
Ну, в общем, здесь борьба
F6,
еще. Да, я думал,
but there is a
так еще
struggle
выглядит
is on.
очень сильно. Но, к сожалению, вроде ладья 1.
Unfortunately,
Вот это я не
there
понимаю.
is
Конь c5 шах, может, я с шахами неожиданно
rook
съедаю фигуру. Я вот не
Maybe
мог
with checks
здесь
I'm just
досчитать.
eating a
Тут жуткое
piece.
количество шахов, тут такие кони и
There are
Морозевичи,
very
они
many
прыгают.
knights.
Но на король
Морозевич's
e8, скажем,
knights.
конь g7 шах, кажется, есть.
Knight g7.
Да, слон g7 аж, ладья f1, король f1, там надо считать. Король f7, d6, слон f5. В общем, ну, слон g6, мне казалось, что правильный ход, по крайней мере. Я не знаю, слон d3 очень
Bishop
странный
g6
ход,
was
потому
very
что
right
я
for
могу и
me,
ладья
but
f3, мне кажется,
bishop
хорошо
d3 is a
здесь.
strange move.
И как я сыграл, я что-то не понял ничего, потому что шах
I didn't
так, и
understand
у меня
what I
просто
was
пешки
playing.
начинают проходить. Я не
The
понимаю, в чем была задумка. Конь
pawns are
e5,
promoted.
ну здесь совсем грубый зевок, ладья d2, конечно, надо было взять на f5. Конь бьет f5,
Rook
и как-то
d4
еще,
is
может
a
быть, ладья
big
d2, и
mistake.
как-то король f7, что ли. Вот это единственный какой-то
Maybe
еще
this
шанс,
is
мне
the only
казалось,
way
был.
to
Такой вот неожиданно, чтобы грозило
equalize.
конь g7 шах и d6, то есть... ну да, я тут такой вариант довольно симпатичный
There is
считал.
quite a nice
b4,
line.
конь g7 шах, король e7, d6 шах, король бьет d6, ладья f8, b3, это довольно симпатично, ладья бьет h8,
It's quite
b2.
nice.
ладья b8. Ну, может быть, другой выигрывает, но ладья b8, так, но вот я не мог его досчитать. Так, взял шах.
Till the end.
Да, но это еще не все неожиданно, потому что тут неожиданно король идет сюда, скажем так, и ладья b4, да. И неожиданно на g3 ладья b2 шах, король h3, g4 шах. А иначе ладья туда спускается.
King h3 and g4
вот после ладья b4, может быть, здесь g4 выигрывает.
Maybe I should have played
но это
g4.
еще тут надо считать все отступления. Нет, тут опять шахи
But
начинаются.
To...
Вот я тут не мог досчитать эту позицию. h8 ферзь, ладья h4 шах, там пешка бежит.
And the pawn is promoting.
Может быть, ну да, может быть, я могу дать шах. Вот сейчас думаю,
g3. Knight f6 check and then
чтобы конь g8 еще там пойти.
G3.
Но снова шах. Конь f6, конь h5, да. Ну, в общем, короче говоря, тут надо было считать. Ну, конечно, все-таки как-то так надо играть или так, потому что ладья d2, ну, тут примитивный выигрыш. Я даже не знаю, что он зевнул, честно говоря.
I don't know what he missed.
Ну, я понимаю, все устали уже, но я, может, он всю эту идею зевнул с ладья f8, но, правда, это вообще моя главная идея в позиции, тогда не понимаю, как бы, о чем он думал, в принципе, потому что это основная идея. Может, он зевнул, что тут ладья d8 шах выигрывает. Ну, в смысле, ладья d1 шах, чтобы не было вилки, что ладья d8 шах, но, правда, мне кажется, и конь e4 шах тоже выигрывает, то есть я как-то не понял, да, b4, тут я что-то жуткое совершенно сделал, b3, конечно, ладья b8 сразу выигрывала. Я уже пошел шаг, вдруг после король c7 я понял, что я натворил что-то жуткое. Я не вижу выигрыша. Что невероятная позиция. h7, b2, у меня был холодный ход, но если я еще такую не выиграю. Шах, король b7, и король a8, король a7 стоит. Я не вижу, как выигрывать.
I don't know how to win. It's absurd.
Потому что, ну, конечно, вместо коня f5 шах вообще любой ход выиграет. h7, там,
ладья
b8.
Could win here instead of knight f5.
Вообще-то.
I could even play
ну, я так собирался, и конь f5 шах, и h7.
And h7
Хотя
then.
сейчас думаю, король c7, может быть, какая-то еще борьба. То же самое h7 взял, да? Может быть, какая-то борьба. Ну, в общем, как-то, наверное, выиграно.
I think somehow I could win.
Может быть, я могу здесь
position.
взять и как-то коник, взять и шах, дать и h7. Ну, в общем, ладно. Ну, я, короче говоря, уже, да, шах.
Ну, у нас тут у всех
у меня холодный пот после король c7. Честно, я думал, что делать на король c7, но, видимо, уже соперник поплыл еще больше, чем я. Уже слон f5, конечно. Не, ну тут, наверное, я так понимаю, идея была, что на шах как-то король c5. Неожиданно взял слон g6 и какие-то еще микрошансы. Ну, конечно, выиграно у белых, но как-то неожиданно. Поэтому конь бит f5, ну, здесь совсем просто выиграно. Поэтому. Ну, в общем, конечно, такая партия интересная, но
the game is very
не
interesting, but
конечно, прямо скажем.
It has mistakes.
Any questions?
Есть ли вопросы?
Была ли у вас возможность посмотреть на партию между Анандом и Карякиным? Что вы думаете по поводу позиции?
Did you have a chance to watch
Karjakin
Anand?
Мы гениально играли по сравнению с той партией.
I think we were playing like geniuses.
Может быть, я, конечно,
I couldn't understand anything, but I was just looking at very precisely.
Ладья 5, например, что вообще белые собираются делать на ладья 5, вообще не помню, кажется, просто хуже. Что произошло? Потом совершенно ничейный эйч, мне кажется, потом вдруг проиграно стало совершенно, по-моему. Сейчас опять похоже, что ничья.
Now it looks like it's
я вообще ничего не понимаю, что-то происходило. Но нервы, конечно, если она, ну, во-первых, он, конечно, прошлую должен был выиграть.
Firstly, Anand should have won the previous game. If he loses this one,
он просто получил лучше, и я вообще ничего не понимаю. После b6, ладья
better
7,
position
ладья
after
5.
the opening.
Мне кажется, любой ход белые за ничья за счастье. Ну, как я понимаю, может быть, я что-то не вижу, но мне казалось, что белые должны уже соскакивать со всех ног.
The opening.
Конечно, с лишней пешкой.
And then the endgame with an extra
уже
pawn.
две фигуры заладил. Что происходит? Что там происходило, я не знаю, но у меня ощущение, что, скажем так, игра была не идеальной.
I think that their play was not ideal.
Насколько вы чувствуете себя уставшим?
Okay, we are back here in the playing hall and we are following Sergei Karjakin against Vishy Anand, and 74 moves has been played here, but not much has happened since. Karjakin is fighting hard to break through in the, well, against Vishy's fortress, but there seems simply to be no way. And well, Kramnik is talking about it right now, actually, on the press conference. But we have the position up there, and Well, I think the last time we saw it, the white king was somewhere around d2, and now he's taking the king to g2, simply to keep the black h pawn under control. But it seems there's no positive way for Karjakin to make any kind of progress. Well, he's gone a bit back and forth with his bishop, and he's trying to maybe tire Anand, and well, that is generally a good strategy. I mean, after all, they have played for 5 hours and 47 minutes by now, but it very much seems like there's simply no way for Karjakin to make any kind of progress here, and it very much looks like Vishy Anand in the picture will seal his tournament victory by making a draw here. But Karjakin is gonna keep on trying, because this is his last chance of sort of positioning himself well for the final round and make a last try to wrench tournament victory out of Anand's hands. But it do indeed seem impossible. It looks very much like a fortress. But Karjakin is gonna try, and that's of course what he has to try and do. Again, what we spoke about earlier, Karjakin's hope is these two pawns on e5 and g5, that they are going to be weak, but Anand having an active rook in the second file as well as a potential passed pawn seems to be enough to create sufficient counterplay for a draw. And well, actually very little has changed over the last, I would say, 30 move probably, but Karjakin is patiently awaiting his chance, and Anand is patiently denying him of that. But you can see the players has half an hour each left on the clock, so I think we could quite fittingly see the longest game of the tournament, and the one that will decide it very likely. Well, I think maybe already we have seen 74 moves I think is still the record in this tournament, so let's see. But we're gonna follow this game closely, and Anand is very close to making chess history, as mentioned. In 1995, in late March, he qualified for the first time for a World Championship match, and now, a bit more than 19 years later, he's just about to do it again. All he needs is drawing this game against Sergei Karjakin. Okay, he played rook c2, attacking the bishop. Well, this doesn't change anything. Basically, it's well, Anand is having a fortress, and Karjakin is trying to break it down, but it simply doesn't seem to be possible. I think, well, if we go a bit back, Karjakin tried to put his bishop on d8 and somehow play along with some kind of zugzwang, and he was maybe hoping that, well, if Anand goes to h6, he can start attacking this pawn and the king cannot defend it. But, well, even here rook a5 is possible, but I think Anand has just, well, he just played the rook to b2, and after something like bishop d6, he can go to f6 with the king. So it very, very much seems like a fortress, but, well, Karjakin should keep trying, of course, and Anand will have to wait a few minutes or hours before, well, triumph is his. But let's see. Bishop to d6 now, attacking the pawn on e5. As far as I can see, only king f6 is going to defend it, so yes, Anand played that, of course. And Karjakin put the king to f1. Well, Karjakin does indeed try to keep putting pressure here, and I think, well, if you follow the tweets on #candidates 2014, well, there is a lot of Indian fans hoping that Karjakin should just stop trying, but it would be strange if he did. Of course, he has to keep trying here. Anand can, by optimal defense, make a draw, but in such an important game like this, you have to give it your best until the very end, and Karjakin keeps trying. But it's quite hope-based. There is simply nothing positive left in the position. But, well, let's see. Anand, he's played, okay, rook c1 check. Well, now Karjakin will have to choose. Is he gonna go back to g2 with his king, where it was earlier, or is he going to go forward to e2, where it's actually also been earlier? So, and I think after king e2, Anand is going to give yet another check. So it could be that Anand's king will just have to go back to g2, but then, sorry, Karjakin's king, but then we will see rook a2 again with threats along the second line. So let's see. Okay, king g2 has been played. And quickly, yeah. at times it will see that Anand is almost playing too quickly, but this is very simple decisions for him, and he's basically chosen this is the correct fortress. And well, this one is just pinning along the second rank, as we can see, and well, that is a very trivial decision for Anand. Okay, bishop b4. Now, actually, maybe it's Topalov's turn to have a press conference. So it could be that we're going to have a short look at this, because it seems that that this game will go on for a while. So I think we're going to change the picture soon, but we will, of course, keep an eye on this game. But see you back in a bit.
New move, but okay, it's
Точно не знаю, это ли является новым ходом, но
should be okay for black.
Должно быть хорошо для черных это продолжение.
So, well, I mean, I expected
Я ожидал,
maybe knight b5.
может быть, конь b5 здесь.
I thought that was better than.
Я думал, что это лучше.
Don't see problems here, for example.
Но не вижу здесь проблем у черных.
Take like this, I thought. It's kind of unclear.
Неясная позиция.
But okay, bishop b5 in general, it's quite. I don't understand.
Я не понимаю хода слон b5.
Okay, in fact, it's if white wants to do something, maybe rook e3 and queen e2 is stronger, because then.
Если белые хотят что-то сделать, то может быть сильнее ладья e3.
Black is very solid, so okay.
Но у черных очень солидная позиция.
Rook d6 I like very much.
Мне очень понравился ход ладья d6.
Yeah, and this is okay. I mean, I couldn't really understand what is this move, because okay, first of all, after b5 it's already a draw. I mean,
потому что после b5 уже ничья.
So it's forced line in which
форсированный вариант.
I can just attack the queen.
Я просто атакую ферзя.
This is losing because of bishop e5.
Вариант проигрывает из-за слон e5.
So, I mean, okay, b6 should be okay, but probably, well, it's just couldn't really understand. And then, okay, the game was very complicated, of course.
Партия была очень сложная, конечно же.
Here I thought
здесь
knight g6 was better, of course, than.
Конечно, конь g6 было лучше.
Than this, because okay, it's not. I don't really understand.
Я не понимаю, почему.
Okay, it's maybe why it's not worse, but.
Может быть, это не хуже, но.
Well, the ending, of course, I just blundered.
Конечно, в эндшпиле я зевнул.
Here I thought on, like, of course, I was expecting on move 42.
Конечно, я ожидал на 40.
In this position.
В этой позиции.
Of course, I was expecting knight g7.
Конечно, я ожидал здесь ход конь g7.
And not knight g3, because
а не конь g3.
I thought any move was good now, but
здесь мне кажется, что уже любой ход хороший.
In this position, rook d2. I mean, okay.
Но здесь я просто зевнул ходом ладья d2.
I could take maybe, or rook a3
Может быть, я мог съесть или пойти ладья a3, но это было бы лучше, чем то, что я сделал. Не знаю компьютерную оценку, но это просто зевок.
Somehow I'm just know after knight f5 probably the other knight is also winning.
Может быть,
this one is also winning probably.
Другим конем тоже
выигрывается. Somehow I'm running no space for the king.
Но здесь уже нет пространства для короля. Did you consider king c7 here?
Yeah, but king c7 in fact what I didn't like was.
Мне не понравилось.
That somehow at some point when white starts to check and takes
белые начинают шаховать,
takes the rook,
берут ладью.
I promote.
Я провожу
but then after
пешку
taking,
ферзи.
let's say,
we can check maybe.
Yeah, like here and I don't know. For example, here, and if I go like this. Then I thought I'm losing the bishop.
И мне казалось, что я теряю слона.
After queen d6, but
после ферзь d6.
So it was just a blunder. I mean,
это был просто зевок.
But okay, what to do? We are tired. So.
Что поделать? Мы все устали.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Спасибо.
Hi, welcome back. And now it's really down to one game. All press conferences has finished, and we're just gonna follow the game Sergei Karjakin against Vishy Anand completely to the end. 82 moves have been played, and still nothing has been decided in this tournament. Vishy Anand, the Indian 5 times ex-world champion, is trying to hold on to a draw which would clinch a fantastic comeback to World Championship chess at this, well, quite late age. But he needs still to manage to solve the finals questions against Sergei Karjakin of Russia, who, if he wins, still has hopes of winning this tournament. But it looks very, very good for Anand. We have had this structure for about 40 moves, and there's simply no way for Karjakin to break through. He is up material. He has a bishop and a knight for a rook, but there's simply no way to make any kind of progress. But Karjakin keeps going, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to sit here for more than an hour simply for Karjakin trying his absolute maximum. But I don't see how he can manage, and it looks to me that we're going to have Vishy Anand playing the world champion Magnus Carlsen in what's going to be a rematch of their, well, last November world championship match that ended with a victory for the Norwegian. But let's see, it's not completely over yet. Well, now, even quite a while back, we passed the 60 move mark, which means that after every move they are getting a 30-second increment. And you just have a look at the clock. The next time one of them make a move, you'll see this time being added. So that means that they are not going to be in very serious time pressure. And I think actually now it has become rather trivial for Anand. He just have to reply to his opponent's threats, and he's going back and forth. Okay, King G1 played. I don't think that makes any kind of substantial difference, but I feel quite certain that Anand is going to give a check and then put the rook back on B2. Yeah, he didn't even write down his opponent's move. Okay, King to H2, and I think Anand quickly will put his rook back on B2. Nothing wrong with rook B3 either, but I think he's just going to stick to always pinning his opponent's king. He's taking his time. Okay, he did go to B3. Actually, I think he goes to B3 simply that after King G2, Rook B2, we are going to have the same position as we had a couple of moves back. So he simply doesn't want Karjakin to, even try to make, the slightest sort of victories and put Anand in some kind of Zugzwang. But even there is no Zugzwang. So I think that this game is just over, and that, Anand will have a very, maybe surprising, but also very well-deserved victory in this tournament. Normally, Anand would always be a favorite in this kind of event, but in the last couple of years, his tournament result hasn't been that good. And before this tournament, even his rating has dropped considerably. But I think here he has shown what a fantastic player he can be, and I think he's back as number 3 in the world rankings, and he's going to be challenging the world champion in the next match and be involved, I think, in his 6th or 7th world championship match, actually. But let's still await the conclusion of this game. It almost seems like Karjakin has given up hope. It's actually very, very difficult to put even the slightest problem to Anand. Well, if you remember earlier, he was trying to attack the pawn on G5 with the knight on H3, but that didn't really work, and it's more or less the only plan that is here in this position is to attack these weak black pawns, but it's simply not possible. So, but he's trying at least. Well, one has to give him credit for that. Well, we are saying this game is the very decisive game, and it is. But it's decisive in the sense that if Anand draws these games, everything is over and he has won the tournament. Even should Anand lose this game, he will take a lead into the final round. But then things would be more complicated. But with this, if he draws this game, which seems extremely likely, he will have a +3 score before the final round, and everybody else will be on 50% and lower. So simply Anand just is going to have a 1.5 point lead with 1 round to go, and that means victory. But Karjakin is gonna make a bit of an effort, and I wouldn't be surprised if we are crossing the 100 move mark quite soon. But it seems like Karjakin is gonna keep trying. Bishop to e1. Well, that is defending the. You can see the bishop is defending the knight on f2. So now there's going to be a bit of freedom for Karjakin's king, but I don't think that can be used for anything. Actually, now the computers is saying that the move h3 would be interesting, and the point is if you take it, then there is rook e2, knight d3, rook e3, and Anand could even be slightly better. And maybe he spotted it, but I simply don't think that even if the move being good, Anand would actually like to play like this. But to be honest, Anand can now, I think, win a piece. It's still gonna be a draw, but it would be a bit funny if he played it actually. Let's see. But after h3 check, well, you have to take it because I think here h2 it's gonna be the same situation. And Anand has started to think. So my hunch would be he's actually spotted h3. I mean, it would be very courageous to play a move like this because you have this fortress, and this fortress and a draw is going to guarantee you a world championship match. But maybe he simply trusts his calculations so much, and he feels tempted to punish Karjakin a bit. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, I feel sure he has seen it, but it almost feels irresponsible doing it, despite that it's actually good. But h3 is a great move, and it would be a funny way to end this game. I think h3 is going to win a piece. He's going to do it. No, he's hesitating. No, there it comes, h3. It's actually winning a piece, and now Karjakin has to pay careful attention and make sure to make a draw. But this basically means that, I mean, now there is no way Anand is going to lose this game. So Anand is the next challenger for Magnus Carlsen. That I think is without any doubt. The question is only, is he actually going to even try and win it? Well, I think the way to make a draw is something like king h3, rook e2, knight to d3, rook to e3, and now you better take this pawn on e5, and somehow there should be enough in it for black to make a draw. But oh, he's played the move king f1. But what is Karjakin doing here now? It's h2, and he has played the move knight to h1. Wow. But actually now it's a very crucial moment for Vichy. He has to play rook b1, but before I said it, he did it. So this is great stuff from Anand. He's sat so patiently waiting for his fortress, and then when he actually gets a chance, he takes it. And let's see if is he gonna play for a win here, or is he just gonna make a draw? King to e2. But now I think there is no way at all. They agreed a draw because Karjakin, and we have a winner of the candidates tournament, Vichy Anand. So, well, he seemed almost a bit upset, but I think he was joking. So I think, this is one of the most remarkable comebacks ever in chess. I mean, 5-time world champion, you do play the candidates tournament at this age and you win it, and with spectacular chess. So I think there's every reason for Anand to celebrate, and it's going to be very interesting to hear him at the press conference very soon. But I think a very well-deserved winner in this tournament, Vichy Anand, 5 times world champion, and now once again world championship challenger, and he will play Magnus Carlsen for the world title, their second match in next November. You can see the relief and the happiness in him, and that's very understood. Of course, he's a great player, but before this tournament, I think there was no commentators or experts or players who predicted Anand will come back in this fashion. But he managed to do it, and took the lead in the first round by beating Aronian. And 1 round to go, he can start celebrating. So we're going to see a press conference quite soon, and nothing to say but to simply congratulate Anand for this fantastic win. And we will see you back tomorrow for the last round. But concerning first place, everything is decided. And in November, we're going to see Magnus Carlsen against Vichy Anand rematch, and that's going to be very, very interesting. But Okay, well, they seem to have a few formalities left. So, a fantastic day for Indian chess. I think that. Okay.
And actually, I thought you can make it.
Like many other chess stars, Sergei Karjakin was born in the bountiful 1990s. When he was 5, his father showed him how the pieces move. 2 months later, Karjakin visited the chess club of the Pioneer's Palace in his native Simferopol. Sergei's talent became evident early on, and to develop his extraordinary talent, he moved to Kramatorsk to study at a famous chess school known for nurturing stars. In 2002, Ruslan Ponomarev included Karjakin in his team when preparing for the FIDE World Championship final match with Ivanchuk. This invaluable experience helped Karjakin become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He earned this lofty title at the tender age of 12. He was a typical wunderkind. Chess ruled his life from an early age, and he dedicated everything to his main goal of becoming world champion. In 2009, the young chess player changed his citizenship from Ukrainian to Russian. He firmly established himself in the Russian national team, and since 2011 has confidently stayed in the world's top 10. Sergei regularly wins super tournaments. His biggest success so far was in May 2013 in Stavanger, where he headed the likes of Carlsen, Aronian, and Anand. Karjakin is not only strong in classical chess, he is also in his element in rapid chess. He was rapid world champion in 2012 and won the World Cup in this discipline in 2010. Karjakin's hallmark is all-round strength. He is equally good in calm positional games as in wild tactical flights.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the last game of 13th round of FIDE candidates finished in a draw. And we have winner of the tournament already, 1 round to go, and we would like to congratulate Vishwanathan Anand on his victory.
Дорогие друзья, последняя партия 13-го тура завершилась в ничью, и за один тур до конца у нас уже есть победитель турнира, это Вишванатан Ананд. Мы его поздравляем с этим успехом.
And before we start analyzing the game, just maybe you can share with us your feelings after it's over for you.
Мы начнем анализировать партию, может быть, вы можете поделиться своими чувствами в этот момент.
Well, okay, today it was funny because for the whole tournament I was watching mainly Levon because he was the closest. But then a few days ago I realized that both Sergey and Peter have this possibility to beat me, win another game and tie break, because they're my two remaining opponents. Whereas with most of the other closest guys I already finished, and I was winning individual encounter. So then I realized suddenly that even with a 1-point lead, the last 2 rounds were going to be very, very difficult. And this is more or less what happened today.
Было довольно забавно, потому что практически весь турнир я следил только за Левоном, а тут я неожиданно понял, что еще 2 шахматиста претендуют на первое место. Это Сергей Карякин и Петр Свидлер, которые, если победят меня в личной встрече, то затем у них окажется лучший тайбрейк. Поэтому даже с перевесом в 1 очко последние 2 тура должны были быть очень сложными, и, собственно, сегодня это и так получилось.
Anyway, more to the point in the game, I was very surprised by Queen C6. I didn't even bother calculating it. I just thought it shouldn't work.
Я был очень удивлен ходом ферзь c6. Думал, что не должно это сработать, даже не считал.
Okay. Yeah. But the thing is, after Queen A5, maybe Queen A5 is a mistake, but maybe something like Rook A5, Rook A7. I mean, so many.
Может быть, ферзь A5 даже ошибка, может быть, ладья A5 нужно было сыграть. Очень много у черных ходов.
Rook A7, Queen C2, then Bishop
И ладья A7.
And then AB, Queen, Rook A1 and Queen A8, some idea like this.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. But you think it's only compensation, yeah? No, but obviously, well, I mean, in a day like today, you know you're going to make mistakes, so it's probably best to.
Ну, конечно, в такой партии ясно, что будут совершаться ошибки.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those days. I mean, if Sergey had won today, it would have been suddenly a very complicated situation because he plays Levon, and there was a worst case scenario where I think both of them with a win would overtake me and all this kind of thing. So
Если бы Сергей сегодня выиграл, то, конечно, ситуация была бы очень сложная. Он играл с Левоном. А если бы оба они выиграли, то вообще это было бы очень сложное положение.
But yeah, then first I thought I had something more here. Then I thought that here I must have excellent compensation.
Сначала я думал, что у меня здесь есть что-то большее даже, но понял, что у меня хорошая компенсация, по крайней мере.
After Bishop B7, Rook C1, and suddenly it's not that clear.
Но неожиданно в этой позиции не ясно, какой мой следующий ход.
Maybe knight C5.
Yeah, maybe knight C5. But even there, I was not sure. Castles take everything A4, but it shouldn't be anything, no? I should have enough.
Oh, then I even have Bishop C6. You cannot take.
Yeah, no, I have to waste one more Bishop B7, and then maybe E5, A4, and it's still a pawn.
Да, после конь C5 Бишоп предложил рокировку, взять на E4, но это невозможно из-за слон C6, поэтому черным еще нужно подождать один ход.
Anyway, I'm too tired for too many questions.
Но в любом случае, я слишком устал для
большого количества вопросов. I also thought of knight F6, because then I push his king back. It must go to E1.
Здесь конь F6 была интересная возможность, то что я тогда короля заставляю пойти на E1.
And then if something like this, Rook A4, I can push the pawn. I can force the pawn to E5.
Я могу заставить пешку пойти на E5 форсированно.
And I thought this should be an easy draw because once my knight is on D5, then it, whereas the pawn on E4 is actually restricting my knight. But
пешка на E4 ограничивает моего коня, и если мой конь встанет на D5, думаю, что это должна быть легкая ничья.
But once you get here, you understand even here you have to work.
Но даже тут на самом деле требовалась бы работа, конечно.
Yes, and I thought here you can make a draw with.
Я думал, что здесь можно сделать ничью, взять им на C1.
Yeah, and then this knight to G2, and then this knight to
Yeah, and somehow I was calculating this.
Я считал этот вариант.
I didn't see a way.
Я не видел
White.
Для белых пути.
Yeah, if knight f2?
Yeah, knight f2
Если
I can
конь
play.
e2, конь f2, простите.
And then, I don't know, some move.
Тогда в какой-то ход.
And g4, h4, I can put my knights all around you, but I can't do anything. Yeah?
Я могу поставить своих коней вокруг ладьи, но ничего это не даст.
I was expecting this, and then I think, okay, I have chances.
No, for sure. Here,
А затем я подумал, что у меня есть шансы.
And here, I mean, probably it's better to keep the knights, but I was sure with two knights it'll just be very hard to play practically, so I decided to just get rid of one of them.
Наверное, все-таки лучше было оставить, конечно, коней, но с практической точки зрения я решил, что будет очень сложно играть с двумя конями у белых, поэтому решил избавиться от одной пары.
And to be honest, I had simply missed something. First of all, this move makes no sense because I can play rook b5, bishop c3, g5 as in the game, and I'm like
Я
3
что-то
tempi up.
упустил в этой позиции. Во-первых, ладья b3 совершенно не имеет никакого смысла,
But
потому
anyway,
что
this
я просто
happened.
теряю темпы.
And then, I mean, he played this move so confidently, I realized that he calculated everything and I was lost. So I was also thinking for a while. But then I saw this idea
Сергей
with...
сыграл g4 так уверенно, что мне показалось, что он все посчитал, и у меня проиграно. Но поэтому пришлось подумать какое-то время.
I didn't see a way here. Once we got here, I think, and already it's too late because now my hedge passer is always there.
Но здесь я уже не видел пути для белых для выигрыша, и моя пешка h, моя проходная всегда
And now both king h6 and king f6 draw. So it's even two moves.
Даже два хода есть у черных, делающих ничью.
Я просто был уверен, что черные должны играть h3 и
I just was sure that black should play h3.
Я посчитал этот вариант.
And I calculated this line.
Что я выигрываю. Ну,
that I win.
Да, но я просто забыл, что черные могут.
But I just forgot that black can go back with king.
f4, h3.
And after f4, just h3.
Actually, I think I made the only one big mistake in the game. I played g4.
Я думаю, что я сделал только одну большую ошибку в этой партии, сыграл g4.
Okay,
maybe bishop d2.
Но даже если не играть g4, не факт, что тут выиграно, говорят выше. Может быть, слон d2 предлагает Сергей.
And then some knight c1.
Knight c1.
But now rook b2.
Теперь ладья b2.
h4.
h4.
You're going to play h3?
Yes. But you'll take
черный собирается сыграть h3.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ну, тогда можно взять на e5, конь g4.
Okay,
Может быть, у белых выиграно.
I think I have very big chances for a win here.
Я думаю, что здесь у меня очень большие шансы на победу.
But I thought I'm winning by force, and that's why I played g4.
Но я думал, что выигрываю форсированно, поэтому сыграл g4.
Yeah, Sergey, it was a really difficult game for you today because you had to win. And can you tell us actually what was your mood before the game and during the game? How was it difficult for you?
Сергей, сегодня для вас это была действительно сложная партия, потому что вам нужно было играть на победу. Можете, пожалуйста, рассказать о вашем настроении перед партией и во время борьбы?
Okay, I had a fighting move. I played line which is not maybe very ambitious in the opening, but I mean basically we give all the pieces and we just play, and I thought it's okay, it's a good line.
Конечно, я был настроен на борьбу. Может быть, я сыграл не самый амбициозный дебют, но на доске остается очень большое количество фигур, и будет игра.
Okay, at this moment I was more or less happy, but then after queen a5, when I realized that I have to take on a4, because first I was going to play bishop c3, but
в этой позиции я сначала хотел сыграть слон c3, но тогда слон b7.
And when I realized I have to take, I thought, okay, most likely it will be easy draw.
И когда я понял, что мне надо взять на 4, то понял, что вероятно это будет легкая ничья, хотя до этого был доволен своей позицией.
But then somehow the game was going on, and already at this moment I was happy because it is not going to be a draw immediately, and most likely I will have some chances.
Но затем партия продолжалась, и в этой позиции я уже был доволен, потому что не будет мгновенной ничьей, и, возможно, у меня будет шанс на выигрыш. Виша смеется, что еще 70 ходов было сделано, так что мгновенной ничьей точно не было.
Yeah, but most of these 70 moves were rook c2, knight e2, rook a2.
Но в основном все эти 70 ходов были ладья c2 и ладья a2.
I thought every time you moved a pawn, you did this.
После каждого хода пешкой да, продолжались вот эти одни и те же ходы.
Yes, and at this moment I was already very happy because I thought, okay, I'm much better. But then when I realized that I blundered, then okay, I thought I will try, but it has to be a draw.
В момент перед G4 я был уже очень доволен, потому что считал, что выигрываю. Ну, конечно, я зевнул, и здесь уже понимал, что, вероятно, это будет ничья. Конечно, я продолжу борьбу, но, вероятно, будет ничья.
Есть ли вопросы у журналистов?
Ананд, меня попросил задать вам пару вопросов читатель сайта Chess News Anish Giri.
Well, a question to Anand from Anish Giri.
И вот первый из них. Вы продолжаете свою вот эту физическую программу, физическую подготовку, которую вы занимались до матча с Карлсеном, в результате которой вы похудели на сколько-то килограмм? Если да, то помогает ли сейчас вам эти занятия?
So the first question is, do you still continue your physical exercises that you were doing before the match with Carlsen as a part of preparation, and then you lost quite kilos, and if you continue, then does it help you?
That's what all the medical evidence says. I mean, there are thousands of studies that physical exercise is good for you, so it seemed a sensible thing to do. It's not even something I do only for matches. I try to do it even otherwise. And yeah, I continue to do it whenever I can. I mean, in this tournament, obviously, I've not been regular. I did it on the rest days and things like that, but sure, I mean, I was inspired by my opponent tomorrow, Svidler, and then I thought, okay, maybe it's time I took off some kilos as well.
Ну, все медицинские исследования, тысячи их, говорят о том, что физические упражнения полезны для вашего здоровья. Я в целом их делаю не только как подготовка к матчу, но и вообще занимаюсь своим физическим состоянием. Здесь, конечно, во время турнира я постоянно не занимался, но только в выходные дни продолжал делать эти упражнения. И, конечно, я был вдохновлен моим завтрашним соперником Петром Свидлером, который также очень много потерял в весе.
Спасибо. Еще один вопрос. Вы не считаете ли, что здесь в Ханты-Мансийске вы сыграли лучше, чем за последние 4 года где-либо когда-либо?
Second question is, do you think that here in Khanty-Mansiysk you played better than in the last 4 years anywhere?
I try not to think too much of the last 4 years, but
я стараюсь не слишком думать о последних 4 годах.
No, but certainly I was very happy. I was very pleasantly surprised with how I played and with my results. I wasn't before the tournament. I had no idea what to expect, but it went ridiculously well.
Ну, конечно, я очень счастлив и доволен, как все получилось. Перед турниром я не знал, чего ожидать, но все сложилось в мою пользу.
Yeah. And how important this victory is for you?
Насколько важна для вас эта победа?
Well, you can imagine. I mean, to win a tournament and to win this one, I think it is incredibly important. And also, well, it's just a very, very strong field. So I was very happy both with my play and with the result, obviously. Today was close, but okay, I think it's the one day when I was a bit shaky. And perhaps under the circumstances, I shouldn't whinge too much.
Ну, вы можете представить, выиграть турнир, и тем более такой, это очень важно. Здесь очень сильный состав. Конечно, сегодня я был немножко на грани в партии, но я думаю, что это один из тех дней, когда это случается.
Один вопрос Сергею. Сергей, вот вы сказали, что думали, что выигрываете, и захотели форсировать выиграть, поэтому уже 4 пошли. Но дело в том, что вот такие же слова мы уже неоднократно слышали в этом турнире. И от Крамника, и от Топалова. Вот все думают, что позиция выиграна, и в результате поиска форсированного выигрыша проигрывают в результате. Вот чем вы объясните, что несколько человек попались в такую ловушку на этом турнире?
Сергей, слава богу, хотя бы ничью сыграл.
A question to Sergey. You said that with move g4 you thought you were winning and you went for this line, and actually you blundered with this move. And on this tournament we already heard other players saying almost exact words, that they thought they were winning and they went for a line that was actually not winning, from Kramnik, Topalov and others. So how do you comment on this, that there is such a trend, so to say?
Ну, мне кажется, это вообще такой чуть необычный турнир, потому что сейчас только у Виши плюс, как бы, а все остальные или в полтиннике, или в минусе. То есть это показывает, что, видимо, все были не в лучшей форме, а один Виши был в лучшей форме.
Well, it's a rather unusual tournament because now only Vichy has plus and the others, they are either in 50% or at minus. So this shows that everybody was not in the best shape and only Vichy alone was in a good shape.
It is very strange because last year at this stage 2 players were +4 and 2 players were +2.
Очень странно, потому что в прошлом году
which is
в этот момент
in total.
And
I don't remember if there were even +1s there.
И у двоих +2.
And so I found it extremely strange that after today I'm the only one at the plus score. So it's and the point is not that there were fewer wins and losses. The point is people had both, rather than one person having all the losses and one person having all the wins. So in that sense, this tournament was very hard fought. I mean, there were so many 1-1s as well that, I mean, Topalov with both Svidler and Kramnik and so on. It was...
Да, и у многих игроков здесь были и победы, и поражения. Нет такого, чтобы у кого-то были одни победы, у кого-то одни поражения. Много результатов 1-1. И я считаю, это говорит о том, что в этом турнире действительно шла серьезная борьба.
Господин Ананд, вопрос такой. До нас доходили сведения перед турниром претендентов, что вы до самого последнего момента откладывали подтверждение своего участия. Это, может, вы сейчас уже можете сказать, это была военная хитрость или действительно вас одолевали сомнения? И что как-то стало решающим, что вы решили сыграть в турнире или нет, решающим фактором?
Before the candidates tournament, we had such an information that you were delaying your decision to play in the tournament for the very last moment. Was it true? And when you decided to play, what was the decisive factor for you?
Well, basically, I was simply I wanted to feel good about playing, and I didn't want to just turn up automatically. So I was hesitating a little bit. I mean, it's not like I sat down and wrote down reasons for and against. It's simply, I decided that there was no need to hurry with the decision. In fact, I would say the biggest mistake I made was to say that, because I was pestered no end with questions. I should have simply said, of course I'm going to play, and then thought about it. And if I didn't play in the end, just say I changed my mind. So this was incredibly silly of me.
Мне хотелось играть с хорошим чувством, и поэтому я несколько откладывал это решение. Это не то, чтобы, конечно, я сел и написал плюсы и минусы на листочке в пользу или против игры. Просто мне хотелось принять это решение осознанно. И, во-первых, конечно, зря я, в принципе, сказал, что я думаю. Нужно было просто сказать, что я сыграю, а потом, если бы решил, что играть не буду, то сказать, что переменил свое мнение.
But I simply wanted to take the decision when I felt okay again. And sometimes you just need a little bit of time to yourself. And then, well, if you feel a bit better, then you can take the decision. That's all. I was just, I wanted some time. And...
Мне просто хотелось принять это решение, когда я бы снова чувствовал себя хорошо. То есть мне просто нужно было немного времени.
Anyway, so how did it go? I think... Kramnik, I mean, in London he had this, I mean, one of the most ridiculous games of all time against Hikaru, which he lost. And then, though he had beaten me the previous day, I thought, okay, after this game I have to cheer him up a bit. So I called him and said, do you want to go for dinner? And so we agreed to go for dinner. And then, anyway, the plan was for me to cheer him up, but in the end he started to cheer me up. and started to explore, well, why don't you play, and so on. So in a sense, I mean, he wasn't the only reason I played, but he was persuasive.
В Лондоне на турнире Крамник проиграл довольно дурацкую партию Накамуре. До этого он выиграл у меня, но это не столь важно. После партии с Накамурой я позвонил ему, предложил пойти поужинать, потому что хотел его как-то поддержать. Но в результате получилось, что он начал поддерживать меня и спрашивал, почему я не собираюсь играть в турнире претендентов и так далее. В результате получилось, что, конечно, он не настаивал, но поддержал меня в этом плане.
Hopefully he didn't regret his decision to cheer you up.
Надеемся, что он не пожалел об этом.
Я редко вопросы Сергею Карякину задаю на пресс-конференции. Сереж, ты блестяще играл вторую половину турнира, было 2 победы, в остальных партиях у тебя не было даже, по-моему, намека, где ты мог проиграть, и черными играл блестяще. Вот что не хватило, чтобы ты хотел своим болельщикам сказать для того, чтобы в первом круге также блестяще играть?
Well, Sergey, you played the second lap of the tournament very good, and what was missing? What would you like to say to your fans? What did you miss not to play the same good in the first lap?
Ну, вчера все-таки у меня одна опасная позиция была, но в целом я, конечно, согласен, что второй круг я провел гораздо лучше, чем первый, хотя еще одна партия осталась, и поэтому пока еще подводить итоги чуть рано. Ну, мне кажется, что нужно работать над тем, чтобы постоянно находиться в своей лучшей форме, в такой форме, как во втором круге, ну или еще лучше, и совершенствоваться в своей игре. Ну и я надеюсь, что у меня еще будет очень много циклов, и что еще все впереди. И я благодарен, естественно, всем моим болельщикам и всем, кто за меня переживает, и я буду продолжать бороться за звание чемпиона мира.
Yesterday I had a dangerous position, but well, in general, yes, I played the second lap much better than the first one, even though one game is still ahead. Of course, I would like to say to my fans that probably I have to work on my play to always stay in the best shape, and I want to thank all the people that cheer for me. And I hope that there are still a lot of cycles in front of me, so I will continue to play and try to show my best.
By the way, it's still one game to go, and it looks like it's final press conference.
Между прочим, еще одна партия впереди, хотя кажется, что как будто это последняя уже пресс-конференция.
But actually, I wanted to ask Vishwantan Anand. Okay, for you, you already became the winner of this event. Are you going to celebrate today or tomorrow?
Вопрос Виши. Вы уже стали победителем этого турнира. Вы будете праздновать сегодня или завтра?
No, I mean, we still have a game to play, and I'm quite, obviously this game was very long, so I'll try to first finish the tournament on a good note, and then we'll take it from there. But obviously, I mean, once you know that you won, that's something. And yeah, I won't deny, I mean, this result was one of the most pleasant surprises I've had recently.
Еще одну партию предстоит сыграть, и сегодня была длинная партия. Поэтому, конечно, я подожду завтрашнего дня, закончить хочу турнир на позитивной ноте, а затем уже отмечать. Но, конечно, не буду отрицать, этот результат один из самых замечательных сюрпризов, которые у меня были в последнее время.
Okay, thank you very much for...
У меня вопрос господину Ананду. Вам не надоело играть в матче на первенство мира?
Well, a question to you, Mr. Anand. Are you not tired of playing the matches for World Championship?
No.
Нет. Спасибо.